Evans' ton has foxes flying. Gloucestershire put on a show of resistance against Hampshire last time out to earn themselves a draw. The Foxes, though, couldn't do the same, beaten by Somerset. Could they do better against the other West Country side? The hosts looked to take advantage of some uncertain conditions, and they struck straight away. Hassan Azad out to the second ball of the day, and Gloucestershire's decision to bowl first was vindicated. But Evans and Harris mopped up the damage. They forged a crucial partnership. The two relied on their experience as openers to get the Foxes' innings up and running. They found their way to 50 and had begun to put their difficult start behind them. Gloucestershire struggled to create any more opportunities. Leicestershire closed in on three figures as the session wore towards lunch. It was easy going through to the interval from there on. Marcus Harris chasing a 50, his score at the interval 49, his side 92 for 1. Harris quickly ticked over to 50 at the resumption. His came off 104 balls, and his knock could prove to be a crucial one for his side. Evans joined him not long after. His own innings paced at a more sedate 126 balls. But Worrell made sure that the pair wouldn't be able to continue together. He pushed one across Harris and found the edge, the Aussie out for 62. Rishi Patel was the next man to go, Worrell with another in his next over, thanks to an ill-judged leave by the Foxes man. Evans and Hill counter-attacked. A six down the ground from the new batsman took them to 150. They'd reached the tea interval soon after, the score 168 for 3. The partnership continued after the break. Both men kept up the attack on the Foxes bowlers where they could. Before long, they played their way to 200 runs, and Hill was now looking to join his partner on 50. And he got there, a single enough. His landmark figure reached off 91 balls. Leicestershire were making their hosts work. Wicket-taking opportunities were few and far between, and the score started to creep up towards 250, aggression giving way to reticence as the session wore on. Evans had added the bulk of the runs so far, and his knock came with the just reward of 100, the mark reached off 261 balls, indicative of the patience with which he'd batted. But almost as soon as he'd reached the total, he was gone. Worrell again the wicket-taker. Lace had to react quickly to take the catch at short leg. Gloucestershire passed 250 soon after, and Hill shepherded his side through to the close of play. The score, at the end of the day, 264 for 4. The Foxes on top, and looking solid.
Dan, 4 wickets for yourself here on the first day against Leicestershire. How did you find it going today?
It was a tough day today. I think the guys stuck at it really well. On a flat pitch that wasn't offering too much, we just had to dry it up and try and force a mistake. So unfortunately we've only got the 4 so far, but with a bit of drizzle around in the next 24 hours, I think we should make some inroads tomorrow morning and then have a crack with the stick.
Your number was called quite a bit today. Was there anything that you were doing in particular to find a bit more success?
Not really. I think it's just putting the ball in the right place more often than not, and yeah, I think that's just all you can do on this sort of pitch. You just got to hope that put enough balls in the right area and dry the scoreboard, and yeah.
With how the pitch is playing, what would be the ideal score or the target score to get Leicestershire out?
What are they on now?
264 for 4?
265 would be nice. We've just got to go out there with a fresh attitude tomorrow morning and again just put the ball in the right spot, and hopefully we get some rewards tomorrow morning.
You also took 4 wickets down at Hampshire in the innings there. How have you found the transition from playing in Australia to here?
Yeah, it's been a pretty busy couple of weeks, I'll say. I was in my 5-day quarantine and then straight out in the car and down to Southampton, so I'm still finding my feet a little bit, I think. Yeah, hopefully we can spend a few less overs in the field for the first innings, but you just got to come out and prepare to do your job, and yeah, that's all I can do.
Well done today, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
is, whether you're thinking we're going to try and bat once and bat really big, and then either you win by an innings or there's just not enough on the pitch and it's a draw, or whether you are still hoping to try and take 20 wickets whilst not winning by an innings. But I think probably not at the point yet where they can assess that. It's going to be at least think about that sort of thing. If they are 350 for 5 or something at lunchtime, or 350 for 4 even, then I think maybe they would think about kicking on. And then the question is, if they kicked on for 1 session, do they then try and kick on for 2 sessions and make it a massive score, or do you maybe give yourself a bit more time and declare earlier? I'm not sure. It's anything could happen, but I think I'm not sure that I can answer exactly how many Leicestershire would want from this position. That I think they would be a little disappointed if they didn't make 400 at the least. I think that's what I would say in answer to that question, which was not an answer to your question. It was an answer to the question that I
think if you were walking out this morning, as the umpires now are, Nigel Long and Richard Illingworth, I think the happier dressing room will definitely be the Leicestershire one with the current position, because even if they were to have a bit of a clatter this morning, they've still got a good solid score on the board, and they are well in the game at this position. Chris Dent leading out the Gloucestershire team. I can't believe that Worrell and Higgins won't open the bowling today, and in common with many sports clubs, if you are on social media or even aware of it, there is basically going to be a social media blackout from many sports clubs, including Gloucestershire, from 3 o'clock this afternoon. So the email will remain open throughout the day, commentators@glossccc.co.uk, but we're going to basically push any correspondence to us through the email today. In fact, that media blackout will continue for the rest of this match on the Twitter platform, and indeed on some of the other ones as well. I think Instagram and Facebook, do they apply as well? Shane's nodding at me. So they also apply as well. So the email for comments and questions and opinions, of course, very welcome, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. So as Ed said, it is Lewis Hill 77 and Harry Swindles on 3 who resume for Leicestershire this morning, and it will be the sweaterless Dan Worrell to open up from the pavilion end. Higgins is there too, actually. So is there a? Where is Worrell?
Worrell is he's done a fine now.
Yeah. So it will be Higgins, in fact. So this is your end, I believe, Ed.
It is. So Higgins from the Bristol Pavilion end, Worrell from the Ashley Down Road end. That's how they finished last night, but it was the other way round for the new ball at the start of the proceedings. Swindles is on strike on 3. Umpire Richard Illingworth removes his arm, and we can get underway as Higgins moves into bowl, and the first ball is turned away down to fine leg. It'll just be a single. So Leicestershire up and running this morning right away. Swindles on to 4, and umpire Illingworth just checking the landing area of Ryan Higgins. He did bowl, I think, 1 no ball yesterday. It was just the 1, but as we know, he can overstep occasionally. Happen too often, but you wonder actually sometimes, with the advent of the third umpire now calling no balls in test matches, you wonder how many no balls go uncalled in county cricket. Lewis Hill's on strike and Higgins bowls, and that's pushed through the wide mid-on gap. That's good batting from Lewis Hill, and he gets a single off his first ball as well. 266 for 4, and the move of a man of who has real confidence. That really first ball, not a bad ball from Higgins, just nudged straight into a gap and sets off for a comfortable but sharp single.
Chris Denner's got a balance to strike here this morning, hasn't he?
Higgins in bowls to Swindles, who will leave outside the off stump. 3 slips.
Chris Dent wants wickets, but he doesn't want to give Leicestershire a flyer where they get, say, 40 in the first, or 40 or 50 runs in the first 40 minutes.
No, I think it's good to have the third man in place, for example. There were quite a lot of runs scored through that region yesterday, but 3 slips, you've got to try and attack, haven't you? There's a drive, and it goes back to Higgins, who does not field it cleanly, and I think he may have got a bit of a stinger there on the, maybe on the fingertips or the bony part of the hand. Either way, seems to be okay.
Yeah, Dent's in at third slip, as you can see there. Hankins at second, Brathwaite at first.
Continues to be the usual pecking order since Brathwaite has joined, as here comes Higgins. He's there, bowls. That's a forward defence which made a nice sound off the bat, and I'll give Swindle some confidence.
Interesting to hear what Dan Worrell said at the close yesterday. The pitch did not do as much as the Gloucestershire bowlers thought, and actually, as Cameron is looking after us, Cameron said, you raised the question during the day yesterday, I think during the last session, if Chris Dent was asked now what would he do at the toss, he'd probably still make the same decision.
Yep. Here comes Higgins. He's in bowls. There's a quiet defence this time from Swindles to end the first over, and 2 runs have come from it. 266 for 4, 1 run added by both Hill and Swindles to their overnight total. And I think, like I said, really, it may well be, and it sounds as if it is the case, that if Gloucestershire could make that decision again, they would make the same decision, and from my point of view, that's fair enough. Sometimes you just think that a pitch is going to do more than it is, and also we know that things don't tend to get better for bowling at Bristol in general.
And that may have been part of Chris Dent's thinking, in the sense they would rather be in a position where they're chasing on the last day rather than trying to take 10 wickets. Here is Dan Worrell to bowl his first ball of the day from the Ashley Down Road end, and that's turned away neatly by Hill down to Josh Shaw at long leg, and he'll pick up 1 more. I had a phone call with a friend of mine at the close yesterday who said he'd only seen the score in brief form and hadn't obviously caught much of the day, working elsewhere, and he said it sounds like an old-fashioned Bristol pitch. And I said, well, that's probably about a good way to sum it up. You look at the card and you see the way the runs were accumulated during the day, and that's just about right. And we've seen situations, particularly when the toss there wasn't one, and the away side had the opportunity to bowl first. Gloucestershire were left to try and defend. Sometimes a total is sort of a 120 to 140 on the last day, when really that isn't enough on pitches like this. That's played defensively by Swindles, and small totals are chaseable. It actually, the Surrey game was a very good example, actually, of what looked a decent total, one of those tricky ones that both teams are definitely in the game, particularly with the number of overs that were involved. And then obviously Van Buren batted really well to take Gloucestershire to victory. Swindles this time again nudges one from round his pads down to Shaw. And you feel a lot of the day yesterday, as we've started this morning, with the ball just being worked for singles, and actually Dent would Chris Dent would love batting on a pitch like this, because you'd see him do exactly what these Leicestershire batsmen are doing, particularly when he got in and got his feet moving. That's down the leg side this time, and taken on the trot by Bracey. And actually, if you throw this forward to the Leicestershire attack, couldn't we really expect Alex Evans and Dieter Klein, and Chris Wright to get much more out of this pitch? You would certainly hope that wasn't the case. Worrell in and onto the back foot this time, Hill rather, and playing defensively back up the pitch. Where is the point of difference in the Leicestershire attack, really?
Well, I suppose they would say Callum Parkinson potentially being
the leggy,
the slow left armour. And
sorry, yes.
I
was thinking of the other Parkinson.
Still the Parkinson, yeah. No, but he's still a decent bowler, and I guess that they would also say Dieter Klein being a left armour. They do have a left armour, but no, I think I take your point for sure, in that if you were Gloucestershire and you're looking at a bowler like Ryan Higgins, who toiled away for 22 overs or 21 overs, only going at 2 and over, and can't get a great deal out of the pitch, and you see what he is able to get out of pitches like the one at Taunton, for example, which was still a pretty slow surface. If he wasn't able to get something out of this pitch, you would certainly hope, if you were Gloucestershire, that Leicestershire wouldn't get more out of it, but then you just never know, because, for example, in that 4th innings against Somerset, you felt as though Somerset were really going to come at Gloucestershire in that game, but they never really did. They only lost 2 wickets in their chase of the small total, whereas Somerset had just been skittled out for a small total.
You've not missed anything, because Lace has gone and got the protective gear on. He's back in at short leg again.
Well, hoping for a repeat dose of what happened last night. There's a strike on the pad and gone! Swindles is gone, LBW. So another early wicket falls in the morning, and that is a very important blow to strike for Ryan Higgins. It's his first wicket. Didn't take one yesterday, and you felt as though he was going to be raring to go this morning to take one today, and it did strike Swindles quite high up, but I would say that the ball did not bounce massively. So Swindles also not being the tallest, I think it was fair enough from Richard Illingworth just on that one look at any rate. But Swindles is to depart for 5, and Leicestershire are 268 for 5.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think you say it struck him quite high, but he went down to emphasise perhaps the height of it as he tried to complete the shot, and it hit him on the back pad. So, I think Richard Illingworth's second affirmative decision, giving Gloucestershire an opening into this Leicestershire lower order. And the question is now, how much will they be able to add with Lewis Hill? And Ben Mike has come in at number 7. And you might say that in a few other counties he wouldn't be batting as high as that.
I think he's being selected there on potential, really. And he is a cricketer who does have real potential with bat and ball. I think probably at the moment you'd say maybe more of a attacking ball striker type bat. If you look at his numbers in T20 cricket, for example, 17.5 average, strike rate almost 140, so he can clearly strike the ball. 6 sixes in 11 innings, and most of those innings would have been pretty short innings, so he's clearly got ball striking ability, but maybe number 7 in the championship, like you say, average currently 18.5, he might not be in that position in some other sides. Here's Higgins, bowls to Mike, who goes back and defends pretty comfortably off the first ball that he faces. His full name is, which I quite like seeing, as he's got such a short pair of names, Ben Mike. Is Benjamin Wentworth Munro Mike.
There we are.
That's Ben Mike.
Yep, that's the. He's one of the 3.
Here Here is Higgins, bowls full, and that's just pushed up the pitch. So then Mike
three, four names, as they say.
Yes, well, I'm the same.
Are you really?
I am, yes.
Oh.
Suppose it's sort of one name from the father's side, one name from the mother's side, potentially. Well, that's what mine is, anyway, in terms of the rationale there. Short leg still in place, as Higgins is there, he bowls, and that's left alone by Mike outside the off stump. Not a lot of movement there from Higgins. The ball is, well,
you always like, just on that, you like to see a scoreboard with, or a scorecard with all the players with three Christian names. Always look, that's a very
that appeals to your sense of neatness, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Here comes Higgins. He's in, bowls, and no shot once more from Mike. So Sri Lankan, for example, card where you've got WPUJC Vas or HMRKB Herath.
No, it's too long, you see. But MJK Smith and APE Knott and RGD Willis, and people who, people of a certain age. That's quite. It's a certain style about having three Christian names, I think.
Here comes Higgins. He bowls, and once more Mike doesn't have to play. Just a little bit too wide to get him to go after, although maybe Gloucestershire have decided that they are going to bowl a little wider to him, knowing that he's possibly going to go on the attack, although who knows, maybe he's just going to decide that he wants to try and bed in and give some company to Lewis Hill, who is 21 short of three figures. 268 for 5, a successful over for Ryan Higgins, and well, the 10 for is off for Dan Worrell. It's not happening. I did say good luck for the 10 for as Dan Worrell walked away last night, but he's not going to get it.
Bowling in a sweater from the Ashley Down Road end comes in and bowls to the right-handed Hill. In fact, all Leicestershire's remaining batsmen are right-handed. There are only two left-handers in their team, Harris and Azad. Forecast for the day is probably a bit better than yesterday, actually. Overall, the chances of rain pretty slim. Oh, and that's low. Didn't bounce very much from Worrell. And Lewis Hill walks away to compose himself after, he's got that, just went down to play the shot almost. He was in quite a shallow angle position. Worrell again, and that's played with more confidence, just steered away out on the offside.
Yeah, a couple of times already that they seem to be kind of stooping down or crouching almost as they played the ball. There was the LBW, and then that one was a sort of similar situation. We didn't really see too much of that yesterday, and whether it's just because they haven't got the feet quite moving yet, or maybe there has been something that's changed overnight with the pitch.
Worrell staying over the wicket. Oh, that as a consequence just caused Bracey to jump a little bit behind the stumps. We were saying yesterday that he hasn't really had a day, Bracey, yet where he's had sort of half a day in the field and then had to bat for half a day. This might be the first one of those if Gloucestershire can really make some inroads. Worrell hair flopping and in and played comfortably again by. He was pretty conscious that with Mike just having come in, he's got to give his new partner time to adjust. There's our email if you want to get in touch during the day. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. We welcome your interaction as usual, and that was a short one from Worrell and swayed out of the way once again by Hill. So 4 overs gone on the day, 100 gone in all for Leicestershire. So in terms of bonus points, they're probably looking at 300, aren't they? You would have thought.
Yeah, it looked as though 350 was a bit of a tall order, even with the flurry of runs that happened before that second new ball. I think once Worrell and Higgins came back on, it was always going to be difficult to have a load of runs all in one go, even with the new ball.
Alex has got in touch on the email. I'll come back to that in a second.
Against Bowles, and Mike, I don't think he played at that one. He certainly didn't push too far away from his body.
He says, looking at the stinger you referred to in for Higgins in the first over, it actually looked like a hard caught and bowled at looking at the replay. Gloucestershire certainly need early wickets today, so hopefully that is a big chance which has gone down. Hopefully it's not too expensive.
Higgins bowls, and Mike will not get off the mark here as he pushed firmly, but not away from backward point enough to be able to take off for one.
And Alex says, please say hi to Jost, Nathan and Herschel.
So I think they're regular commenters on the YouTube stream. So hello to all the commenters on the YouTube stream. We can't see what you're writing, but we know that you're there. Here comes Higgins. He's there, bowls, and Mike drives and will get it past mid-on, and there's nobody chasing after it, so the ball had better not slow up, and it doesn't, so it's 4 runs. So nice way for Ben Mike to get off the mark. 272 for 5. And he's off the mark with a firmly driven boundary. Here's the replay of it, and that's a pretty classical on drive from Ben Mike, and it made a loud thud off the bat and raced away for 4. Here comes Higgins to reply. He bowls, and that's clipped away. Lace, I think probably a good job Lace didn't get a hand on that. He tried to stop it, but there was mid-wicket behind him anyway, and I reckon that Lace just needs to be getting his hands out of the way of those ones.
That looked like evasive action more than anything else to me.
I didn't know whether he had it was definitely evasive action, but I didn't know whether he was deliberately moving his hands to try and stop the ball as well. I mean, you've got to be mad to field there anyway. You do.
He's got most of the protection he would need, though.
Well, you can't protect everywhere, can you? Higgins bowls, and Mike. Well, I say it's an inside edge. He may actually have been more like the bottom of the bat as it dropped down, and in the end goes down to short fine, and they pick up a single. 273 for 5, and Ben Mike's just taking his gloves off here and rubbing the pitch, so I'm not exactly sure what that's all about, but in any case it was a less than convincing defensive shot, that one, but he's picked up a run for it, and he's still getting himself sorted as Higgins comes into bowl, which he does now to Hill, and that's turned away straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 5 off the over, 273 for 5, Hill 79, Mike 5, as the sun thankfully comes out, and it does make an awful lot of difference when it's out, because it's not the warmest in terms of air temperature, and the wind doesn't help either.
No, there's Hill's stats, 9 4s and a 6 in his innings so far. And if you weren't with us yesterday and you don't know a lot about Lewis Hill, well, he is very much a 50s man so far this season. This is his 5th half century of the summer, and this is his highest score of the summer. So none of the previous ones has he converted into more than a 70, but here he is now on 79, but he's not facing at the moment. Here's Dan Worrell to bowl to Mike, who just, I think he probably say he took the bat away from that, just got out of the way in time. He is there because Swindells was LBW to Ryan Higgins. That's the 1 wicket to fall so far today.
Certainly worth a try, though, that kind of delivery. We've seen Worrell with some bouncers, but that's a deliberate variant, trying to attack the ribs.
Steered by Mike down to 3rd slip, where Chris Dent is the fielder. Dent would normally be at first slip, and that was until Craig Brathwaite arrived, and then I think it'll be a very interesting conversation about where Brathwaite was going to field, but he is at first slip, and here's Worrell in, and that's punched. Actually, very well timed by Mike. It might not go all the way to the rope. It's been hauled in, and they'll come back for two. Played up towards the Ashley Down Road end boundary, but that's not the longest of the boundaries on the ground, of course. That one, the straight one, is a bit shorter than that towards the pavilion. But made quite a nice sound, that, off Mike's bat.
Yeah, there have been 2 drives already that have made a really rather explosive sound off the bat.
Well, the stick, as Dan Warren called it last night.
Yes, that one didn't make such a nice noise.
No. Mine rarely made a noise like that, must be honest.
Mine didn't make a noise at all, I don't think.
Did it not?
There was a noise of ball on wood, but it wasn't the bat.
Right. Well, generally one ball was enough for me. That was generally the strategy. Here's Worrell in again, and Mike defends. Leicestershire, I'd say 2 defeats and a draw so far in their 3 matches.
To be honest, though, it was almost more of a relief to hear that noise, because then I didn't have to face any short stuff.
Mike lets that go, and Gracie, I say takes it. He hasn't taken it neatly at all. He's going to go all the way to the rope. Well, that's not very tidy from James Bracey. He'll be very disappointed with that. That's gone right through, and Leicester's total advances by 4 more. You'd certainly expect Bracey to have taken that. It wasn't at a really bad height for him, but Leicestershire up to 279 for 5, and Bracey will just feel he needs to be a bit sharper than that. Wasn't a difficult take, and an error that's given Leicestershire 4 more. 279 for 5. Bracey actually most of his work was pretty good yesterday. There was one difficult chance that went between him and Brathwaite, which, you know, on another day he might have taken, but it's the routine ones that really disappoint keepers when they don't take them cleanly.
He's going to stand up now for Ryan Higgins, up to the stumps, that is. He's obviously always standing up. As here's Higgins bowls to Hill, and that has hit, I think, maybe the thigh pad, and then almost gone down onto the stumps. And those are those nightmare ones where I think it hits the bottom of the thigh pad and then goes down but back towards the stumps. Saw a couple of those in the Somerset match, actually, and that was not too far off being another. He just adjusted the thigh pad back after that ball as Higgins bowls, and that's played very softly away behind square on the offside. Won't pick up a run for it, Lewis Hill, but already he's looking actually in a little bit more trouble than he was yesterday evening. I don't know whether it's just a case of starting again, whether maybe he's had a bit of time to think about the chance that he's got here to kick on and make those 3 figures as Higgins bowls, and there's a very unconvincing shout for leg before wicket, which unsurprisingly is turned down by Richard Illingworth. Hill once more trying to whip the ball through the leg side. That's mid-wicket there, but square leg is wide open. There's nobody between fine leg and mid-wicket.
Yeah, Jack Taylor's on the field at the moment. I think Craig Brathwaite's gone off temporarily.
Higgins bowls, and Hill comes forward and won't get a run up to mid-on. Higgins bowling pretty full in general, as you would expect. Certainly wouldn't be expecting him to bowl a bouncer with Bracey standing up to the stumps now. No, although you never know.
There was one take yesterday, wasn't there, where
yes,
Bracey threw the glove off straight away.
Yeah. As Higgins bowls to Hill, and Hill drops that one away towards point, and will not get a run. And that was, I think, maybe the first ball, was it? Or it was certainly in the first over that Bracey had decided to stand up to Higgins, and as soon as it happened, Bracey was out of there. But as we talked about yesterday, he did look to be in some discomfort during that Hampshire match as far as the fingertips go. Higgins bowls, and that's clipped away. Back at a square on the leg side. There'll be at least 2 here as Goodman runs around from fine leg to do the fielding, and the throws on the half volley. Bracey looks at his fingers again. I'm sure he's too pleased with the way that things are going as far as those important parts for the wicketkeeper are concerned. So it's not a maiden over. Hill is into the 80s, 81, and it's 281 for 5.
A bit of sweater changing needed here by the Leicestershire players. Ben Mike decides he doesn't need his, so that's taken away by one of the Leicestershire squad not involved in the match. They selected 13 for the game, but in the end left out Harry Dearden and Gavin Griffiths, so 1 batsman, 1 bowler. And Mike gets ready to face Worrell once more. This is a big first hour for Gloucestershire so far, only the 1 wicket, and Mike lets that go quite extravagantly outside the off stump. Ed and I were discussing whether Gloucestershire really could afford anything else other than to have Worrell and Higgins opening the bowling this morning, and our deduction was no, they couldn't.
No.
The desire for wickets was too great. Here is Worrell in, and again Mike lets that go. Quite a good carry, better bounce. Certainly there was very little variable bounce yesterday. It was very true, and maybe that's where Hill, I mean, he started this morning with a single, I think, off the first ball he faced, and you thought, well, that really just says that he knows exactly what this pitch is going to be like. Worrell again to Mike, and that's down the ground on the bounce. There'll be a throw at the striker's end, but it was
more cause for Bracey to look as though the world's all against him, because that ball kicked up off the wicket end there and hit him in the chest, even though it was rolling almost along the floor. Poor James Bracey. It must be an absolute nightmare when you've got already something wrong with the fingers, whether it's a blister or whatever it is.
Worrell again to Hill, and a cry of no. Goes out on the offside to Tom Smith. I mean, there was that, and I used the phrase advisedly, that thought at one point in Gareth Roderick's time here at Gloucestershire that it was almost like he had glass fingers, because he was so prone to getting a finger break almost every season. That there was a point at which he would have a broken finger. That's a pleasant shot from Hill, only for 1 though, out to the right of Tom Smith at point, and actually, and that was particularly worrying from a Gloucestershire point of view when it was felt they hadn't really got an obvious second choice keeper, and obviously there was a point at which Chris Dent kept in a championship game at Cheltenham when I think Roderick had finger trouble. Worrell again, this time Mike tries to play it round his pad but doesn't get it away. 283 for 5 Leicestershire. They've got Hill on 82 and Mike on 8. Just waiting for whether that board is going to tick round in terms of overs bowled today. No, that's an even number, so that must be right. So there are 6 overs to go, and they need 17 runs for another batting point. Brathwaite's back on the field now.
Well, you'd think that they shouldn't have to exert themselves too much to get that the way that they've been going. And now just the 2 slips in place for Ryan Higgins. Lace standing at extra cover. No short leg.
So
in place.
we've had 8 overs this morning, and Worrell and Higgins have been bowling in 6 over spells, so it may not be. Kristen may not be able to ask them to go much beyond the 2 sixes here, and Leicestershire might then know that some of the threat is taken away.
Higgins will bowl now, and that's turned away, and there could be a shot at the stumps here from Bracey. It hits the stumps and then ricochets off them, and an acrobatic piece of backing up from Chris Dent to prevent that from going for overthrows. He ended up having to reach up above him, having gone down low, expecting the ball to ricochet off the stumps along the ground, and it didn't. It looped up in the air, and Dent, with an excellent piece of reactionary work to stop that from being at least an overthrow, maybe more. As it is, they came through for the single to 84 for 5. Hill up to 83. Mike on stripe, and that's played away back up the pitch by Ben Mike, and there's no run. So still just the 2 slips for Mike as well, and the short leg is dispensed with from both Mike and Hill's batting. Lace still, of course, has the shin pads on at cover as Higgins bowls to Mike, and that's clipped away pleasantly through square leg, or just in front of square actually, and it's going to go for 4. So Mike is into double figures. He's not looked short of confidence since coming out there, and the score 288 for 5. Leicestershire get closer and closer to that bonus point, and that was not the right line from Ryan Higgins. It was too far down leg.
Yeah, the way that Ian Cobain set off in pursuit of it, I think he knew it was too well timed to haul it in.
Higgins bowls, and there goes the glove again from Bracey. It's the left hand, and now the right one's come off as well. It was down the leg side, and he did stop it, did Bracey, so no buys, but more difficulty for him, and this looks like more serious difficulty. He'd like to hope that it's nothing too serious, because, like we said, it was in that Hampshire game that it first looked to be an issue, so hopefully there's nothing too bad wrong with them, but there clearly is something wrong, and it's not been helped this morning by some bowling down the leg side with Bracey standing up, and then by a couple of throws which were not.
Yeah, he's looking skywards there. That's pretty painful. And David Bartlett is coming out, and
it looks as though they're actually asking for more things to come out. In fact, I think what they're doing is what that signal was they're going to have a sanitisation break in amongst this as well, but obviously not good, and Tom Lace would be the man to take the gloves if Bracey isn't able to continue.
It's a worry on it's a worry on multiple fronts, isn't it? Has he dislocated one there, I wonder? Look the other way and I'll put it back in for you, says David Bartlett. I've had that. I remember seeing somebody do that in a club game once. I couldn't believe that they'd actually do that. But Bracey, he's coming off, I think. He's picked up the batting helmet, and I'm just looking to see where Tom Lace is, and he is walking off the field, so it may be that he's going to go and get some pads to come on and keep wicket in Bracey's place. But you know, on so many levels, this is a sad sight for Gloucestershire, because he's one of the leading lights in the team. He's the vice captain, he's an important batsman, and you also think of how well he started the season and how well he is thought of now in the England bubble. You hope that's not going to be a delay of a possible chance for him, given the schedule this summer, which might mean that there is an opening, particularly at the start of the international series. You're not missing anything here at the moment, as you can see. Umpire's just having a chat with Craig Brathwaite, but as I say, Tom Lace has gone off the field and James Bracey has walked off in pretty disconsolate mood by his body language anyway, and I'm sure Lace will now come out and take the gloves. Well, we know not for how long, but it depends what the damage is, and David Bartlett will now, I'm sure, sit down with Bracey and try and work out what the issue is. It may be something that's relatively straightforward to sort. It may be a break, and Lace has got the pads on. Here he comes, and I remember I was asked to write a piece for the Gloucestershire Exiles pre-season magazine, and there was a line in that preview about if Bracey got called away for England, Lace is the likely deputy. I think it would likely deputy, because obviously Phillips wasn't signed at that point, and he's only here for the T20 anyhow. Little did I think that here we are. We haven't seen the back of April yet, and Lace is being called in the middle of a match to replace Bracey behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's obviously bad on many levels. Just hope that it's nothing too serious, and that maybe later on in this match we see him back. But it was obviously, there were issues there last match, and they may even have been there from training in between the Somerset match and the Hampshire match. So you just hope that maybe it's not a break and it's more something else, as Higgins bowls to Mike, and there won't be a run. Mike is sent back. I'm not quite sure where he thought he was going there, but Lewis Hill told him where he needed to be going, and that was back into his ground. So we'll get a look at Tom Lace with the gloves. You certainly know he's got a good pair of hands on him from that very sharp catch at short leg yesterday evening. Took a one-hander against Somerset. So we know he's got a good pair of hands. As Higgins bowls to Mike, and Mike drops that one away just to the left of backward point, and they will pick up a single as Tom Smith lobs the throw in. 289 for 5. 105 overs have been bowled, and so far Ben Mike's not giving you the impression that he's going to continue what Gloucestershire were hoping for in terms of a cascade of wickets.
I think Jack Taylor has come out as 12th man, and obviously for Gloucestershire this won't be an issue of... They still might rotate the subfielders a little bit, I suppose, but Taylor is out there at the moment. And
it was mostly George Scott yesterday, wasn't it?
It was Scott quite a lot yesterday. Higgins has bowled 5 overs this morning.
Graham van Buren was also out there a little bit.
Yeah, and he's now taken a sweater, so that may indicate a change coming. Here is Worrell from the Ashley Down Road end. In, and Mike steers that away through the offside, and it gets halfway to the boundary, so there's just the one run and up to the front of the scoreboard. 83 to Hill, 13 to Mike. The 1 wicket to fall this morning, that of the Leicestershire wicketkeeper Harry Swindles, who was LBW to Higgins for 5, and the score was 268. They added 4 at that point to the overnight total. Worrell in once more, clipped pleasantly away by Hill. That may go all the way for 4 up towards the boundary at wide long on, and it does in front of the apartment, so it's a pleasant shot. And Hill up to the Australians' unlucky number at 87.
That's where that shot seems to go when Hill plays it. There's a lot of wrist work in there, but the bat stays quite open. He doesn't, he doesn't close it and try and work it behind square. I think he scored quite a few runs through that mid-wicket region in this innings.
Worrell in once more and down the ground from Hill, but straight to Goodman, who's at mid-on. 3 slips still in.
Ball is starting to make the same sound off Hill's bat as it did through quite a lot of yesterday evening, and that's rather a worry because he's obviously one of the best form batsmen in the country.
Worrell again, and once more Hill down the ground. Goodman he's dived over the top of that, just mistimed it, and it's gone all the way straight up to the Ashley Down Road end boundary for 4. Goodman tried his best to stop that with a full-length dive, but he's got a long way to get down. And yeah, that was just a push. He didn't need to hit that hard. And that's the shorter of the 2 straight boundaries. And Goodman, having dived over it, couldn't haul it in. And that's hit Hill up on the thigh pad. That's a bit of a ripper from Worrell in response to being clipped to the boundary twice in this over. 298 for 5, so Leicestershire will get their extra batting point, you feel? Worrell wheeling in once more. He had a long day yesterday, but did take the 4 wickets, and Lace now behind the stumps takes that one comfortably. No great bounce. So if they have really bent their back, both Worrell and Higgins, there's been just enough to suggest there's a little bit of lift there, but really that has been the shock delivery more than anything else. There's the details of the Leicestershire card in long form, and there they are with 4 overs to go with points eligible, and Hill now up to 91.
And of course, 1 more wicket as well for Gloucestershire for that second bowling point. And
did you say 2015 for Lewis Hill's
yes,
previous 100?
I believe it was 2015 against Surrey at the Oval, and he was opening the batting in that first innings.
Well, we've had Graham Van Buren already with a long gap for 100. Here's Goodman.
Goodman to Mike, and Mike leaves. So this was always going to be, I think, the question for Gloucestershire. What happens when the openers are taken off? And Gloucestershire really could do with another point, and they could do with breaking this partnership and seeing what happens after that, but it's not going to be easy. Goodman bowls, and that's punched down the ground. Mid-off is there to field it. Josh Shaw doing the fielding, and not too many surprises that he is now going through some warm-up exercises, and it will be him rather than Tom Smith as the second change bowler from the Ashley Down Road end, you would think, as Goodman is there and bowls, and that's driven, and a good stop made by Tom Smith at point. Looked as though that ball might have been heading for the boundary as well, but certainly well timed, and Mike for the most part has timed the ball very nicely. Here comes Dom Goodman, bowls, and that's left alone. Goodman did bowl well yesterday once more. There weren't an awful lot of chances or real plays and misses off his bowling, but he still bowled very tightly. The majority of the runs that he conceded were later on in his spell. I don't know whether he was tiring a little towards the end of the day, but overall the figures are still good, as that's left alone by Mike. Just add on a couple of wickets if you were able to take them, and they'd start to look very tidy indeed.
Yeah, Higgins full figures at the moment, 26 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 57. doesn't reflect the toil. And Worrell 29 over 7 maidens, 4 for 69. So economy rate's good for both those two.
Goodman is there, bowls, and left alone. Tom Lace taking that one at head height, but that's a rather misleading thing to say because he was crouched down, and of course he's not the tallest anyway. 298 for 5 at the end of the 107th over, so Gloucestershire have 3 overs to take 1 wicket for another point, and Leicestershire can basically just decide to deny them that point now, needing just 2 more runs themselves for another bonus point.
Yeah, there is going to be a double change. Josh Shaw to bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, and this yesterday when Goodman and Shaw were on, just felt a point at which these two couldn't extract. If Worrell and Higgins were struggling to extract much out of the pitch, for Goodman and Shaw that proved even more difficult, and therefore anything that was just down the leg side or just off a good length, there was the ability just to keep the score ticking up. Shaw in once more, and there's the 300. It's crashed away by Hill, square of the wicket on the offside. He goes to 95, and it's 300 up for Leicestershire in the 108th over. And you can't deny Shaw's enthusiasm, but that was almost half volley length, and there was enough width on it to give it the full treatment.
It was a dismissive shot, really, from Hill. A shot as if to say, you're not good enough to bowl to me at this point, and it was not the shot of somebody in the 90s at all.
It's his 12th boundary, and Shaw to bowl to him again. He goes back into his crease, and was a no call for a single there. Was a definite cry of no. Ian Cobain's throw was at the non-striker's end, and some good backing up.
I think Ben Mike seems to be
preventing any overthrows.
Sorry, Ian. I think Ben Mike seems to be more nervous than Lewis Hill at the moment. Mike seems to be trying to sprint off for every run for his partner, and Lewis Hill's just feeling absolutely fine at the other end. He was well home because Hill had sent him back in time.
Hill on 95. Shorter bowl to him, and again Cobain is in quickly. It's almost like shouldn't be a run chase situation here, because Leicestershire are absolutely in the box seat. They've only lost to 1 wicket this morning, and Gloucestershire, if you've joined us in the last quarter of an hour or so, have had to replace James Bracey behind the stumps with Tom Lace. Bracey is off the field. Come back to that in a second after Shaw bowls, and has worked to the onside by Hill, but straight to Higgins. Yeah, Bracey went to take a ball from Higgins down the leg side. He'd had a blow earlier in the play this morning, and he immediately both gloves were thrown off. And after a word with David Bartlett and some advice from the physio, Bracey's left the field. So Hill will crash 4 more away through the offside, and he's not going to hang around in the 90s very long on this basis. 2 boundaries from Hill in this over, both to the same area, and he looks in very confident mood indeed. Just the 2 slips in for Josh Shaw as Gloucestershire try and get this extra wicket. That was not quite so floaty, but again it was just that extra little bit of width.
He seems like he's got 2 hours to play the shot, really. He throws his hands through it. It's a shot with real speed with the hands, but it certainly wasn't an absolute drive ball, but it just seems to be seeing the deliveries that Shaw's sending down like a watermelon at the moment. It's very easy for him, it seems.
Is Mike looking for the quick single here to get Lewis to his 100? Yes, he is. He'll try and get it. There's a throw at the striker's end, but Hill has got there, and Hill has reached his century after 4 50s so far this season. Lewis Hill converts one of them into a century for Leicestershire, 307 for 5, and there are the details of his 176 balls, 13 fours and 1 6, and he hasn't really, once he got himself in yesterday, he hasn't really looked in very much trouble at all.
Very little trouble, and an innings with remarkably nerveless progress given what it must mean to him. First century for pushing 6 years, second first class century overall, and it looked as if he was just very, very confident that he was going to get there, and so he did. A very different innings to Sam Evans' century, but both of them will mean an awful lot to those cricketers, and this one perhaps even more so to the Leicestershire dressing room, as Goodman bowls and Mike will not play a shot at this one. So in fact it's Hill on strike, of course, the scoreboard said Mike, but I forgot to look at what was actually happening rather than the scoreboard. Anyhow, so Hill on 100, and once more Gloucestershire will have to hope that a moment comes along, as happened with Sam Evans on 102 when he just clipped a ball off his pads and didn't realise there was a short leg there. I'll need a moment of slight lapse of concentration like that, as that's left alone by
And I think
Lewis Hill.
in Evans's defence, he'd been out there virtually all day, and whereas Hill, here we are barely 50 minutes into the morning session, and he's got to his 100, and you might think, well, I can fill my boots here. We could bat, if Leicestershire felt like it, they could probably bat until tea time. If they really wanted to press the pedal on what looks an absolutely docile pitch.
Goodman bowls, driven, beautifully driven through extra cover by Lewis Hill. They're not running for it, and now they've started to think, hang on, maybe we ought to run for it. It's a very long boundary, but it gets there quite comfortably anyway. And so Hill up to 104, and that was one of the shots of his innings, actually, and that's no slight on the others that he's played, but he's bringing everything out now in terms of his shots.
And you might argue that he's got the confidence to do that. Hankett is coming out of second slip, so Kristen went this morning with the difficult balance of trying to keep the lid on the scoring and take wickets. They've got the one, but now Hill's got to his 100, and the risk is that if he accelerates, Gloucestershire have a big problem.
Here's Dom Goodman, bowl short, wide, and Lace. Was there a bottom edge on that? It's heading towards the fine leg boundary, and they're coming back quickly for a second run, and they make it. And yeah, bottom edge, just away from the dive the other way, wrong-footed Tom Lace, and it's 2 more runs to Hill, 313 for 5. And it feels like it's got to be something like that for Gloucestershire at the moment. It doesn't feel as though all of a sudden you're going to get a delivery through Lewis Hill. It feels like it's going to need to be a bit of a mistake as Goodman bowls, and that's carved away in front of point. And that's 4 more runs as soon as it left the bat. It crosses the boundary now. And Hill up to 110, 317 for 5. And Goodman just losing a little bit of the control that he had yesterday. That was help yourself, really, that ball.
Just looking at his white ball record, Lewis Hill, he's got 41 List A matches, 846 runs at 24. He's got 1 century in white ball cricket, and T20 585 runs at 18. So hasn't perhaps had a huge amount of opportunity up the order in white ball cricket, but this could develop into a white ball type innings if that's the way he wants to play it.
Yes, it is. It could be a white ball innings with a red ball, yeah, like you say. Goodman bowls to Hill, and that's a much better delivery. It's straight and defended away by Hill, who made a rather sharp adjustment there. I think he was hoping for another ball to crash away to the boundary, but it was actually right on the money from Dom Goodman, and that's, I think, as much as anything else, that's almost now what Gloucestershire have got to hope for, that Hill actually gets overconfident and plays one shot too many, because we were talking about that 350 figure. If Hill were to get out now, then Gloucestershire would still have a chance of bowling Leicestershire out for less than 350, and that would still give them a chance to make something happen in the match. Only a chance, but still, it's not quite at the stage yet where Hill can absolutely unleash and think about 500, for example, in terms of the team's total. Although, to be honest, the way that he's batted so far, it feels like if he wanted to, he could score 500 on his own, the way he's batted so far.
Yeah, and let's just start the day 264 for 4, 317 for 5 after an hour is pretty good progress. And Shaw, at the end of his run, with Dent looking at what he can do with the field. He's still got 2 slips in for Shaw at the moment, but Mike is facing, and he's clipping that very nicely out to mid-off. And whereas yesterday a lot of the Leicestershire score was just ticked up very steadily in singles, this morning now we're seeing a flurry of boundaries, and that just changes the complexion of the scoreboard a bit.
The control was lost really towards even the end of Higgins and Worrell's spells, and unfortunately you didn't really sense that that was going to change too much with Goodman and Shaw coming on, and it's down to really the confidence of Hill and Mike. I'm not sure that all these deliveries that they're smacking all over the place have necessarily been terrible balls. They're feeling as though they can drive on the up on this pitch, and that applies to Mike as well as Hill, and
we're down to
Mike hasn't been out there for anything like the amount of time that Hill has overall.
No, Mike on to 18, and now we're down to just the 1 slip. There's a deep square leg out.
2 catches in front of square on the leg side. This is an interesting theory.
For Josh Shaw. Mike to bowl to him, and that's stopped by the straighter of those 2. So you've got effectively it's 2 short mid wickets, isn't it? One slightly squarer than the other. Hankins and I think Higgins the straighter of the 2. Hankins is the square of the 2 for sure. 321 for 5, as you can see on your screen, and Shaw tries again, bustles in, and trying to force Mike to play through the offside, you would think, by putting those 2 catchers in there.
They're certainly inviting him to do that, aren't they, with that gigantic gap through there. Seems rather too tempting.
Nobody between Smith, who's at point, and I think that might be Dent, who's at wide mid-off. Yes, it is. Shaw in, and that's gone wide off. Dent is going to chase that away towards the scoreboard boundary. Can he haul it in? No, he can't. That's gone for 4 as well. And it might just have a tot of the boundaries in the last few overs here. But Shaw, as he bustles in again, that's almost half volley length. It's not quite there, but again, just through the ball.
It's just hard to see
that
ball could go anywhere else, though. With a gigantic gap at cover, he can play that shot with freedom, really.
325 for 5. Shaw in once more. There is cover out at deep square as Ben Mike clips that away. We have a
the company in the marquee here.
A feline 4-legged friend was arrived temporarily.
I think thought that it spotted a mouse, whereas in fact what it was the bottom of the string that can be tied to the corner of the marquee.
I just fancied playing with it for 5 seconds and then realised it wasn't what. Tail of a mouse perhaps was his initial thought. Short, staying over the wicket to Hill, and that's one that Hill can duck underneath. It's taken by Tom Lace, who is keeping wicket because James Bracey's off the field, having clearly been hurt either on the ends of his fingers or because of damage to one of them in a Higgins over in the opening spell from the pavilion end. And the Leicestershire batsmen want a drink, a change of gloves, or maybe both, but they are settling in here. 58 these two have put on. Mike's share is 23 and Hill has 110, and as Ed has said, his first class 100 for 5 years, 2015, nearly 6, depending on when that game actually was in the 15 season, and his only the second of his career, and obviously the first for a considerable length of time, albeit after a good sequence of consistent scores which he hadn't converted into three figures.
Yeah, he would certainly have been feeling as though he was good for 100 but hadn't got it, and in fact in some ways all the more reason you might have thought for him to be nervous, having got the chance to convert into 100 this morning. And there were very, very few signs, if any at all, of him being nervous when he first went out there, and there were certainly no signs of nerves whatsoever as he got close to the 100. Of course he did it quite quickly, but the confidence with which he did that was very impressive. Goodman will continue, and he bowls now to Mike, who plays defensively back up the pitch. Haven't seen too many defensive shots recently.
No, it's been Leicestershire's morning so far, aside from the loss of Swindles. LBW to Higgins in Higgins' opening spell.
It's 28 runs off the last 3 overs before this one as Goodman bowls, and Mike sort of lunges forward at this one but plays with a straight bat once more. So Mike 23 is really picked up basically where, well, I say picked up where Hill's left off, but he's batted in a very similar fashion to Lewis Hill since coming out. As Goodman is in, he bowls, and that's left alone, and Lace is down on one knee to take that one. He seems to like to get quite low, does Tom Lace, and you'd think that certainly here there's no problems doing that at all. He can still adjust if necessary to a ball that might be whizzing towards his head as Goodman bowls, and that's clipped away but straight to mid-wicket, and Hill has to scurry back. There's no question of him having gone too far there. Bonus points of course in the books now, so Gloucestershire picking up just the one, and Derbyshire, I'm just seeing Derbyshire on the board there, that's what put me off. I saw Derbyshire level with 3 points and just blindly read off the board again. Leicestershire have picked up 3 batting points as Goodman bowls, and that's pushed quietly into the leg side and fielded it wide mid-wicket.
It's a bit like the second day of the Hampshire match. Is a quite a big challenge for Dom Goodman in his embryonic career as a county bowler, when you've got to keep coming back on what looks a very, very good batting pitch, and trying to get out a different class of player to ones he's been bowling to before.
Goodman bowls full, driven away, wide of mid-on, and it's heading towards a long boundary, but it looks to be timed well enough, and it is. 4 more runs. Mike to 27, 330 for 5, so a boundary off the last ball of the over. We'll get a replay here, and it was full, it was very full, but I didn't necessarily expect him to drive it there. It was an on drive with the face quite shut, and that sent it wide of mid-on in the end. But really Mike is just, as Lewis Hill is really, just choosing exactly where he wants to hit the ball and hitting it there.
Well, Gloucestershire are decided that they can't afford to leak runs from the Ashley Down Road end any further, so Tom Smith is going to come on from that end, and he's going to have the shorter straight boundary to try and defend as well. But so Smith, not unusual of him to bowl at that end, but generally a lot of his white ball bowling is done from the pavilion end, where he's got the longer straight boundary. But here he is going to come on from the Ashley Down Road end. We've had just over an hour's play this morning, and if you've joined us in the relatively recent past, Gloucestershire have taken the 1 wicket, but they've also had to cope with the loss of James Brace, who's off the field at the moment, and Tom Lacey is keeping wicket, and Smith, for the first time of the day as an aircraft goes over the ground, comes in and bowls to Hill, who's on 110, and Smith fields off his own ball. He had, I think, 16 overs yesterday, really just trying to contain more than anything else, and they didn't look at anything in the pitch for Smith either. Comes in once more, and that's a tumbling stop at mid-wicket. Long on and long off, both back. Smith in, and there's a big appeal for LBW, which Nigel Long is not interested in. Quite a vociferous appeal from Tom Lace behind the stumps. A little bit so from Hankins at slip, but Nigel Long not impressed. Smith's got 3 men out, and Hill, Trengan tries to dab that into the offside and dents onto it quickly.
It was kind of an interesting appeal, that, because some of them seemed to be very convinced that it was out, and others were not convinced at all.
Smith trotting in around the wicket once more. And Hill just down the line. Leicestershire getting themselves into a very strong position. Smith again, all that was a play and a miss, but prod at that from Lewis Hill. Smith perhaps just teasing him with one at the end of the over. Was there an encouragement for him there? That's the view from the scoreboard camera, and there's the Leicestershire card with the 2 Centurions on it now. Evans out late yesterday, and Hill completing his 100 this morning, and Mike's giving him some decent support. Still Parkinson, Wright, Klein and Alex Evans to come. Several of those players will know that they could have a long hard stay in the field as well if Gloucestershire can mirror the effectiveness of these Leicestershire batsmen.
I'll probably also be thinking I could get a little innings here, 20 or a 30 at least, or maybe more than that. They'll be probably looking forward to getting out there and batting first of all, before they think too far ahead. Goodman will continue from the Bristol Pavilion end, and there's a deep cover out for him now, in addition to third man and deep backward square, so there's no fine leg, but deep backward square instead as Goodman bowls full, and that's just angled away. Backward point has stopped it, and well, Tom Smith saved a run there somehow. It was a good effort to get a hand on it from Tom Smith, but he didn't stop it cleanly. I guess neither Mike nor Hill could quite see where the ball had gone. Quite sure how they didn't manage a single there, but I can only imagine that neither of them quite saw the ball. Good work from Tom Smith, as here comes Goodman. He's there, bowls, and that's left by Mike as Lace has to move a fair bit across to take that one. I think it probably was the right time for Smith, really, wasn't it? I think even if he's bowling to the shorter boundary, it's got to the point where if Leicestershire are going to try and attack him, you've got to say, well, Smith takes a lot of wickets when batsmen are trying to attack him in a different format. As here's Goodman bowls, and that's dropped away wide of Smith. Smith's going to shy at the stumps, and it won't be hitting the target or really in time. Left-handed throw, which is the only thing that made that at all interesting in terms of a possible run out. 3:31 for 5. Mike on to 28. I think it's fair to say that it's looked as though a run out is the most likely mode of dismissal for these two at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just come back to the Bracey situation in a second.
Goodman bowls, and Hill tries to dab that one down to third man, but gets too much bat on it, and it's out to Smith, a backward point for no run.
So I've been reminded on the various outlets. Social media, of course, there's a big blackout coming from clubs at 3 o'clock today. I am reminded that at the AGM earlier this week, Will Brown said that Glenn Phillips actually is eligible to play in all formats when he comes to Gloucestershire, not only in the T20.
Goodman bowls short, wide, cut away straight to Smith at backward point. So a rare scoring opportunity for Lewis. Hill goes begging.
So the Kiwi, who's ostensibly signed to play in the T20, but could play in the Championship if Gloucestershire see fit. And I say that because of the fact that Bracey is off the field at the moment, and if there was an injury to him, then Phillips, when he arrives, could play in the red ball cricket as well.
Driven hard up to mid-off. Dent was looking for the slide and throw all in one motion again, but didn't field the ball cleanly. He would have had no chance of affecting the run out anyway. Hill on to 111. 332 for 5 as another over ticks by. I was just going to look at Glenn Phillips's profile to see what kind of record he's got in terms of first-class cricket and keeping wicket. So he's got 25 catches overall, couple of stumpings. So he obviously has kept wicket. In order to get a couple of stumpings, you'd think he's kept wicket in a fair few of the... In fact, sorry, I'm looking at List A, not first class. 37 List A matches he's got 2 stumpings, but I don't know how much he's kept in first class cricket is my point.
Here's Smith in from the Ashley Down Road end, and Hill on Nelson. That's his owner score. Defends, and 332 for 5 Leicestershire, who will certainly have sights set on a total well over 400 here. You would have thought, if Hill can stay in particular, just works that away on the onside. Goodman runs round and they'll just pick up 1. He's almost in a position halfway to the fence for Tom Smith. Backward square, but quite a shallow angle for him, and Mike always got that right off the inside edge. That's going to go down towards the boundary in front of the pavilion. They're going to come back for 2, that's all they'll be, but he was a long way down there, Ben, Mike. And another one that Tom Lace feels there was a stumping chance gone there. We might have a look at that on the replay, but Mike was a long way down to Smith. This is only Smith's second over of this spell, and Mike clearly not wanting the Gloucestershire slow left arm just to bowl to him. They plays a defensive shot here. We can see the ball before or not. What was your hunch, Ed?
Well, I think it was an inside edge, so I don't think it was a stumping chance.
Again, Mike using his feet.
But Smith got exactly what he wanted, but just didn't get the extra little bit that would have caused him to miss the ball completely. Bad luck for Tom Smith, but Mike, well, I think he's got license to do that, really.
In this situation, for sure, and won't get a single there. That's turned away on the leg side. George Scott is out on the field at the moment. He's not the sub-fielder because Jack Taylor's also out there. He's been the seemingly the permanent substitute, and those numbers of overs bowled by each of the Gloucestershire bowlers ticking up. 29 to Worrell, 26 to Higgins, 22 to Goodman, 19 to Josh Shaw, and this will be the 19th for Dom Goodman as well.
Yeah, just to finish the point on Glenn Phillips, I don't believe that he keeps in red ball cricket for Auckland, his team in New Zealand. So still though, the amount that he's kept in white ball cricket would lead you to suggest he might be the first choice keeper over Lace, as that's punched off the back foot straight to Smith once more, who seems to be doing an awful lot of fielding of Dom Goodman at the moment. He's stationed at backward point, can't keep him out of the action at the moment. Glenn Phillips, 37 first class matches compared to 114 T20s, but I think that's slightly misleading in a way. I think that the interesting thing is more that he's 24 years of age and has played 114 T20 matches already. As that's a full ball which is punched down the ground. They'll pick up a single, immediately set off for one there, did Lewis Hill, as soon as he hit the ball. 336 for 5, Hill up to 113. 114 T20 matches for Phillips compared to 37 first class matches and 37 List A matches, but he's got a good record in first class cricket. It's not, you know, it's not a case of that he is a white ball specialist, certainly not. He's played a test match and scored a half century in that as well, so he would still be a good option. But I was just wondering whether it'd be him or Lace in preference to the other, as that's pushed away. Smith does the fielding once more from backward point. There are two catchers now in place in the cover region, short cover and short extra cover. Chris Dent certainly has tried everything to try and get a wicket, and he did buy the wicket of Sam Evans with a good piece of captaincy, putting that short leg in last night as Goodman bowls, and there's a hard drive down the ground, and Higgins will do the fielding at mid-on. There's no run.
I think it was listening to Kevin James from BBC Solent and Alex Winter, who covers Gloucestershire for the BBC, at the AGS Bowl last week, and I think they were saying that if you get a pitch like this, you've got to come up with some funky field placings just to try and disrupt the flow of the batsman.
Goodman bowls, drive in the air, and it's over the head of Chris Dent. It's rather plopped over his head, well over his head, and they will come back for 2 runs. So ball went a long way up, didn't go particularly far. There's a bit of a lob wedge, that one, from Mike, and 2 runs have been taken. 338 for 5, but he got more than enough distance on it that Dent was never going to be able to effect a catch. Goodman bowls, and Mike cuts, and this time Smith can't get it. There's a chase on at the boundary, and it will be hauled in. So 2 more runs taken, 340 for 5. Mike up to 34. Jack Taylor on the boundary rope there, who is just feeling his shoulder a bit, I think, there. I'm not sure whether he's had a great deal to do so far. 340 for 5. Mike 34, Hill 113. And, well, Gloucestershire are still, I think, relying on one of these two making a mistake rather than anything else at this point.
Smith having a chat again with skipper Dent. Long on and long off, both out. He's got a sweeper at deep mid wicket and a man on the cover boundary as well. And increasingly, Mike also looks as if he wants to get on with things. But it's Hill on strike on 113, and Smith the bowl to him, and increasingly, with men out, of course, there are gaps closer in, and Ian Cobain can't stop the single.
Yeah, well, it is one of those things, isn't it, really, where it's reached the point where you're trying to keep the runs down almost more than taking wickets at this stage, to be honest.
Well, this is a little bit how it was on the second day at the Rose Bowl as well. Smith round the wicket to Mike, and Mike pads up. Taken by Lace behind the stumps. It was just after 11:30 when James Bracey took that bang on the fingers, tried to take a ball from Higgins down the leg side, and that's punched down the ground by Mike to Dan Worrell, who's on the boundary at long on. Just one more to the Leicestershire total. And the weather brighter than yesterday, and certainly a bit warmer than yesterday, and Smith wheels in again, and Hill not interested in a single this time because he's got quite a big area to cover on the offside. He's like a jack in the box in terms of his enthusiasm to save every run possible. Lace now deputising for Bracey behind the stumps. And the cry of ooh was as Hill went back. Don Goodman just trying to encourage Tom Smith. Ian Cobain really haven't played a lot of red ball cricket the last 2 or 3 seasons, but here Cobain will find a pitch that hopefully he can get some runs on, because Smith isn't finding it very receptive from his point of view. 3:42 for 5 Leicestershire. The only thing about the Hampshire game last week, Ed, was that they took a lot of time out of the game to get their runs, and that, I suppose if Gloucestershire are concerned about Leicestershire really getting away, that's what they've got to try and do. They've got to try and slow the rate down.
Yeah, I think the pitch seemed to be more difficult than this one to play your shots on, because we certainly, I don't think, saw too many periods where, like has been happening of late, Hill and Mike have been playing whatever shot they like to whatever ball they like, really. Goodman continues to Mike, and that's cut away, late cut down to third man, and they'll jog through for a single. 3:43 for 5. It's raining at Taunton, I can tell you. So, and looking at the radar, there is certainly rain about. It's just not here at the moment. That, of course, is another consideration in terms of time out of the game. As Goodman bowls to Hill. Hill clips this one away comfortably out to deep square leg. It'll be a single. 3-4-4 for 5. Still plenty of cover out on the boundary rope, even with Goodman bowling. Deep cover remains out. They're not bothering with a deep square for Ben Mike. In fact, there's nobody at fine leg either, so Goodman's going to have to bowl outside off stump, as that's a attempted Yorker, I think, from Goodman, which is dug out and played away to one of those 2 catchers who are still in place in the covers. Didn't see many Yorkers yesterday, and the general impression in white ball cricket nowadays almost seems to be that the Yorker is too dangerous a ball to bowl, because you might bowl it in the slot as that short wide cut, but not timed, as Smith will do the fielding, so there's no run.
Yeah, Taylor
you see
was
fewer and fewer Yorkers in white ball cricket now.
Taylor was herring off as the cover fielder behind Smith there, but he soon stopped when he realised that Smith had gathered that ball in.
As Goodman turns and trots in to bowl. It's left alone by Mike. And even in a situation where you're basically bowling to attempt to buy a wicket, we saw plenty of short stuff, but I can't remember seeing, well, out of the top of my head, I can't remember seeing a single Yorker bowled yesterday. There must have been one, maybe, but I don't remember it. Goodman bowls to Mike, and that's left outside the off stump, and umpire Illingworth, I think, signalling that it's time for a sanitisation break by rubbing his hands together. That's obviously the agreed upon signal. I don't think I've seen an umpire do that before.
Just think that Leicester are piling on the runs here. Essex 320 for 2 I'm seeing against Worcestershire, so
is another new road.
Yeah, there's another
there, I think.
Yeah, there's generally you tend to think of pitches at Worcester offering an equal amount of bat and ball, but on this occasion it's Essex who are piling up the runs.
I think the dissenters for 8 points for a draw will continue to grow if that one turns out to be a draw, and Worcestershire will have drawn all 4 of their games and may well be second in the group, although it's a very, very tight group, that one. Group 1, it's at the moment it's the tightest in terms of points. There's only 23 points separating top and bottom, and Nottinghamshire are in a good position and they're the bottom team.
Well, here, as you can see, that's the pavilion camera looking out over the ground, and the strip that's been selected for this match is proving very, very comfortable to bat on. 344 for 5. I just looked at there appeared to be a flurry of boundaries around the time that Hill got to his 100. There were, in fact, Josh Shaw conceded 4 boundaries in 2 overs, and that's why Chris Dent really had to make a rapid change, because he couldn't afford to let Leicestershire really accelerate, and that's why there's been a switch to bring Smith on from the Ashley Down Road end. Although a bit of a chat here between Ryan Higgins and his captain, and as the sanitation break ends, I think Higgins may be coming back from the Ashley Down Road end to replace Smith, so that short experiment didn't last.
I suspect
very long.
It might be a change of ends for Tom
It's
Smith.
possible.
Although maybe not immediately, because Dom Goodman hasn't got his cap yet, so he may get one more over, but that's certainly something that they could decide to do, because is Worrell likely to come back for another spell before lunch? I don't know.
Well, Gloucestershire have got 5 bowlers in the side. I mean, Brathwaite could bowl a little bit of spin. He and Dent both had a brief bowl at Southampton, but really 5 frontline bowlers, and you really have needed all 5 of them on this pitch. Higgins is back into the attack. He's bowling to Hill, and that's down the leg side and not taken cleanly by Tom Lace. They've scampered through for 2, and they'll in fact not need to run any further because it's gone all the way to the rope, and it's signalled as leg byes by umpire Nigel Long.
Yeah, Lace went tumbling away there, but Higgins has drifted down leg a few times today, and he's done so off the first ball of his new spell.
Higgins has bowled more overs than any of the Gloucestershire bowlers this season, and being turned to again by his captain to try and break this 6-wicket stand, which these two came together at 268, so they've added 80, and Mike has 36 of those, 80 since the dismissal of Harry Swindles, which already feels a long time ago, even though it was at the start, or very close to the start of this session.
Kind of similar to yesterday, really, in the very early wicket, and then nothing since, and no sign of anything.
Higgins in and turned away by Hill this time for a single. Jack Taylor does the fielding, moving round from mid-wicket. Goodman is away on the boundary at deep backward square. I just wonder, I possibly with you, Ed, I wonder whether Smith might change ends, and then Worrell is kept up Gloucestershire's sleeve for a burst immediately after lunch. Got half an hour to go until the interval at the moment. Higgins brought back and strikes Mike on the pad. Looked a bit high from our vantage point. and Higgins was the only person who was interested.
Yes, but
It tells you all you need to know.
Appeal maybe in sympathy from Tom Lace, but it was not a shout that expected to get anything. It's jagging down the leg side maybe, as well as height being an issue.
Brathwaite's arms went up, but I don't think there was anything particularly audible. Higgins again to Mike, solidly forward defensive. Our email remains open, of course, throughout the commentary. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. And welcome to hear from you. Thanks to Alex for his email earlier on, and to Adrian for letting us know about the registration of Phillips. I wasn't at the AGM on Tuesday night this week, so that would have been, I wouldn't say exclusive to the people in that, but obviously they have an inside line from Will Brown on that particular matter. 350 up for Leicestershire, 350 for 5. They started the day 264 for 4. Swindle's the one player out today to LBW to Higgins, but Mike and Hill have looked as comfortable as Evans and Hill and Harris before him looked yesterday.
Yep, Hill is heading towards his career best as well, that match that we were talking about at the Oval, and Lewis Hill made 126 there, so I think you'd be a brave person to say that he wouldn't get there given the way things are going. And it is indeed Tom Smith from the Bristol Pavilion, and Dom Goodman doesn't have a cap on, but he is going to end his spell. Current figures: 24 overs, 5 maidens, none for 72. So the overall economy for the innings is bang on 3 and over.
And Leicestershire getting close to the 6th wicket record on this ground against Gloucestershire as well, with these two.
Having already broken one partnership record on this ground for Leicestershire. And Tom Smith with a slip in place. I'll bowl to Ben Mike, just moving Ryan Higgins to more like backward square rather than short fine. Down the pitch comes Mike and drives it confidently away up to Dom Goodman at mid-on, and they will pick up 1 run. Mid-off and mid-on, not quite right back on the ropes, but it is deep mid-off and deep mid-on rather than mid-off and mid-on. Deep cover out and a deep mid-wicket, very much on the defensive really. Apart from that slip, and even mid-wicket and cover aren't really in a catching position as Hill comes forward and rolls it up the pitch for Smith to collect. He's still selecting their balls to attack. Hill and Mike, they've played admirably really, as have all the Leicestershire batsmen. So that's carved away off the back foot. It'll be a single out towards deep cover. I say all the Leicestershire batsmen that got in, because as soon as anybody's got in, they've scored a lot of runs. It's either been single figures or it's been decent contributions. As Smith bowls to Mike, stays in his crease and just turns away to Brathwaite at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And sometimes it has been said about not this pitch necessarily, but the thing about batting at Bristol is it's not necessarily. I'll come back to that.
Smith bowls, it's full, and
it's not necessarily
fielding off his own
hard
bowling
to stay in, but perhaps it's harder to score. It's not actually the hanging around that's the problem. Well, here these batsmen have proved that if you can get in, you can score at a reasonable rate.
Smith bowls, that struck him on the pad, I think, and headed down towards short fine. They'll pick up a leg by, and that's already the end of the over. Smith rattling through them. Gloucestershire, by the way, are ahead by 7 now on the over rate, 353 for 5. And you talk about pitches in general sometimes being like this as well, that it's not necessarily the absolute easiest to start, but as soon as you do start, you're then in, and so far that's proven to be the case on this pitch. Having said that, of course, though, particularly Lewis Hill didn't have any difficulty starting either, really.
His approach was quite aggressive from the outset.
And that's not necessarily in keeping with the traditional Bristol slow, low surface that you can't play your shots on.
Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end, in his second spell of the day, has the 1 wicket so far. Mike batting at number 7 for Leicestershire. Captain Callum Parkinson probably due in next, and then Chris Wright, Dieter Klein and Alex Evans if we get that far. But 353 for 5. Means that it'll take a good response from Gloucestershire when their turn comes. Mike faces Higgins once more. That's up to Dan Worrell at mid-on. Pleasantly played, but no addition to the score. And we had a change of ball late on yesterday before the second new ball arrived. But this ball is now old enough that it's not really doing very much at all for these Gloucestershire bowlers. Mike in the air, but safe down towards Don Goodman, who's at deep backward square. Didn't really time that. Didn't make the sort of crisp sound that one or two of his drives have made earlier on in the day. Just a single, 354 for 5. Higgins 1 for 60, but he's now in his 28th over, so although the wicket has been expensive for him, he's generally been pretty economical. Hill goes back into his crease and they'll try and pinch a cheap single there, and Mike answered the call. And it's not a. This is the occasion where the captains earn their money, I suppose, in relative terms, don't they? Because they've got multiple plates to spin here in terms of not losing control of the game.
Yeah, and they've set that sort of balance between defence and attack so far accordingly.
Higgins in again to Mike, who will defend. And it's taken a lot of concentration from Chris Dent over the last 139 overs, 119 overs as you were.
You wonder how much he's standing there thinking about the innings that he might have to play as well.
Yeah, and how soon he might have to play it. Higgins in, yeah, for some reason I was trying to add the overs bowled yesterday to the overs bowled on the board, and of course that relates to the overs bowled with this ball, so it is 139, now 140 overall, 120 I should say, 80 with the old ball and 40 with the new one. And hard to know what else Gloucestershire can try. They're trying to switch the bowlers round. They've changed the ends for Smith, but of their seam bowlers they've got one who Leicestershire are scoring quickly off, and you've got another inexperienced one, so hence why Smith is being asked really just to try and tie one end up.
Hill on strike, 118 is his score. Still the same field really as Smith bowls to him, and that's driven back to the bowler.
You say hailstone. Sorry, you say rain in Taunton. Hailstones in Cheltenham, I'm told. So rain north and south, but nothing here at the moment.
Smith bowls, and that's just pushed away, and they thought about taking off for a quick single there, decided against it. Mike is an absolute live wire from the non-strikers end, and he'll sort of yo-yo as quickly forward down the pitch as he can get back. still looks like a run out is the only way they're going to prize these two out, as that's a full ball and defended once more. And Mike was just, I think, signalling to Lewis Hill that yes, there wasn't a single there. I knew that. Smith bowls flat, and this will be once more played back to the bowler. So there's certainly some interruptions around. It's raining at Hove. It's also raining in Cardiff. So there's rain all round Bristol, really, apart from in Bristol itself, as Hill comes forward, plays to short extra, and there's no run. And the reason why it's a huge disappointment, I think, to every county cricket fan that it's raining in Cardiff is because it is Darren Stevens' 45th birthday today, as Smith bowls and back goes Hill and gets it past the dive of extra cover and will go down towards deep mid off for a single.
Yeah, that's Dent getting really to his feet there, and you couldn't blame him.
356 for 5 at the end of the over, and I think surely every cricket fan, even a Glamorgan fan, couldn't deny Darren Stevens a 5-wicket haul on his birthday. Surely not.
How many he's got at the moment?
Well, he's got 3 overnight. I think it was overnight anyhow, and so 2 more for the 5 for Glamorgan, 129 for 5 in reply to Kent's 138. So he's got the chance to do it. He just needs to get out there. What a shame that the weather gods are not playing ball at Cardiff at the moment.
Higgins in his second spell of the day, and on the walk Hill scampers through for a single to Jack Taylor. Takes the stand up to 89, and that means it's beaten the 6th wicket record for Leicestershire here at Bristol, set in 1948. Messrs Prentice and Cornock, who put on 87 together.
Can't say I remember them too well.
No, I wasn't here at the time, I don't think.
You don't think?
I know. Here is Mike this time, pinching a single really on the leg side. Higgins is making sure that he knows where that front foot is legally able to come down. In front of umpire Nigel Long.
Of course, yesterday Darren Stevens dismissed Marnus Labuschagne, which is not an easy thing to do, and I'm sure the calls for Darren Stevens for England were also getting louder and louder. There is, after all, an opening.
Some of our colleagues in Kent would have been pretty vociferous in that. Higgins in once more. All good stop. Jack Taylor has Hill, who's got through the 90s very quickly and has reverted to type since he got to the 100 in just picking the right ball to attack.
It hasn't really dismissed any bowler like he has Josh Shaw so far.
Higgins staying over the wicket and into the ground this time by Hill. Brathwaite must feel he hasn't contributed a great deal to this match so far. He's been largely at slip. The ball hasn't come his way, other than from Lacey from Bracey or Lace when the ball is dead. He needs to get some runs with the bat, you feel. And here is Higgins in, that's outside the off stump. And Lace takes, and we say Lace because he is behind the stumps. It was just after 11:30 that James Bracey took a blow on the fingers trying to take a ball down the leg side from Ryan Higgins. Both gloves came off straight away, and David Bartlett, the Gloucestershire physio, came out and had a look, and he and Bracey walked off, and Bracey cut a very frustrated figure as he left the field. So He's not on the field at the moment. No news as yet as to what the damage may be. But there is the Leicestershire card, having been put in, remember, yesterday, and I don't think anybody really felt that was the wrong call from Chris Dent. But it's just that the pitch has not behaved as the Gloucestershire captain, or indeed the bowlers, hoped, and Dan Worrell said as much at stumps yesterday.
Yep, and as we've already discussed, I think Gloucestershire would have made the same decision if they had it all over again. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, but it may not have affected the overall outcome of the game anyway. We shan't know that. So Smith to continue, and he will bowl. And Mike, I thought he was going to have a charge down the pitch there, but ended up deciding against that. As bad as things might be here, if you're a Gloucestershire fan, I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it again, it could be worse. You could be a Hampshire fan, or you could be a Warwickshire fan, as Smith bowls, and that's driven back to Tom Smith, who stops it. Of course, both those two sides top of their groups at the moment, but have been brought crashing to earth. Warwickshire were bowled out for 87 by Durham yesterday, and in reply, Durham are 164 without loss, as that's turned away down to long on. It is long on. Dom Goodman on the rope. Another single is taken, 359 for 5. Ben Mike up to 41, which is a quite extraordinary scoreline, that, with Lee's 73 not out, Young 90 not out. It's pushed to mid-wicket this time for no run. And meanwhile, in the game at the Oval, Hampshire bowled out for 92 yesterday. Extraordinary figures for Jordan Clark. 6 wickets he took for 21. As going back is Hill, turning out to deep mid-wicket. We'll pick up one more, 360 for 5. And in reply to that 92, Surrey currently 224 for 2, with Hashim Amla 110 not out.
You won't be giving that up easily.
Here's Smith. Bowls, it's driven off the inside half of the bat down to mid-wicket. Brathwaite does the fielding. 360 for 5, that's the end of over 123 for the innings. Things rather drifting along out there, with Leicestershire quite happy just to tick Tom Smith over for 3-4 runs and over.
Well, Hill has scored 44 this morning and Mike 41, so this has been a stand where they sort of take an equal responsibility in different ways to try and advance this Leicestershire score. 360 for 5. It would be fascinating to know where their target is, really, in terms of time more than anything else. We're 11 minutes until lunch, so they will have added this morning 100 runs or thereabouts. I think they'll want to bat until tea, Ed, wouldn't you? Maybe even a bit after.
Yeah, I should think so.
It's the psychological effect of having a score that starts with a 5 on the board, you feel, and that's where they may be wanting to get to.
T might be the cut-off then. I suppose the question is, do they, if they get to that point, do they think, why even stop there? Why not try and make this the only time that we bat?
Well, Hampshire tried to do that, but they've got to leave themselves enough time to get 20 wickets as well. They've only had 5 in 4 sessions, very nearly. And there's the 6th one. Higgins has finally got Lewis Hill. He's gone for 121. Off stump, flattened, and it's taken a long time, but Gloucestershire have finally removed the second Leicestershire Centurion. Got it between bat and pad, and Higgins celebrates probably as much a release of tension as anything else. 360 for 6, and Hill finally has to go. 121 he's made, and he's certainly backed up the efforts of Harris and Sam Evans before him in very good style.
Yep, and understandably, all the Leicestershire players who, just like yesterday, are around the edge of the advertising boards rather than on the balcony are giving him the standing ovation that I'm sure he would have received had there been a crowd in place. Tremendous effort from Lewis Hill, and the only shame from his point of view is that he falls just 5 runs short of his equalling his career best, 6 runs short of getting that career best. And really, it didn't look as though the ball did a whole lot. It's not as though the ball suddenly moved or anything like that. I think Hill just really played down the wrong line. He seemed to plant that front foot there for the drive and hadn't spotted that that was the one that Higgins just angled in, basically. There was nothing more than just the angle of the ball, and the ball going through the gate. So Callum Parkinson is out in the middle, capable. In fact, really, he's got very, very similar numbers to Ben Mike, average around about 18.5, highest score in the 70s. So nothing to suggest necessarily that Gloucestershire are right through Leicestershire yet here.
Some numbers for Hill: 221 balls, 15 fours and a 6, and 285 minutes. So in terms of time, he made those runs in at a pretty good rate. 176 balls for his 100, so just maintained that kind of ratio all the way through. And Gloucestershire's second wicket of the morning at a cost of 96 at the moment. Awkward little spell for Parkinson, not the normal Leicestershire captain, but Colin Ackerman not playing in this match because of a concussion protocol that he's having to adhere to, and Parkinson off the mark straight away. And I'm sure his view will be as Goodman's throw goes over the top of Tom Lace, and any overthrows are prevented by Ian Cobain's backing up. And Parkinson will just be, I'm sure, keen to get to lunch, and then he and Paul Nixon will have a tactical chat about where they are, and these two can play with a degree of freedom, Ed, can't they?
Well, yeah, they can, because they want 400 first of all, I think. So I'm not sure that they're going to be, charging down the pitch to Tom Smith, etc. But there's not a huge amount of pressure on them. No, I'll give you that.
Higgins, that's a short one. It's taken by Lace, marginally down the leg side, but not too far.
It's interesting, this, actually. You're talking about, obviously, the fact that Callum Parkinson is not the usual captain. Sometimes having that change of leader without your usual captain, we saw what it did for India in Australia, for example.
Higgins in once more, another short one. And again, Ben Mike ducks underneath it. And Tom Lace is in splendid isolation there. He's got nobody as a close catcher. And Gloucestershire have taken wickets at either end of this morning session, just the two.
And in some ways that can actually help you rally round the new captain and come up with a better performance.
Higgins in, and Mike says no. I thought of a single. He's stopped by Tom Smith getting onto the ball really quickly.
Just sometimes having that change of leadership style as much as anything else can sometimes bring something different out of you. Not to say that they're necessarily a better captain or anything, but just sometimes, it could almost have been seen by Leicestershire as a bit of a fresh start here without the usual captain. Things are a little bit different, and it's gone differently for them.
Higgins to Ben Mike, and for the third time in the over, he ducks under a shortish ball, back of a length, and not interested in playing it. And Higgins gets some applause for the wicket in that over. But there is a Leicestershire card with 2 Centurions and 2 other good contributions as well, which is why they're in a very strong position here. Skipper, 2 batsmen just having a chat. There's going to be some more protective padding brought out. Jack Taylor's strapping the lightweight pads on, so he's going to be going in, you would feel, at short leg to Smith. Also, it just ekes away a few minutes ahead of the lunch break as well. This might be the last over. According to my watch and in the Pavilion clock, there's only 3 minutes to go until lunch, so Gloucestershire might tactically make sure that this is the last over.
Yes, I'm not sure that either side necessarily is desperate to get one more over in. Probably doesn't make massive amounts of difference to Leicestershire, although having said that, with Parkinson out there new, probably would be thinking that they wouldn't be wanting that extra over either. So it's still that position really, at that backward short leg really, as Smith bowls to Parkinson, and Parkinson plays forward and straight to the skipper at short extra cover, and there's no run. It's
interesting though that Gloucestershire, if this is the last over, they've only bowled 29 overs this morning, which is in contrast to yesterday.
And they bowled 7 ahead on the over rate. Yeah. You can do that, I suppose. Smith bowls, and that's left alone this time by Parkinson. At least good to see that there is some intention to attack the new batsman. That short backward square, as Parkinson entirely convincing in terms of the foot movement forward or back there, but he made the adjustment, and that's been a bit of a theme really, in terms of they've seemed to be able to time the ball with ease, but then also in situations like that they've been able to make adjustments to a ball that hasn't necessarily done what they expected. Forward as Parkinson this time more confidently, just playing that with a very dead bat, and with Smith marching through and still 2 minutes left, it looks like we may well still get another over in. So once more Parkinson forward and pushing up the pitch. So now there almost seems to be more of a concerted effort from Smith to try and get through the over, so perhaps Gloucestershire did want one more over after all. It doesn't really matter what they want because they're going to get it, as the full ball is played to extra cover. It's a maiden over from Tom Smith, so at the very least trying to build some sort of scoring rate pressure, possibly on Ben Mike, but they're going to have to continue to do that after lunch really, because 12:59 on the clock. They're going to get around in time to get another over in.
Yes, Nigel Long just in position. The clock still says 59, so Higgins will have the one more over in this stint, and you feel sure that we would see Dan Worrell probably straight after lunch. He's only had the one spell this morning. Higgins then to try and disrupt this Leicestershire innings, having got rid of Hale in the last over, but Mike I think has thoughts of the salad or whatever is on the menu at lunchtime. He has 41, and I know we were speculating as to whether he might be batting a bit higher than in some other teams, but he's looked perfectly competent this morning. And Higgins into me, just plays that quietly out on the offside into the ground. There's the view across from the camera at the apartments end of the ground towards the stands that will be obviously occupied for the Somerset match. That's the expectation anyway, when we come back here for the next home game in the Championship. Trip to Lords in between. And Higgins from the Ashley Down Road end, and Mike lets that go through to Tom Lace, who I'm sure would not have thought of having to keep this morning when play started, but he's doing so because James Bracey is off the field, having taken a blow at just after 11:30. In fact, Lace has just taken the helmet off and just keeping in a cap now, even though he's standing back. Higgins in again to Mike, who I think he's just set on defence. Clouds just coming over the ground a bit at the moment. It was obviously the resumption after lunch yesterday which caused a delay. Ed might just look at the rain radar and see.
Yeah, there is rain coming, I think, and we may well see it come during the lunch interval.
Higgins in to Mike, who squeezes that away down to Dom Goodman at long leg. He has 42, so Leicestershire have had 98 this morning for the loss of wicketkeeper Harry Swindles and Lewis Hill, the two overnight batsmen, both to Ryan Higgins at either end of the session.
I think you'd like to hope, looking at the radar, that most of the rain will happen over the lunch break, but I think we are going to get some rain.
Higgins in, and Parkinson defends out on the offside. Tom Smith fields, and that, ladies and gentlemen, as Parkinson walks away purposefully, is lunch on the second day. Leicestershire session again, you'd have to say. 98 for 2 in the session. Higgins with the 2 wickets, and Mike and skipper Parkinson still there with power to add for Leicestershire. Worrell had gone wicketless in his opening spell, and the overall figures for Gloucestershire now: Worrell has 4 for 69 from 29 overs, Higgins 2 for 65 from 31, Goodman 0 for 72 from 24, Shaw 0 for 78 from 19, and Smith 0 for 60 from 23. And those figures, I'm afraid, Ed, do say that most of the threat has come from the opening bowlers. After that, there's not been a lot for Leicestershire to worry about on what is a very good pitch.
Yep, 6 for 134, if my adding up is right, between Worrell and Higgins. And so you can do the maths on what's happened with everybody else. It's been
0 for 210, in fact.
Yes, there have been 9 leg buys and 9 buys as well. But either way, it's 0 for a lot, and that's been the problem. There's just never been that consistent threat from a change bowler. Dom Goodman bowled well yesterday for the most part, without necessarily passing the bat too many times, but then, to be honest, even Ryan Higgins overall hasn't passed the bat too much. It's just been heavy going, but what has been lacking for quite a lot of it has been the control from the change bowlers, and that's really been the story for Gloucestershire so far, and they're hoping that Worrell can come back after lunch and produce a couple of breakthroughs, and then maybe finally Gloucestershire would be through.
But they're going to face a big score, that's for sure. 362 for 6. The ground staff just doing their essential work on the pitch over lunch. That's where we are, 362 for 6. Hope you can join us for what we hope will be a prompt resumption at 1:40. But as Ed said, there is some rain on the radar forecast, and it may be that falls during the lunch break. We hope that's the case, and we can get a prompt resumption. Either way, we will be back with you when play resumes, hopefully at 20 to 2. Join us then with Leicestershire 362 for 6, having added 92 this morning for the loss of the overnight pair. Hill for 121, and Swindles, who went much earlier in the day, the first victim for Ryan Higgins, he was out for 5. Mike has 42, Parkinson has 1. Join us, if you will, at 1:40. Well, here at the Bristol County Ground, we're about to get underway on the afternoon session, and the rain that was on Ed Seaborn's computer program about the rain radar has not yet arrived, I'm pleased to say. Has it skirted round us as our head? I suppose that's the thing. It's the nature of showers. We caught one yesterday which lost us half an hour at the time, but obviously that was made up at the end of the day when the light was perfectly good. But at the moment, 362 for 6 Leicestershire, as you can see at the top of your screen. 42 to Ben Mike and 1 to Callum Parkinson. Any indication from that rain radar that it might be still lurking about?
Well, it looked as though we were going to hit some rain for sure, and then due to the peculiarities of Bristol's geographical location, I think that the rain has somehow looked at the Severn and skirted round it. It's very odd the way that rain behaves around Bristol, but that's exactly what it's done. The rain has moved away, and we can see the main cloud away over towards the Moundstand side of the ground, and that's the rain that it looked as though we were going to catch. But now that we haven't caught that, it looks as if we should actually be all right for quite a long time after that.
That's good then.
Should be. Yeah.
Gloucestershire, well, what can they do here to try and take these last 4 Leicestershire wickets in a bit of a hurry? They've got, it's quite breezy just out there at the moment, and Tom Smith looks like he's going to bowl the first over after lunch from the pavilion end. We did wonder whether Dan Worrell might be into the attack soon after lunch. He may be, of course, but from the Ashley Down Road. But Smith to resume, and Leicestershire certainly eyeing 400, and you would think, well, 450 if they could get them.
Yep, I think they are in a position where they're probably just going to keep batting and then seeing where they get to potentially. I doubt they'll be doing too much reassessment at the moment, just continuing to bat. Dan Worrell does have his cap off at deep cover, and Smith bowls the first ball of the afternoon. An immediate use of the feet from Ben Mike, and he's going to pick up a single. As I'm not sure whether Smith deliberately tried to deflect the ball onto the stumps or whether he just didn't quite feel cleanly. Either way, it's a single to start off with. 363 for 6. We'll see what kind of field Tom Smith gets, and the answer is he is going to have that close catcher at the sort of leg gully, backward short leg type position, as Smith bowls to Parkinson, who comes forward, plays very correctly. Doesn't strike you as somebody that's going to give you his wicket away particularly cheaply, Callum Parkinson, especially with the added responsibility of the captaincy this match. As Smith is there, bowls to Callum Parkinson, and he's forward and playing that one away to cover. And Dan Worrell was doing some warm-ups a moment ago, so I think we can be fairly sure that he is indeed going to open the bowling from the other end. As Smith is there, bowls back of a length, and back on his stumps goes Parkinson to defend once more. So certainly no immediate signs of aggression, and Gloucestershire also brought up mid-off and mid-on to save the single now. Smith bowls. Parkinson's going to set off for a quick single. Dent once more trying that slide, pick up and throw, but it was well judged. 364 for 6. Parkinson moves on to 2. Leicestershire continuing with this steady accumulation as Smith bowls. Mike drives right back to the bowler. So tidy start from Tom Smith. I don't think it was too much of a surprise that Tom Smith opened the bowling after lunch. He had been doing a pretty tidy job actually before lunch, not necessarily looking too threatening, although he did have a chance, half chance really, rather than a chance you'd say, off Mike, who came down the pitch and inside edged it down to fine leg for a couple of runs. So you do feel like there might be the possibility of a wicket with Smith bowling. I look to keep things tight with Worrell bowling at the other end. 364 for 6. The score.
That's the camera, pardon me, on the scoreboard side of the ground. Ground staff down there all well wrapped up against the elements, and the wind is certainly a little bit chillier since lunch. Worrell, though, in a sweater, will take the attack once again to Leicestershire from the Ashley Down Road end. Into the 5th session of this Leicestershire first innings, and Parkinson out on the onside. No addition to the score. If you've perhaps been working this morning and catching a bit of the stream this afternoon, or perhaps you've been out and about this morning and with us on this Friday afternoon, you're very welcome. Ian Randall and Ed Seaborn describing matters out in the middle. And one important fact we should give you as Worrell comes in and bowls to Parkinson, who defends. What's happened today, arguably the most important thing that's happened today. You'll see the number 8 on the back of the wicket keeper. That is not James Bracey. That is Tom Lace, who is keeping because Bracey's off the field after receiving some advice. Not much treatment, I don't think, but then coming off, having tried to take a ball from Ryan Higgins down the leg side. Both gloves came off immediately. Bracey, I think, knew there was something wrong, and he hasn't been on the field since just after half past 11. That's the view of what is a pretty defensive field here now, set by Chris Dent.
It felt, unfortunately, a bit like a ticking time bomb, that for James Bracey.
Worrell in, and Parkinson lets that go.
Came off a short run there, I think, did Worrell. It doesn't have the longest of run-ups. Most of his power, it comes through his delivery, but that time I think he took an even shorter run-up. But he had so many blows on the fingers, been looking uncomfortable the last 2 matches, and unfortunately it just kind of felt like a really bad blow was only around the corner at some point.
Worrell in, and again Parkinson defends, and you know, he is such an important player for Gloucestershire in so many ways. You know, where he bats, the fact that he's the vice captain, the fact that he's the first choice keeper with international aspirations as well. Worrell to Parkinson. He's got a bit of a jab on the right hand there, just takes his right hand off the bat. And the weary Worrell walks away once more. He's come into a pretty heavy workload here in these first 2 matches as Gloucestershire's main overseas player in this first part of the season, along with Carlos Brathwaite, who we hope will get some runs when his turn comes to bat. But a long bowl at the Aegeus Bowl and a long bowl here in the first innings. Maybe his only one, that's what he'll be hoping.
I'm not sure that he would have necessarily expected the 2 pitches that he's bowled on so far. Maybe Lords will be more to his liking in the next match. I suspect it might be, with that slope to use, and usually, although it depends actually what kind of pitch you get at Lords, as Smith continues and Mike tries to turn that one into the leg side, but I'm not sure if he got a bat on that or whether it just ricocheted off his thigh pad. Anyhow, it's not gone very far and out into the mid-wicket region. Usually Lord's a pretty good place to bowl, you'd think, but just occasionally you can get a really good pitch for batting. So that's turned into the leg side. Square leg moves across. There'll be a shot at the stumps, which won't be in time, and probably a good thing that didn't hit the stumps and ricochet off somewhere. They've come through for a single. 44 now to Ben Mike, 365 for 5, and for Ben Mike, who I think somebody who still sort of making their way in terms of their first class career and been given the chance to be the all-rounder, bat number 7 as Parkinson is forward and playing that one out into the covers. He's certainly done himself no harm with this innings. Admittedly, he'll come out at more tricky positions as the all-rounder at number 7, but they clearly want him to grow into that more genuine all-rounders type role to Leicestershire. It's going back. Parkinson stabs that one away into the covers, but will prevent a run. So Smith continuing to tie things down a little bit. Parkinson has been rather steady so far, we'll put it that way, as pushes that one out into the mid-wicket region. Gloucestershire kept things tight in terms of the field against him as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is Smith's 25th over. Only 3 maidens, which just shows that Leicestershire have just found a way to nurdle the singles off Smith. And there's another one.
It might be... Nope, you're right, just the single as Brathwaite throws off balance, but always going to be a single. Back at a square on the leg side. 366 for 6. Parkinson will keep the strike. Probably Dan Worrell would want to be bowling at him in general. And possibly if they can just trap Parkinson on strike, then possibly Ben Mike might feel as if he's got to play a shot that he doesn't have to.
David Payne's coming out. I don't know why that is. He's got a black jacket on, so it's obviously either with a message or there's more padding being strapped up here. So again, Gloucestershire going for they're actually taking the lightweight pads away from Jack Taylor, so that may indicate that the short leg option is not going to apply for the moment to either Worrell or Smith. And as I say, Payne came out not carrying anything, but maybe that was a tactical message maybe from the dressing room. 366 for 602 Leicestershire added so far today, for the loss of Swindells for 5 and Hill for 121. Worrell to his 31st over, and Parkinson gets one out of the way of that with his bat well out of the line.
Fairly tight leave there from Parkinson, mostly leaving it on bounce, but I think possibly Dan Worrell might have his tail up a little bit here in terms of Parkinson's really just shown that he's defending at the moment.
Worrell staying over the wicket.
No.
And then of course he plays a nice punch drive away out through extra cover. There's a chase up towards the fence in front of the apartments, and the ball beats the fielder who's on the chase up there, and it goes all the way for 4, and there's the touch of gloves between the two batsmen.
Unfortunately, it was a half volley, really, wasn't it?
Pleasantly played shot, though. And Parkinson onto it. 370 for 6. Leicestershire, and they proved in the game at the Oval that although there, as that ball strikes the stumps from Parkinson, but no run out.
12th man doing the work there for Gloucestershire, because that surely would have been 4 runs straight down the ground if it hadn't smacked into the stumps.
Worrell again. Parkinson just works that into the onside, but just a defensive shot.
It has been the mark of Leicestershire's batting in this innings, really. Whenever they've looked to attack, they've kept it along the ground. There's been so few shots that have been hit in the air.
Yeah, and you have to say that I know that I suspect that was a flat pitch like this one certainly appears to be, but they dug in at the Oval when they had a lot of runs against them on the board against Surrey. And again, left by Parkinson through to Tom Lace.
I think really in terms of actual balls in the air, the only time that happened was when Sam Evans was clipping the ball into the leg side, and then eventually that's what led to his downfall, but the others, nothing.
Worrell to Parkinson, who again isn't interested in playing a shot. There's a little bit of shape on that as it pitched and then went away to the right of Tom Lace, 370 for 6 Leicestershire. Mike came in early this morning when Swindles was out, and he's done an admirable job at number 7 for his side. And that's the view from the top of the pavilion out on what is a very comparatively chilly scene here at the Bristol County Ground. You've got players with hands in pockets, and another pause here. Goodman might be down on the boundary. I'm not quite sure why there is a delay. Tom Smith is going to continue.
Craig Brathwaite's running, taking the opportunity to run a few sprints out there at backward point.
I think that might be who's walked off there. Is that Miles Hammond? If he is, he has been on the field as a 12th man, and if that's the case, the hair looks a bit short for Hammond actually, unless he's been to the barbers. Anyway, Smith is to continue.
Mike on 44. Just comes down the pitch and works that one up to long on. They'll push hard for the second run, but never be a second run there, even though the throw was a bit of a dribbler down towards Tom Smith. 3-7-1 for 6, so they've got Mike off strike early. And long on coming up's really about the only change to the field. There's still a sweeper out covering deep cover and deep mid-wicket. Tom Smith wants a change. So there'll be 2 fielders in place in the covers. It's really just a question of where he thinks Parkinson's going to hit it. Smith bowls and forward defensively. I suppose if he's going to just bowl mostly full and on and around off stump, it makes sense to have that extra fielder in the covers.
Yeah, one's quite a straight, short cover, aren't they?
Parkinson tries to nurdle that one through the covers. Brathwaite across to stop it from backward point. The wind is just a little stronger than it was this morning. It's coming from a pretty much northerly direction as Smith bowls. Turn away into the leg side, quick single, and they'll get it quite comfortably.
And the thing with a strong wind, of course, it can do one of 2 things. It can either blow the rain towards us, or it can blow the rain away from us. And the hope would be that, as yesterday, we can escape the worst of it.
And it's certainly not strong enough that it's going to affect the ball's movement very much. Smith in bowls, and Mike playing quietly to mid-wicket. Smith continuing to race through the overs. You'd think that he may be bowling almost as long as this innings lasts at this point. Possibly as Smith bowls full and played defensively. We're still a long way off, 29 overs off the 3rd new ball, so Gloucestershire would certainly hope to have got things wrapped up by that point, but who knows. End of another over, 372 for 6, and Mike has 45. His innings has just slowed down a little. His strike rate was well over 60 not too long ago in terms of his innings, just dipped a little below 50 now, and Parkinson has 8 to his name.
Worrell isn't hurrying to get to the end of his mark, that's for sure. And if Leicestershire are taking time out of the game by perhaps not scoring as quickly as they might have thought overall. They're down below 3 and over now, and with Gloucestershire so far ahead on the over rate, then they may not be hurrying too much to get through the overs in this session either, rather than giving Leicester the advantage to really build this score and take the game away from them. 372 for 6 it is at the moment. Worrell into his 32nd over. He bowled 31 at the Ageas Bowl last week. So
that is a real body of work, isn't it?
It is.
Admittedly, it was only the one innings.
this
and
is
then
his 6th spell in the match. Parkinson away on the offside. Just to remind you that because of the almost blanket social media boycott by sports clubs over this May Day bank holiday weekend, it basically starts at 3 o'clock today. Your contributions welcome via email, especially commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Way to get in touch with us, and Lace has to jump and take that as Worrell just tries the quicker delivery. I say the quicker one, but the shorter one, really, to be a more accurate description.
I think some people enjoyed it out there anyway. I'm not sure whether it was the fact that Tom Lace had gone up to reach for the ball or not, or whether it was the bouncer itself.
Worrell in a sleeveless sweater, and again another short one, which again Lace has to leap up and take. Two Swindles and Hill, the men out this morning. Hill eventually for 121. Swindles out early on, LBW to Higgins for 5, and then Higgins it was who bowled Hill shortly before lunch. Hill having got through to his second first-class 100 of his career, but it's been 5 years since he made the other one, so it's been a good effort from him. And actually, I think we mentioned this yesterday, sometimes before you can start winning games, you've got to start by being competitive in games, and Leicestershire have lost a couple where they've been distinctly second. They battled hard at the Oval, and they're certainly digging in here. Parkinson gets that combination of bat and pad, and the end of another Worrell over. Gloucestershire still need 4 wickets to bat at a time that they want to, rather than a time that Leicestershire choose they want to. And at the moment, it's Leicestershire who do hold all the aces.
And really, you'd have to say that Worrell is sort of, at the moment, he's the only bowler, given that Higgins is probably going to be unavailable for a little bit, that you feel might be able to take the wicket rather than have Leicestershire give them their wickets. But you cannot fault Dan Worrell for his efforts since coming over. He's tried his very best to vary what he's done, as Mike is forward and deadening that one into the covers. Tom Smith starting the new over. He's tried bouncers, he's tried his best to move the ball off the pitch, varied his length. It's really shown what's possible, I think. As that's an on drive from Ben Mike, and it's going to go down towards long on. Another single taken, 373 for 6. Ben Mike to 46, and you just wonder what. I wonder what explicitly Dan Worrell has done over the last couple of games that others haven't, as Smith bowls full and played away to the short extra.
I think Shane McGowan might even have asked him that question last night, in the sense of...
Yes, he did actually, yes.
And he said, just put the ball in the right area all the time.
As Smith is in, bowls, going back and jabbing that one up towards mid-on as Parkinson doesn't get a run for it. The thing that then follows from that, though, is that, for example, Dom Goodman put the ball in the right area a lot yesterday, but didn't make anything happen in terms of... didn't make anything happen, didn't make much happen. That's pushed back to Smith, good one-handed stop of his own bowling. It wasn't... Admittedly, he didn't bowl with the new ball, so it's not necessarily a fair comparison, but Worrell ended up with 4 wickets at the end of the day. The output was the proof, really. Smith bowls to Parkinson, who's forward and
I
once
think
again defensively playing.
You
it.
would argue that Worrell has a little bit of everything in his locker, and obviously he's a much more
I
experienced
think that's the thing, isn't it? It's the versatility that Worrell's
whereas
got.
at the moment Goodman looks to be the bounce is his point of difference, but he doesn't look to be somebody who swings the ball a great deal. Might get a little bit of movement off the pitch, but it's the bounce that you think might be able to bring him some joy. But on this pitch, there's been very little there for him, to be fair. You could understand why at Taunton he would have got something out of that pitch. Less so at Southampton, perhaps. But here, really, there's not been a lot for him at all.
And you wonder actually whether, to be honest, with what has been talked about a lot with these balls, in that they stop doing things, at least that seems to be the suggestion from several people, that they stop doing things quite early. It may be just a case of the ball not helping him as well in that respect.
Worrell in and once dabbed at by Ben Mike. Needs 4 for his 50. And in terms of his first class cruise, he got to 50 twice. So another little milestone potentially here for Leicestershire. Worrell into bowl to Mike once more, and he gets that off a combination, I think, of both bat and pad. Or was it only off the pad? Only off the pad, says umpire Long. Leicestershire don't want to get bogged down here, do they? Where they're at the point that the scoreboard actually stops. If they get too entrenched, that will make it more difficult for them to try and force a win, you would have thought. Parkinson just dabs that out to Jack Taylor, and although there's a bit of keenness for a single for Ben Mike, the captain wasn't interested.
Yeah, and as you said, it's been half an hour now since lunch, and Leicestershire haven't necessarily massively advanced their position in that time, and okay, they could have said first half an hour, that's fine, but at the same time they can't surely just be thinking about drawing this. They've got to be thinking, we've got a great position to win this, we've got to give ourselves some time to take 20 wickets.
They've only added 12. Worrell in, and again that's straight to the fielder from Parkinson.
It is a fairly defensive kind of thought, really, if that is the thinking. I don't suspect it isn't, but at the same time, I suppose maybe they could be saying that Dan Worrell can't bowl all afternoon. Maybe they'll just try to see him out and see who else comes on after that.
Parkinson waits, and again into the ground. Fielding done by the Graham Van Buren would normally be the chief shiner of the ball in the field for Gloucestershire. Well, he's not out there. Ian Cobain's got that job. Worrell 4 for 73 at the moment, as you can see. And steered away down to third man. Once more, Leicestershire adding a single off the last ball of Worrell's over. So the last wicket went down at 360. They've added 15 together, these two, but they've taken quite a while over it.
It's, it's almost 11 overs now,
yeah,
I think.
Parkinson has to, I'm sure, with Paul Nixon over lunch, chatted about where the emphasis of the innings should go. I can't believe that they would be concerned about Gloucestershire scoring quickly on this pitch, such that you're going to have a 400 place 400 by the end of day 3. That would mean scoring much faster than Leicestershire have.
Smith continues, he bowls to Parkinson, goes back and forces that one to cover. I suppose the only thing is that we talked a little about the economy rates of Leicestershire so far this season, and most of them are, well, in fact all of them, rounding up to 4 and over plus. several being closer to 5, so there's no, they can't be thinking that that's what they're going to do. So that's just dropped into the gap at point, and there's another single to the total. Parkinson moves into double figures, 376 for 6. But it goes back to the similar discussion we were having a moment ago, really. They can't be thinking about the draw. They can't be thinking that, Gloucestershire are going to move along quicker than we are because of the way that we bowl. They certainly can't be thinking along those lines, as that's turned to mid-wicket quietly by Ben Mike, and there's no run.
I mean, they have had 134 overs to assess the pitch, and if they feel that it's actually getting easier, then okay, maybe we will need every one of the runs we've already worked so hard and grafted for.
Here is Smith, trots into bowl, down the pitch and getting it just past deep mid off. There's a chase on and a dive, and it's in vain. Dom Goodman can't bring it in, and there is the half century for Ben Mike. 380 for 6 the score, and Ben Mike to his 3rd first class 50. So stepping up into that all-rounders role, which he's, I guess, beginning to carve out for himself. I was certainly very impressed with the way he bowled against Somerset, and he's got runs here today. Confident drive which pierced the gap between mid-off and long on, and he's going to come down the pitch once more. More work for Dom Goodman to do at long on, and he's sharply to the ball to make sure that they can't come back for a second run. 381 for 6. Ben Mike on to 51. There's one ball remaining in the over, and just in the last couple of balls, the first signs that Mike has had enough of dabbing the ball about for singles and does want just to begin to move things along a bit for Leicestershire. Tom Smith just at the last moment sending deep square leg out. I'm guessing they wouldn't be too disappointed if Parkinson took a single to keep the strike. Smith bowls, and in fact that's exactly what he's done. He's kind of almost one-day style, when you just feed the batsman a single to make sure that that's all they get. Smith just firing it towards the pads and allowing Parkinson to turn out to deep square for that single. 382 for 6. Parkinson 11 and Ben Mike 51.
50 off 100 balls exactly for Ben Mike. 6 fours, that 6th boundary, bringing up his half century. Also on the, can't see that on the card there, but there are 28 extras in this Leicestershire total. Gloucestershire's out cricket generally pretty tidy, but there have been 9 byes. A couple of those were 4s, I think, from memory, and 9 runs from no balls and wides as well. But they've been out there a long time, and the workhorse that is Dan Worrell has been right at the front of the attack in terms of threat and in terms of contribution. It's into his 34th over. Parkinson waits. Leicestershire captain. It's a pleasant shot away through the gap at cover point. That will go all the way for 4 up to the scoreboard boundary. That's a nice shot. There is a big gap there, but he played that again all along the ground, and Leicestershire advanced their total up to 386 for 6. It was quite wide and not a lot of foot movement, but the bat was certainly in the right place.
Yep, and as we've talked about several times there, it just looked as though he had so much time to play that shot. Just plant that front foot there and wallop, which is really very similar fashion to how Lewis Hill was doing it, mostly against Josh Shaw admittedly, but even Dan Worrell receiving a bit of treatment there.
Tom Smith's dropped out onto the boundary now for Worrell on the leg side, and you have work to do here as he's got to come in. Actually, Higgins will get there before he will, and they'll just pick up a single to rotate the strike.
whether it's just an effect of the length of time that these two have had out there just to feel as though they've got their feet back underneath them after the lunch break or not, it has been around about that half an hour mark that they've just, in the last couple of overs, seemingly decided to move things along a bit. I don't think that Parkinson would have played that shot right away after lunch, either way.
No, he only had about 10 minutes before lunch anyway. Round the wicket for Worrell. Well, that's not cleanly taken by Tom Lace. Worrell spins round and ruefully walks back.
That almost lobbed onto the helmet. It just landed over the top of the helmet, at least from our angle anyway. I'm not sure about from the front-on angle. You probably have had a better view at home than we did, but it certainly looked as though for one moment it was going to go off Lace's gloves and onto the helmet, which would have added further frustrations to Gloucestershire.
Brathwaite being pulled out now from slip to a short mid-wicket. Worrell, and again that's short once more, and Lace leaping around behind the stumps.
Well, this really is just bang it into the pitch now. Every ball from Worrell, right arm round the wicket, with plenty of fielders on the leg side. You've got the leg gully, you've got a long leg, you've got deep square leg mid wicket.
And they're going down the leg side, and once again Lace does want to take that. He's if he had a thought about being a stand-in keeper for Gloucestershire this season in any format, I hope he's been doing some work. If he hadn't been doing any work, this is like a glorified net for him here, because he's going to be keeping for the rest of this innings, and who knows, he might be keeping for the rest of the match as well. There's the view across to the side of the ground where we are at ground level, with a chance to shine board in front of our commentary position, and Leicestershire need 12 more to get them to the psychological 400. I wonder whether they press the pedal when they get there.
Yep, could be another marker for sure. Smith will once more wheel away and attempt to buy a wicket. To say, neither Wright nor Klein in particular are mugs with the bat, so even one more wicket here, you don't necessarily feel as if one will bring two necessarily, as that's just dabbed once more for a single. It's good batting this from Ben Mike. He's not necessarily looked to smack the cover off the ball since the lunch break, but there's a big gap there, and he's just taken the gap that's on offer. 389 for 6. Ben Mike 52. Smith into bowl, back of a length, and just pushed away. Brathwaite's after, it's going to be 2. Worrell coming in off the deep cover boundary. He was rather hopeful that he didn't have to field that. I think in some ways it wouldn't have mattered even if he had just have stood there, because it was 2 runs all the way. 391 for 6. Leicestershire easing their way towards that 400 mark as Smith bowls to Parkinson, and Parkinson's forward and playing up the pitch. We haven't kind of gone through all the scores from around the country, so maybe I'll just begin doing that during this over, as Smith bowls to Parkinson, and acted as though that one kept a bit low on him, did Parkinson, but made the adjustment, and there's no run out to Brathwaite at point. So Nottinghamshire might be about to win a game. I say about to, on their way to winning a game. Derbyshire bowled out for 105 yesterday evening, and Nottinghamshire 101 for 1. As that's pushed up the pitch, no run. As I say bowled out yesterday evening, they weren't quite bowled out yesterday evening. I think they were about 80 odd for 8 at the close, and they bowled out for 105. Luke Fletcher taking 5 for 25. Nottinghamshire in their second innings duck it 50 not out, lead by 252 Last ball of the over is just pushed to cover, no run, 391 for 6 the score here. Durham further building on an incredibly impressive position. Warwickshire bowled out for 87 yesterday with Ben Rain 5 for 9. There were some extraordinary figures around the country. And Durham in reply 208 without loss now. Lees 82 and the New Zealander Will Young 124 not out. At New Road, Essex 390 for 4. Century for Sir Alistair Cook yesterday. Century for Tom Westley today. Dan Lawrence just been dismissed for 90, but more runs for him. And Jake Libby's taken one of the only 4 wickets to fall. He got rid of Westley, so that's the level that Worcestershire.
Libby had quite a long bowl in the championship game last week, actually. He and Darryl Mitchell both had quite a long bowl, which told you that that game was definitely heading towards a draw.
Almost surprising that they weren't resorted to more given the score there. That was Libby's bowled 3 overs and Mitchell's bowled 2. Meanwhile at Taunton they're off for rain again. They weren't on for very long. Middlesex bowled out today for 357. Robbie White 92. Runs for Nick Gubbins as well. Josh Davey and Craig Overton with 3 wickets each, but looks like hard work for Somerset's bowlers there. In reply they're 8 without loss after 7.2 overs, so it's heavy going at Taunton. In the match at the Oval, Surrey are currently all over Hampshire. Hampshire 92 all out yesterday. Jordan Clark taking 6 for 21. And in reply, Surrey 282 for 2. Hashim Amla is 140 not out. Ollie Pope 49 runs for Rory Burns as well. He made 80. And in Group 3 they are playing today on Darren Stevens' 45th birthday, and he has claimed a 4th wicket, so he's just 1 shy of the 5 for. Glamorgan 159 for 7 in reply to Kent's 138. Sussex 328 all out against Lancashire. Lancashire 50 for no wicket in reply there. And at Headingley, Yorkshire 206 all out. Northamptonshire are 125 for 5 in reply there, having recovered a little from 81 for 5. So that's what's going on elsewhere.
And you haven't missed anything here. A sanitisation break, and Josh Shaw is into the attack for the first time since lunch with Leicestershire 391 for 6. That's chopped into the ground, into the offside by Ben Mike. Just scrolling back through the card, Tom Smith has bowled 10 overs in this spell either side of lunch since he came on for Dom Goodman. But it's really just been a case of tying an end up, you feel, for the left arm spinner Shaw, who didn't have a very happy morning session. He's clipped into the on the side by Mike to Smith. Dan Worrell's figures after the end of that spell, so he's bowled 6 spells in the match, 34 overs, 9 maidens, 4 for 79. Higgins is 2 for 65 off 31, and Smith has now bowled 29 overs for 77, but only 3 maidens in that. You know, not very expensive, but truthfully doesn't look as if he's spun the ball very much or created very much pressure or threat. And Shaw, who had an expensive stint in the game at the Ageas Bowl last week, not finding it any easier here.
No, he'll probably be rather glad that it's not Lewis Hill at the other end, at least, because he really did receive some treatment from Lewis Hill this morning, and it was a fairly expensive spell for him last night as well.
That's not to say that he doesn't enthusiastically get into his work once more here, and flick down to long leg where Goodman does the fielding, and Leicestershire just quietly ticking up the score here. These two added 33, not at any great pace or with any great urgency really. So they're just batting themselves into a will not lose position. Mike gets gone up to Dan Worrell here, and Worrell throws at the striker's end and he just misses. And Worrell can't believe that from quite a deep position, as that was pushed up to him at mid-off. The bounce didn't help the Australians' throw at the striker's end, and there's just a chat about the call or the lack of it between batsman Parkinson and Mike there, because it was a touch of the yes, no, wait, sorries, wasn't it?
Well, Parkinson hadn't gone anywhere, and Mike had gone herring down the pitch. I think he might well have been out if Worrell had hit there.
Short from short, and ducked underneath by Ben Mike. The end of Shaw's first over of a new spell. That's where Leicestershire are at the moment. Wright, Klein and Alex Evans still to come if needed. But yeah, Parkinson 19 off 60 balls, just it tells you that they're batting very responsibly. Is it they're almost a bit too cautious now they've got themselves into this position? How hard are they going to try to actually get a total as Hampshire did, which really made it very hard for Gloucestershire to save the follow-on last week? They very nearly did it, mind you, but
it was agonising.
It was agonising. It was agonising.
Matt Taylor had batted so well, and he'd waited and waited and waited for a ball to come along, and he finally got one that he could cut away and cut it straight to slip. As Smith continues, he bowls to Callum Parkinson, who plays into the covers for no run. It was one of those awful moments, and then you just knew from that point onwards that it was going to be tough going for the rest of the match. Smith bowls to Parkinson, who goes back, dabs that one away into the covers this time. The shout of no comes quickly from Callum Parkinson.
Yeah. Do Leicestershire think they could bowl Gloucestershire out here for less than 250 if they got to 400 and then force the follow-on?
I think they almost have to say that's what they've got to do, really. Smith bowls to Parkinson, who goes forward and plays defensively to mid.
Or do they do what Hampshire's basically said and said, right, okay, we're going to get you to get north of 300 before you can save the follow-on?
I just think Leicestershire probably lost one or two too many wickets to be able to think about going hard and scoring 550. There's a shout for leg before here, and it's out. It looked pretty good from where we are. We'll get a second look on a replay, but Parkinson has gone for 19 and Tom Smith gets a breakthrough. At last, somebody not named Worrell or Higgins has struck for Gloucestershire. It's another leg before, and that is just absolutely plum, is it not?
Well, he's playing back, it's the arm ball, and that looks very much like a, you miss, I hit scenario for Tom Smith. Red ball wickets not very prevalent for Smith, as we I think said yesterday. He only bowled 5 overs in red ball cricket last season. Obviously it was much a truncated season, didn't take a wicket, so you've got to go back a long way to find his last red ball wicket, and that's why there was a sense of relief when umpire Illingworth's finger went up.
Yeah, as you said, he said you miss, I hit. I think that's exactly what it was, really, because Parkinson was trying to whip a ball that was straight through the leg side, and at least from the replay that I saw, it looked as if it struck him pretty much in front of middle, and there's not that much angle on the ball from Smith. Admittedly, it's not turning, but I don't think it necessarily really needed to. It was just as Smith does, really, no matter what the format, wicket to wicket, and I think that was looking as though, from my perspective anyway, that it was going on to hit the stumps, and certainly Richard Illingworth's perspective. So Chris Wright is out in the middle at number 9. Just Dieter Klein and Alex Evans to come after Chris Wright, but certainly not by any stretch a real tail ender. He's also averaging around about 18 in first-class cricket, so he certainly knows what he's doing.
And that's also over a long period of time. It's not somebody who's
Yes.
got a few runs just starting out in their career, and then people work out what they can and can't do. He's played, a decent number, 160 odd first-class matches. He's got 3,000 first-class runs, which is pretty respectable.
Certainly is, from somebody who actually, Chris Wright was probably batting at sort of 10 in Warwickshire's lineup when they had their championship winning run, as Smith bowls to Wright, and Wright defends up towards mid on. 2012, was it that long ago? Warwickshire championship winners. Chris Wright was a big part of that bowling attack. Smith bowls to Wright, who comes forward and defends up to mid on.
He's played for three other counties, of course: Middlesex, Essex and Warwickshire.
I forgot about Middlesex, actually. That ended that particular over, by the way, so it was a wicket maiden from Tom Smith, 393 for 7. I'd forgotten about Middlesex.
Yeah, that was first stop for the Oxfordshire-born fast medium bowler, and here Leicestershire have added 31 since lunch. 31 in 50 minutes, which is, when you've been batting for 4 sessions, that's, well, you might almost call that pedestrian.
I see he's nicknamed the Baron, Chris Wright, according to this. I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning behind that is, but there we go.
Shaw into bowl to Ben Mike, who's on 53, and that's taken almost Australian style by Tom Lace behind the stumps. If you've not been with us all day today, Lace is keeping wicket because Brace is off. James Brace is off the field. He went off the field after about 35 minutes play this morning. Clearly unhappy, having taken a blow. Not sure which hand it was, because he threw both gloves off at the point of impact, trying to take a ball from Ryan Higgins. That's outside the off stump from Shaw and going wider, taken by Tom Lace. But he cut a frustrated figure as he walked off, and as had been mooted when he signed, Lace was somebody who could don the gloves, and here he is for the first time doing so, although not in the situation that Gloucestershire would have wanted. Shaw back at the end of his run. Quite bright conditions overhead just at the moment, and that was a yelp a bit from Mike, who didn't time that. Went out to extra cover. I think Jack Taylor's out there, so with Lace taking the gloves, Taylor's been the fielder that's been on the ground for most of the play since then. And I say Tom Smith, in the middle of a pretty long spell at the other end, has just taken the 3rd wicket of the day. And Shaw might think he's got a bit of a chance to redeem his figures here. He could pick up a couple of cheap wickets.
I just think he's bowling a lot better than he was before, and I think what he's doing is he's hitting the pitch more. I think he bowled very full to Hill, and even though not every ball was a half volley, Hill was quite comfortable coming forward to him. Admittedly, this is lower order now, but this spell, Shaw has definitely looked to bowl further back of a length, and I think he's going well doing that.
Staying over the wicket. That is, though, clipped neatly, and a good tumbling stop by the long-haired figure of Worrell. Leicestershire up to 394 for 7. They're creeping along at the moment. What was the final number of overs that Hampshire batted in their first innings last weekend? Just thinking about where we are with the Leicestershire score compared to where Hampshire finished up. Wright is away, off the mark. Steered down behind square, almost a wide third man. End of Shaw's over. Smith was amazed he didn't keep going. At the moment, 11 overs now in this spell. He bowled 19 at the start of it. He's now bowled 30 overs, 1 for 77.
So Hampshire 470 in 144.1 overs.
So you can see how far they are ahead on the board compared to the number of overs they batted for. And that's where Leicestershire, I think, have slowed down a bit here.
Close catcher in place for Chris Wright as Smith continues and fields off his own bowling there.
Interesting thought actually at lunchtime from one of the guys doing the coverage for the BBC on this match. They thought that Leicester should be 50 runs ahead of where they actually are.
Smith bowls to right, paddle sweep, and he's got that one away towards the fine leg boundary, and it crosses it now. So Chris Wright bringing out the paddle, I suppose I'd say dressing room, but the Leicestershire dressing, whatever you call that really, dressing area behind the boards there. Enjoyed it anyway. 399 for 7. Wright moves to 5, just one short of that 400 mark. As Smith tries again. Bowls a little bit further back of the length, but still Wright able to meet it comfortably on the front foot. It's been spurts of scoring really, hasn't it? There's been long periods where there hasn't been much, and then just the odd flurry. Smith is there, bowls to Wright, who comes down the pitch and smacks that one away down the ground, and it's 4 runs. Did bounce a fair way short of the rope, although it's a long boundary down there, and those 4 runs bring up the 400 for Leicestershire. It has to be said, it's looked pretty inevitable that they would reach that landmark for quite a long time now. The only question was how many wickets down they would be, and they are 7 down. So Chris Wright on 9, Smith bowls, and Wright turns away through mid-wicket. Just jog through for the single, and Wright moves up to 10, 404 for 7, and Leicestershire are showing that they do have a pretty lengthy lower middle order here, especially with Chris Wright coming in at 9 or so. Admittedly, you felt if they could have just removed Hill a bit earlier, they might still have opened things up, but as it's turned out, as Mike drive without timing to extra cover for no run, as it's turned out, pretty much everybody in that lower middle order has come out and scored some runs so far. 404 for 7, 141 overs have been bowled, and just some signs, at least from Chris Wright, that he's not gonna just let the game drift now.
And just looking at the maths on this, and this is obviously 19 overs to go still with this old ball. If Leicester should get that far, that in theory would get us to the tea interval, because 5 sessions at 32 overs is 160, which is equally 2 times 80. I wonder whether Leicester would feel there's any point in going on against a third new ball after tea. Why don't we attack the old one? Let's see how far we can get. Here's Shaw into Chris Wright, who turns that away behind Tom Smith, and again Smith does the fielding, but only at the addition of a single. Would you take that in? I mean, that, you know, batting against an old ball ought to be reasonably comfortable for these tail-enders on this pitch. The Gloucestershire bowlers are going to be feeling it a bit with the number of overs in their legs over the last 4.5 sessions. I say extravagant, but Mike has left that, and I think it's caught the glove on the way through. Lace is asking, and Mike is walking. So there is a breakthrough here for Gloucestershire. Josh Shaw finally, and he's taken the bat away from that, and it's come off the glove, and Mike will have to go for 54 and Lace gets his first catch with the gloves, and Leicestershire have lost 2 wickets reasonably quickly here, which is a blessing for Gloucestershire supporters. Mike out for 54.
That was a strange one, because it looked as though Mike was walking and then he took a few steps towards the pavilion and then just looked back at Nigel Long. I think Nigel Long was looking at him and saying, "I thought you were walking," and eventually gave him, I think, really the nod rather than anything else. But either way, Mike was eventually on his way. He certainly knew that he'd got something on it, and so did Nigel Long, but it's a slightly strange way that it played out, and a little bit of an unorthodox dismissal, and an immediate, I say immediate, almost immediate reward for Shaw coming back and actually bowling. You know, he's bending his back here, is Josh Shaw, visibly, but he's getting rewards for doing that, and rewards for bowling further back of a length. So they've got rid of the established batsman, and now the question is, will Leicestershire just decide to swing for whatever runs they can get now?
And you would have thought, actually, that now time in the game becomes important. You know, Gloucestershire know they've got to get north of 250 to save the follow-on. Leicestershire will be, I'm sure, conscious that, in a way, there's no point them just pushing and prodding around for another hour when they could be better set as that goes down the leg side to get Gloucestershire in.
I can't say I've seen much of Dieter Klein batting, but he doesn't strike me as somebody who's looking to go out there and push and prod at the best of times.
No, I think that's probably correct.
But he's got a decent record again. He's another player who averages over 18.
Waits for Shaw, and Klein away on the side to Hankins. Doesn't make a very tidy job of stopping the ball, but does in fact in the end complete the job.
In fact, his strike rate in first class cricket is 75, which is pretty quick going as strike rates go in first class cricket. So I think that tell you all you need to know about the way that Dieter Klein is likely to approach this.
Still on naught, and that's where he'll stay, because Shaw has yorked him, possibly off the toe, but you can see what's happened with that off stump, and Shaw has improved his figures noticeably in this over. He's plugged and plugged and plugged away without much joy, and that is the Yorker you've been calling for.
Yeah, I know that Josh Shaw I can see in this spell, as I'm sure you can as well, that he is really giving it absolutely everything to try and finish it off here. But I would just have loved to have seen that at least attempted before now. I know it's much more likely to produce a wicket to somebody batting at 10 rather than somebody batting at 4, but even so, it would have been, for me, nicer to see that before. Because I mean, look how good a Yorker that was. That's actually almost looked like it's got a bit of tail on it as well. Because when Shaw bowls that Yorker, he bowls it with a really kind of loose wrist, and I don't know what that does to the ball. I'm not a bowling coach, I'm not a bowling expert, but what it seems to do is get a little bit of tail in, and it's a really good ball that he's got, and I don't really remember him trying that yesterday. But he's tried it today, and he has got a wicket with it.
So Alex Evans in at number 11. .405 for 9, so perhaps that 450 was a bit optimistic. And Evans bats left-handed, bowls right though.
Shaw can make his figures look very tidy with a third wicket here.
Much better than they were, that's for sure. And bowls to Evans, who just comes forward and plays that back away on the onside. So a double strike in that over for Josh Shaw, Chris Wright has 11, and Alex Evans yet to score, as you can see. Just a thought, as the club have formally announced today after the AGM earlier this week, that David Jones has been officially appointed as club chairman, and deputy chair will now be Steve Nelson. Those appointments confirmed at the AGM earlier this week. David's been a member of the executive board for the past 7 years, and he succeeds John Hollingdale as the new chairman of Gloucestershire Cricket.
Well, here 405 for 9 as Smith bowls to Chris Wright, and that's just defended. So they've gone more defensive really for Chris Wright. Well, they've got the traditional in-out field really is what they've got, with plenty of sweepers, but saving the single in the ring as Smith will field off his own bowling, and he almost had a bit of a collision there with Alex Evans at the non-striker's end, who actually ended up sort of scurrying out of Tom Smith's way, which he didn't have to do. He could have just stood there and blocked his path, and Wright might have got a single for it. Smith bowls, down the pitch comes Wright, and he's got all of this. It's over the head of long on, and I think it's gone all the way for 6, and it has, signalled by Richard Illingworth now. So Chris Wright taking on a long boundary at long on and succeeding. 411 for 9. Chris Wright on to 17, and he just had a little shimmy down the pitch there, didn't get way down. A good connection. Comes down again. He's gonna get 4 this time, I think. 1 bounce 4, just short of the rope. So Chris Wright has decided he's going to have some fun, and this was hit 2 straight for long on to field. Bounced once and over the rope.
Long on and long off both back now, understandably, even though he's got the protection of that long boundary.
Smith to Wright this time. He stays in his crease and drives up to long on, and is happy to take the single there with just 1 ball remaining in the over. So Gloucestershire deciding not to bring the field up to Wright. I guess they were thinking they might concede more runs by doing that, so not tried to trap Wright at the other end. Short leg in place. Smith bowls to Evans, bowls it quite short and flat, and Evans is back and defending fairly comfortably. So that ends the over. 416 for 9, a 6, a 4 and a single. And Chris Wright has 22 off just 14 balls here, which so far very welcome innings for Leicestershire.
Yes, there's the full Leicestershire card. 2 Centurions in it, of course. Evans yesterday, and Lewis Hill completing his century today. Shaw has 2 for 83 now with those 2 wickets in the last over, and he'd love to get another one. Tom Smith has 1 for 97. Higgins 2 for 65, and Worrell 4 for 79. Worrell fancies another bowl to finish this off. He won't get that chance just yet. But for sure, the field is well spread with Chris Wright on strike. Will he attack as well here? Shaw thinks there's an LBW call there. Umpire Long doesn't agree. And they've scampered through for 1 more to the total. 417 for 9. So Gloucestershire know that it's going to take a best part of 3 sessions to save the follow on here. If they bat at a similar sort of pace to Leicestershire, if they go quicker, obviously that's fine, but will they be able to? Will the pitch allow them to? Will the Leicestershire attack be able to get any more out of this pitch than the Gloucestershire bowlers have? Alex Evans with Shaw coming round the wicket. He ducked into that.
That looked like one of my shots.
And left the bat vaguely in the right place, but the body shape was all over the shop there. and he's just about kept it out.
It was basically self-defence, wasn't it, rather than a defensive shot? Because it.
Not sure whether he watched the ball there or not. I wouldn't be convinced he did. 2 slips still waiting for an edge, which hasn't really come their way. And again, Shaw appeals for an LBW, but he's from round the wicket. And umpire Long not interested. So to come back to your point earlier, we're now at the stage that Leicestershire have batted for about as many overs as Hampshire did last week, but they are 50 odd runs short, and that's the difference between 268 to avoid the follow-on and 320, which is what Gloucestershire were left with last week. That was a nice shot from Alex Evans. He's pushed that past Tom Smith. It's just going to beat Smith and Goodman to the rope, and Evans is off the mark with a boundary, not really powerfully hit, just got it into the gap, and this outfield's still pretty fast.
That was certainly not one of my shots. That was a beautiful shot, really was. It wasn't necessarily it wasn't a half volley, no, but he drove it with a lovely flow of the bat.
Evans has 4, and Leicestershire eking out what they can here before their bowlers will have to try and extract something from a pretty docile pitch, again driven pleasantly by Evans, but no great power. Straight up to Dan Worrell, who is at mid-off. He was limbering up a moment or so ago. Clearly wants the one to get to a fifer against his name.
I doubt this ball is going to be full. I would just say that. He's looked very comfortable off the 2 balls that Shaw's given him, which have been full. Surely he's going to dig this one in, isn't he?
So they want to get him down the other end is the question, I suppose.
That's true.
Reasonably full, but Wright will potentially face, I was going to say face Smith again, but I think Chris Dent's had enough of that, and Dan Morrell's peeling off his sweater. So it looks like there's going to be a change after a long stint from Tom Smith, a 13-over spell either side of lunch. He may have got his wicket, but he's also had some tap, as they say, from Chris Wright in the last over. So Chris Dent said, no, enough's enough. And Worrell's coming back to try and finish this off.
Yeah, I think he's probably saying if you want to go after somebody, then try going after Dan Worrell rather than Tom Smith, and see what Chris Wright wants to do. He's got nothing to lose really at this point, and potentially some very useful runs to gain in a short space of time here as Chris Wright. Just going back to your point in terms of the position of the match and the number of overs relative to that Hampshire match, should also be pointed out that don't really see this pitch behaving on the final day like that pitch did at the Ageas Bowl either. So it underlines really, even from a position like this, how tough potentially it might be for Leicestershire to take 20 wickets. Obviously we don't know that Gloucestershire are going to bat necessarily in the same way as they did in the first innings, in their first innings, as they did in that match against Hampshire, but the pitch was certainly offering more on that final day than you would expect this one to do. Worrell just getting his field sorted. Brathwaite is still in there at slip, but there are fielders out at deep square leg, deep point, fine leg and third man as Worrell bowls his bowled him. That is the end of the innings. Dan Worrell gets his 5-wicket haul, which he has thoroughly deserved, because he has been by far the pick of the Gloucestershire bowlers. He's looked to be a threat every time he's come on to bowl, and has finished with figures of 34.1 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 79. Chris Wright is bowled for 22 to end the innings, and Leicestershire are all out for 421. Nice way for Dan Worrell to get to his 5 there.
Yep, and a nice sight for him. It's been a long, hard day and a half for Gloucestershire in the field, and they will now want to bat for a day and a half themselves, if they can, to get some parity on the board, and I suppose to potentially, if they were still batting at that stage, just to see what they could force. But I mean, there is an initial target to get to first of all, which is 272, and that's the important bit for them. They're going to have about an hour until tea, and then a full session, of course, after it, weather permitting, and the sun is out at the moment, so fingers crossed we don't get any interruptions. But with 48 overs to go on the day, minus the 2 for the change of innings, they need a good start. And what we don't know at this point is whether, at 1 wicket down, James Bracey will walk out to bat or not.
No, and that's going to affect things really all the way down. And then you wonder whether there's any change to the batting order to say, let's keep Tom Lace at 4 and everybody else after that, and maybe if you say maybe we move George Hankins up the order from 7 to come in at 3 just to keep everybody else in that same position. It's a decision that I don't know. I'm not sure what I would do if I were in that position. Tom Lace has obviously batted at 3 this season already, so maybe you do just say to Tom Lace, go out at 3, but they'll be making that decision. In fact, they'll probably already have made that decision, to be honest, if they can. But certainly you'd expect, if you're just guessing at this point really, that it may well be that, especially if the wicket falls early, that Bracey probably wouldn't be going out there. That's only a hunch from my point of view anyway. However, what we do know is that Gloucestershire are going to have to bat very well, and for really the rest of today it's just going to be a matter of batting and batting.
And actually you would argue it is just a matter of batting naturally,
yes,
full stop in the match, bearing in mind that we've had a day and a half in the field, which has been wearing enough in itself. 144.1 overs is a long stint, 4.5 sessions, and in fact the board has just ticked round to say there will be 45 overs remaining on the day's play. So Gloucestershire know they've got a lot to do, and they're probably, if the pattern of scoring is maintained, they'll be well after lunch tomorrow. They might get to lunch tomorrow with a follow-on saved. It's just possible on that, but that would take some doing. More likely somewhere between lunch and tea tomorrow before they're into a safe position in terms of the follow-up, but not necessarily a safe position in terms of the match. 264 for 4 was where Leicestershire started today, so they've added, if my maths is right, 157 for the 6 wickets that fell today. Josh Shaw had 2 of them, Ryan Higgins had 2 of them, and Smith and Worrell 1 each. Lewis Hill, 77 not out overnight, completed his 100, went through to 121, and there was a half century for Ben Mike as well, plus some useful support from Parkinson and Wright down amongst the tail. But overall, Worrell 5 for 79, Higgins 2 for 65, Goodman no wicket for 72, Shaw 2 for 87, those 2 late wickets improving his figures a bit, and Smith 1 for 97. He would not have expected, I don't think, at the end of April to be bowling 32 overs in the first innings of a match. And it might be no bad thing that he's had a long bowl at this stage, but you wouldn't necessarily have expected it. There's the heavy roller being used, and Dent and Brathwaite will, I'm sure, come out with intent of just being sensible about their approach, just almost treating it as if the match was starting in its first innings, if you like. And the only advantage that they do have is that they've seen a bit about how the pitch is playing, what the bounce is like, and that will give them a bit more clue than it would be had we been going out here at 11 o'clock on the first day.
well, the first target really is see off that new ball, because, you know, as I've mentioned ad nauseum, the general feeling is that the ball doesn't move for too long, and you certainly feel from what we've seen with already 2 different new balls in this match that there's not going to be a great deal of assistance out there, although who knows, maybe this particular ball will do something for Leicestershire. But you'd think that the chances are that you're not going to have too long a period where the ball's going to be moving about very much, so see that off, and then you've really got to blot out that 421 on the scoreboard over there, pretend it doesn't exist, like you say.
You did. Well, we were talking yesterday about the lower Leicestershire order. In fact, the last 4 wickets fell in 5 overs and 3 balls, which is a little bit unkind, if you like, on... I mean, Klein obviously went for naught, and Wright was having a go at the end. But it does show that, you know, that Gloucestershire could have got down through that middle order a bit earlier. I mean, at 129 for 3 yesterday, the game was still anybody's. But it was that stand put together between Lewis Hill and Sam Evans that really took the game, well, if not away from Gloucestershire, certainly into Leicestershire's control at that point. And that, I think, also I read somewhere last night, that was a record 4th wicket stand for Leicestershire here at Bristol between Hill and Evans.
I think we even said it at a point around about 170 odd for 3, I think it was, where we said that this feels like it could be the turning point, if not necessarily in the match, but certainly in the innings, where from that point, if they'd lost another couple of quick wickets, could really have been looking at a score of even less than 300 at that point. But the fact that the wicket was then not taken until the score was at 249, that really is what's led to, as you say, to the score that Leicestershire have got. And I think, you know, I don't think we're just talking in hindsight in that respect. We said so at the time, really. That was the point at which things started not to go so well for Gloucestershire, and it also what it allowed the likes of Ben Mike to do in particular is to come out and play without much in terms of pressure on their shoulders. You know, they knew they were going to get a decent total either way at that point. It's just a question of how decent it was.
Well, the answer to that was 421 in the end for Leicestershire, and Messrs Dent and Brathwaite, right-hander and left-hander respectively, getting ready to come out in what are very pleasant conditions now. I'm pleased to say a session of 13 overs until tea, and I feel sure that might be just the opening burst for Leicestershire, and Wright is almost certainly going to be part of that as the most experienced bowler in their attack. Just a chance that if he has a full season in the Championship, he might get to 500 first-class wickets, which is a good achievement for a player towards the end of his career. Now, Eddie's smiling at me. I've got to think that is because Darren Stevens has got his 5 on his 45th birthday.
That is exactly what has happened.
I've known you too long.
Well, it's the kind of thing that gets me excited.
I know, yes. Quite
fantastic.
Right, so.
23 overs, 9 maidens, 5 for 53. It had to be, didn't it, really? Once the weather abated in Cardiff, it just had to happen. Magnificent. Well done, Darren Stevens.
So 1 or 2 games moving on apace. This one's about to move on a bit, because how Gloucestershire start their innings here will be very important. Brathwaite just going through his limbering up exercises, and Leicestershire from the Ashley Down Road end open up with I think Wright coming in from that far end of the ground, and it's steered away by Brathwaite for a single. He's off the mark straight away.
A little bit of a misfield from Lewis Hill there. I'd imagine he's probably still feeling the effects of the time he spent out in the middle there, but either way they might not have got that single there with the clean stop.
Just looking to see who's in the slips. Patel is at second. I think Parkinson at first. And Harris at third. Right. Into Dent. Jabs that back down the pitch.
I think it's a Zad at first slip.
I can't quite see his number from here. Where is Parkinson then?
I think he may be at mid-on.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's a Zad at first slip.
Right. From the Ashley Down Road end onto the legs of Dent, and that's where Dent likes it. Away for the first boundary, clipped neatly to square leg. There is no cover there, obviously, with such a big total to play with. Leicestershire hunting early wickets, and Dent has squirted that away to get himself off the mark.
Yeah, it was overpitched, really, from Wright. Having said that, he's the type of bowler who, having talked a fair bit about economy rates, but he's the type of bowler that I don't think minds bowling it very full. He will challenge you on that drive. And he's always had the ability to swing the ball from the height that he's got. But he's not necessarily a kind of control, tie the run rate down type bowler. He is going to look to take wickets. And he's going to do that by potentially bowling it in a place, in an area where batsmen might also be able to score some runs.
Well, it's taken a while, but they've actually found the ball in the end. It's gone under the covers on the scoreboard side of the ground, and it's taken two fielders that you often might find in a club's second 11 game to find the ball. We're still in the first over here, so they wouldn't want to have to go looking in a box for a new one at such an early point. Dent lets that go outside the off stump. Quite an open-chested action for Chris Wright.
We had a situation actually at Taunton where the ball went underneath the covers and they couldn't find it.
Well, that
happened here in the
Surrey match.
So it was almost the exact same situation as somebody. There were about 5 people looking for it in that Somerset match. It was great amusement when they had to bring the covers on.
Right, in again to Dent. Plays inside that, taken by Harry Swindles.
It's a good ball. It's a very good ball from Wright. It was quite full still, but right in that channel, just outside off stump. That's where he wants to be living, I think, really.
Kristen's just got to watch as if he tries to, let's say, extravagant leave, but he's had just one or two issues with a late leave, which has actually resulted in him playing on from outside the off stump. There's been a couple in games here. I think one at the end of last season, I remember, and there was one definitely in the game at Southampton. Was it the second innings at Southampton? He dragged the ball on.
It was at Taunton.
At Taunton,
second innings at Taunton, and first innings in the only dismissal at against Surrey here. So, yeah, twice this season already, and I think, like you say, the extravagant leave there was probably for that exact reason. But I think, to be honest, it was probably more indecision than necessarily a case of him not leaving the ball with everything out of the way. I think it was indecision about whether to play or whether to leave. So it will be Alex Evans to open the bowling from the Bristol Pavilion end, so Alex Evans, not Dieter Klein. And Brathwaite on strike. Alex Evans bowls, and Brathwaite will dab that one away down to third man. There is no third man in place, and the outfield is plenty quick enough that it crosses the boundary rope now for 4 runs. So Gloucestershire 9 for no wicket, and Brathwaite, who does score a fair few of his runs down through that region. It's really just a prod, nothing more than a prod, but it's expertly angled by Craig Brathwaite. Still no third man in place, so they've not decided to reinforce things there, but what they have decided to do is put an extra fielder into the cordon. So 3 slips in place as Evans bowls, and Brathwaite lifts everything out of the way of that. This is the first time I've seen Alex Evans bowl, and he's got what looks like a strong action, and he's, say, not the absolute tallest, but tall enough. Exciting to see him go about his work, just 20 years of age, as he bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite, I think, is beaten by that one, because I don't think you could say he was playing inside the line there. The bat certainly went out rather than just down. See how much movement there was on the replay. And not a massive amount, maybe just enough, just a tiny little bit of movement maybe off the seam rather than necessarily through the air. Here is Evans, he bowls. Brathwaite one hand off the bat, and the drive goes to mid-wicket in the end. And no run. Leicestershire certainly making plenty of noise out there early on, and they're having 1 or 2 reasons to do so, even though Gloucestershire have already got 9.
Yeah, Klein is the fielder at mid-wicket. He bowls left arm, and therefore I'm assuming he's a naturally left-handed thrower as well. That's why he's there.
Evans bowls. Brathwaite leaves that one alone, and a good pick up on the half volley behind the stumps by Swindles. Looks to have a yard of pace about him, does Alex Evans.
See what he's like in his 4th spell.
Well, Gloucestershire will be hoping that he does deliver the 4th spell, or that the 4th spell isn't in the 2nd innings with them following on. In which case I suspect the answer to that will be quite fresh.
Yes.
As he moves in, bowls to Brathwaite now, and Brathwaite will this time leave this one alone.
I'm sure there is enthusiasm because he's got 421 on the board to play with, and Gloucestershire at the moment 9 without loss. Dent and Brathwaite together. Leicestershire got 2 players who can keep wicket playing in this match. Both Swindles and Lewis Hill can do so, but it's Swindles who's been given the gloves, and I think I'm with you, Ed. I think it is Hassan Azad at first slip. Chris Wright to bowl his 2nd over from the Ashley Down Road end, and Dent slashes at that. Well, Patel was expecting that at 2nd slip to come in the trajectory that it did. Here's a second look. It looked very wide from Chris Wright, and it was short too.
Right off the toe, wasn't it, I think? Right off the toe of the bat. And
doesn't look, I think it literally arrived at 2nd slip on the half volley, and Dent squirts that off his legs into a happier territory. Down to Klein at long leg.
Delivers a lovely half volley throw for Harry Swindles as well, whose hands are obviously in a better place than James Bracey's were, otherwise we'd know about it already with the half volley pickup take, and then the half-volleyed throw there as well.
Just to elaborate, as it's now, what, 3:15 or thereabouts. Right into Brathwaite for the first time. And a little bit of shape there from Chris Wright. Brathwaite defends. You'll, I'm sure, know by now that virtually all the sports clubs around the country are adopting a social media boycott over this May Day bank holiday weekend. Gloucestershire Cricket is the same, so communication via the club will be via the website only in terms of match reports and matters on the day's play. And if you want to get in touch with us, then also the email is the channel to do so, commentators@glossccc.co.uk, and Ed and I will do our best to answer any points or discuss questions you may have, thoughts about the game. There's the email, top right hand corner of your screen, and how this might unravel. We'll also come back to the James Bracey question in a minute. Here's right into Brathwaite once more, and the Bracey question really is about what happened just after 11:30 this morning when he was keeping wicket to Ryan Higgins, standing up and took a ball painfully down the leg side.
Yep, an immediate pain it was, because he'd already done that once on the previous day, thrown the glove off as soon as the ball struck it, but yeah.
Brathwaite lets that go. A little bit of shape again from Chris Wright. There are the three Leicestershire slips. Ashwin Azad, Rishi Patel and Marcus Harris, I think, are the three men in there. And Bracey then went off with David Bartlett shortly afterwards. No further play until he left the field, and Tom Lace then took the gloves for the remainder of the Leicestershire first innings. Brathwaite again, back into his crease, and defensively away. This is his 12th, by my calculation, his 12th match in England, his 4th different team, and his one previous 100 was against Leicestershire, playing for Glamorgan in 2019. That was the second innings of a late season game at Sapphire Gardens, and here he and Dent have got an important job to do, because Gloucestershire have got to get to 272.
Certainly have. It's been an even start, I would say. Been some runs, but also Leicestershire have made a few things happen out there. A couple of times the ball passing the bat. Chris Dent's just taking what looks to be a middle stump guard there, as Evans is coming round the wicket to him now, so Dent on 5, as is Brathwaite, as Alex Evans bowls. That's full and straight, and sort of dug out really by Chris Dent, up to the Leicestershire captain Callum Parkinson at mid-on. And Alex Evans, who is in his 7th match, 11 wickets to his name so far, but he certainly looks as though there are more wickets in there, that's for sure. He's an impressive looking bowler, actually, from the 7 balls that we've seen from him so far. He bowls now to Dent, that's down the leg side. There are shouts of "oh," but Dent will be perhaps a little bit annoyed that he didn't manage to get a tickle on that, because it wasn't a ball that necessarily you'd say he'd want to be repeating too much. It wasn't so far down the leg side that the flick couldn't have been attempted.
Interesting that Evans got good momentum through the crease.
Bowls, and that's left by Chris Dent, and despite that fact, the ball's still not really getting through with any great pace to Swindles, who, not sure, I'd say they do seem to be standing a little further back than the Gloucestershire slip cordon were. Admittedly, Evans isn't slow. Obviously, you'd certainly expect that to be the case for Ryan Higgins, but I think they're standing a little bit further back than, for example, Worrell and Shaw. So that's full, driven, and Evans does the stop of his own bowling. It's slightly comedic. Oh, from the Leicestershire slip corners, almost as if they feel they have to do it.
Who was it? Was it? Which match was it? You said that the fielding side was particularly loud.
Oh, at Somerset. Somerset make noise even for a very solid forward defensive shot. We'll see how long this lasts as Alex Evans bowls, and that's off a controlled outside edge in the end, down to third man, and it's 4 runs. So then up to 9. So he sort of dropped the hands on that a little bit at the last moment. We get a second look, and it looked as though he was going to get squared up by it a little bit. Made a good adjustment with the hands, but you can see maybe why Leicestershire felt as though there was some interest there, because he was playing with not too much of the bat and he was a little squared up. 16 without loss, Gloucestershire, as here comes Alex Evans. He bowls full and defensively played up to mid-off. So 16 off the first 4 overs. Gloucestershire going along at a decent rate so far, but I'd say in general actually Leicestershire have looked a little more dangerous in these 4 overs than Gloucestershire did for the I'd say their first 4 overs, for example.
Yes, there was the,
apart from of course the LBW shout,
the early bonus of the wicket of Azad, but certainly overall Leicestershire, you would say, you know, they grafted, they worked hard, they selected their shots pretty well, you would say, over the length of that 4 innings of 421, more than 140 overs it occupied. You don't bat for that length of time unless you are good in your shot selection. Chris Wright to continue to Brathwaite, and he again defends behind this opening pair for Leicestershire. Dieter Klein and Ben Mike would share the seam bowling duties, and then the slow left arm of Callum Parkinson would be their main spinner. I don't know if any of the other top order batsmen can turn their arm over. Largely not, I think.
yes, so Colin Ackerman would have been the sort of backup spin option had he been in the side, but with him not in there, I see that Harry Dearden's bowled 5 balls and Lewis Hill's bowled 1 over, so
Yeah, I think we can.
I think probably
that you've got 5 bowlers.
exactly. We can forget about any other bowling options really.
Here's Wright, who made some useful runs earlier in the day. 22 before he was last out.
I see Rishi Patel is listed as a leg break bowler, but has not yet bowled in first class cricket.
Well, so I think that we're kind of, dare I say, we're in Jack Taylor territory there then.
Jack Taylor bowled 1 ball of his leg breaks
I think he did bowl 1
last
ball.
year, didn't he?
16 for no wicket, Gloucestershire. And Brathwaite will enhance that by at least a couple. He's got that away through the onside. There's a chase for Ben Mike, and they'll come back for a couple. With the target of 421 on the board, Gloucestershire obviously therefore 272 is where they need to get to avoid the follow-on. And even then, if it's close, the fashion tends to be not to enforce it anyway. Try and score quickly just to give your bowlers a rest apart from anything else. Right again to Brathwaite, who gets one out of the way. And the 5th over of this Gloucestershire reply. Conditions now probably as good as they've been for either yesterday or today. We've got a blue sky over the apartments, and for once it feels as if the sunshine just has a little bit of warmth to it, which does make a change. It was certainly quite chilly late yesterday and also first thing this morning, but the contest as a whole will warm up if Gloucestershire can get this innings away to a decent start. Brathwaite, bit of a swish at the last ball of that over from right.
There's swing there, though,
yeah,
isn't there?
A little bit of shape for him, for sure. That one just going away further, though. And he's bowling for the nick, you would argue. Chris Wright here, 18 without loss. And he and the much more inexperienced Alex Evans are sharing the new ball.
Sort of argue, actually, that Chris Wright is not too dissimilar a type of bowler in terms of the fact that he's versatile in what he can do to Dan Worrell. Obviously he's not got the record that Dan Worrell's got, and you'd say overall isn't quite the bowler that Worrell is, but he's that type of bowler as Alex Evans bowls round the wicket to Dent, who plays with an inside edgy defensive shot which rolls away out to square leg, and there's no run. There's certainly, I don't think there was a single ball that swung as much as that ball in the last over did from Chris Wright. But like I said earlier, really, he's willing to pitch it right up to get that swing, but he is also tall enough to be able to cause some problems with bounce as well. Here is Alex Evans, he bowls, and that's going to strike Dent on the pad, or high up and certainly heading well down the leg side. So
do you think the Slips have an idea of doing a video together? They're up in unison together there. just look at Azad and Patel here.
It's like
a dance troupe.
I was going to say that, was it PT class or something, an old-fashioned PT class or something like that in the morning. Very good. Here comes Alex Evans bowls, and Dent is struck on the pad there, shouting loudly, but I think Richard Illingworth had made up his mind quite quickly that that was not out. I wonder whether there was inside edge involved there. That the body language from Richard Illingworth suggested not out very quickly. We'll see if we can spot an inside edge potentially. Well, you'd have to think that it probably would have had to have been inside edge, really.
Unless Richard Illingworth thought it was going down the leg side, bearing in mind the angle it was being delivered from.
Either way, there's a decent amount happening out there. 3 slips in a gully as Alex Evans bowls to Dent, and Dent leaves this one outside the off stump. So
I've got a question for Shane and Cameron, because I don't know the answer to this. It'll be to do with PT classes in the morning. What's the name of the guy who, under the pandemic, did a morning class? Joe Wicks. Joe Wicks, that's it. They've obviously been studying him, you see.
Well, either way, we'll see whether they've got any other moves up their sleeve later on. Here comes Alex Evans, bowls, and Dent drives, and he's beaten mid-off, and that's racing away towards the wide mid-off boundary. 4 runs. So a pleasant drive there from Chris Dent. Certainly had a lot more security about it than several of his other shots in this over. And it was not a genuine half volley, but Dent picked the length up very quickly and didn't push too hard at the ball, just let the ball come to him and timed it really nicely. 22 for no wicket as Alex Evans bowls to Dent. And Dent is turned around a little bit by that one, but he's got more of the leading edge of the bat on that one than the middle, certainly towards the corner. She's examining now. Ends the over. It's a good contest this after 6 overs. 22 for no wicket with Dent 13, Brathwaite 7, and it's a bit too good a contest for Gloucestershire's liking at the moment.
Yes, brief sanitisation break here. We have 7 overs to go until tea, so this will probably be the only one in this mini session. At the moment, Brathwaite taking most of the bowling of Chris Wright, and Dent taking most of the bowling from Alex Evans. A reminder that Leicestershire got 421 in their first innings earlier today. They did 157 for their 6 remaining wickets, and Lewis Hill went on to make 121, having been 77 not out overnight. Handy support from a couple of the batsmen in the lower order, particularly Ben Mike with a half century, and Dan Morrell in the end 5 for 79, 2 wickets each for Higgins and Shaw, and 1 for Tom Smith. And Wright is going to keep going at the moment. Doesn't strike you as somebody who really gives it absolutely everything. It's a little bit within himself, so he could maybe do a little bit longer spell if necessary.
He's going to be 36 this year.
Yeah.
Which actually makes me feel quite old, the fact that Chris Wright is going to be 36 this year, because...
He's older than you.
Well, he is older than me, but it's... You know, when a cricketer like Chris Wright is getting to the end of his career, it makes you realise, hang on, I'm not as young as I used to be.
Writing into Brathwaite, who's making sure he's having a decent look here.
And then the other thing that makes you feel really old is the fact that you're seeing cricketers now whose birth dates are in the 2000s, and not that rarely either, and Alex Evans is
one of those.
Another one of those, yes. August the 9th, 2000.
Right, still got 3 slips in. And Brathwaite is continuing to be patient. A no ball 2 from Chris Wright takes Gloucestershire to 24 without loss. Their first target, aside from getting to tea and then getting to the close and then getting to lunch tomorrow, in terms of the actual board, is 272. That's the follow-on target. And Brathwaite playing here at Bristol for the first time, keen to make an impression.
Is from memory quite no-ball prone, Chris Wright. I think that actually is his second already of the innings, but I can remember him having a horrible time in a one-day match at some point, maybe even whilst he was playing for Essex. I seem to remember him delivering a sort of succession of 3 or 4 of them at one point.
There he is again, and Brathwaite once more content to defend. There's this scene across the ground with the pitch used for the Surrey match, the one that you can see closest to the camera on the square. I think the international pitch might be the one there are 2 in between, of which that is one, and a slight field change for Leicestershire, just trying to protect the leg side a little bit more, but Brathwaite isn't interested in the latest delivery from Chris Wright.
Just looking to see in the last couple of games, bowled 4 no balls in 21 overs against Somerset, and 3 in 21 overs against Surrey. So not
Not
loads
terrible.
of them, but you're going to get the odd one.
Brathwaite bat raised. Waits for right once more again. Pleasantly played away, but trying to let the ball come to him more than him go chasing it at the moment. While he gets the pace of this pitch. And there are the bare bones of the Gloucestershire reply at the moment. Brathwaite slightly more of the strike. And Leicestershire, remember, put in yesterday morning by Chris Dent, 264 for 4 overnight, and then 421 their final first innings total.
Alex Evans continuing 3 slips in the gully still as Dent defends softly up towards mid-off. There's certainly been nothing in this first spell from either of the openers that would suggest that a bowling change would be needed really before tea. Whether they'd then have a second burst after tea, I'm not so sure, but I think it probably depends on whether they're successful or not as to whether they would push them again after tea. I suspect probably not either way, but they've made things happen. As pushing forward, Dent out towards point. There's no run.
There are a couple of matches in this round where actually teams were bowled out cheaply, but the responses were very good late yesterday, with sides either batting to the close with the openers still in, or perhaps only 1 wicket down, and that's the sort of response that Gloucestershire have got to come up with here, albeit they're facing a lot bigger score.
Well, Alex Evans is in now, he bowls. Dent is going to not get a single up towards mid-on. The footwork wasn't entirely convincing there from Chris Dent. It certainly didn't convince the PT class behind him. And
I wonder if part of that yeah, I mean, the constant chatter is one thing, but I wonder whether Chris Dent's batting style, when viewed from the slips or from the keeper, is actually leading you into feeling that more is happening than it actually is.
I would say at the moment the footwork isn't necessarily as confident as it is when Dent's in full flight, as that's left alone this time much more comfortably by Dent. Rather languid leave, that one. I think they know, don't they, how important a wicket Dent is, given his recent figures, which, if you weren't with us yesterday, I'll read out once more. His last 4 scores against Leicestershire: 125, 6, 176 and 214 not out. That's working backwards, but he scored a lot of runs against Leicestershire, particularly recently. As here comes Alex Evans, bowls to Dent, and Dent is edging that one. I think it went down in front of Gully. They will get a single, and I'm not sure, did Gully get a hand on that one to slow it down? I think he might have done. It may have been on the bounce rather than
just out of
on the full
shot of.
Oh yeah, definitely on the bounce.
The camera, but yeah, as you say, no chance of a catch.
I think he may have saved 3 runs there. 25 for no wicket, Dent on to 14. And for Brathwaite, there's a short mid-wicket and a short backward square as Alex Evans bowls, and that's outside the off-stump and left alone. That ends that particular over. 8 have been bowled, 25 without loss. They certainly feel, I think, teams in general, like they can get Brathwaite caught short on the leg side. That seems to be a real theme. I can't say for sure in the Hampshire match because I wasn't there, but Somerset certainly had a short mid-wicket in place for most of Brathwaite's innings there. So there's obviously a general feeling around the world that that's a way that you can get Craig Brathwaite out.
Still getting in here, and with the sponsors logo behind him. Chris Wright into Dent. He's not bowled a great deal. I think that's taken by Swindles. On the rise, but not significantly so.
Wright still plugged away. He's not bowled too many really bad balls so far, and 4 overs for 12. There was a clip through square leg, but well, 1 bad ball in 4 overs. It's been a good start from him.
Dent pushes at that outside the off stump. That was a bit wider. He wanted to play the right shot, not taken cleanly by Swindles. It's come down to Alex Evans, and it's a bye to the total. Ben Mike is doing some limbering up, so he may be introduced before the tee into it. It was certainly wide enough to have a go at, but Dent didn't get close enough to it.
I think it maybe it continued to shape away just a little bit from him, and like you say, he didn't really move that front foot out towards the ball, thinking that it was going to be as wide as it was. Nearly got himself in bother.
Brathwaite now back on striking against Wright once more. He's been a lot in this opening phase of the Gloucestershire innings. Still got 4 overs to go after this one until tea, so thinking about Ben Mike, there could be a couple of overs for him either side of the interval, you would have thought. So Chris Dent, largely 6 overs was the maximum he would give his bowlers. What will Callum Parkinson's view be? This is Wright's 5th, and he's pushed away by Brathwaite towards the boundary at deep point. A bit of a scrambled stop, but they've come back for 2. And 28 for no wicket Gloucestershire.
Looked like he was doing his swimming practice there for a moment, the fielder. There was almost a front crawl going on.
Yeah, he got to the ball and then tried to do the Dent slide and throw. He got the slide in all right, but the throw was a bit of a fumble. Brathwaite just adjusting his pad. Right again to him, and that's going to be plumb out. He didn't get up very much, and umpire Nigel Long says Brathwaite has to go. And first breakthrough to Leicestershire in this mini session up until tea, with Brathwaite LBW, and he seemed pretty sure that was going to hit somewhere leg and middle, I think, and Brathwaite had to make his way to the pavilion. He's gone for 9, Gloucestershire 28 for 1.
He was trapped on the crease, and the ball did not have very far to go. Nigel Long, absolutely no hesitation in raising the finger there. That was almost an Ian Blackwell type dismissal there from Nigel Long. The finger straight up, and Brathwaite gone for 9. All eyes on who it is walking out at number 3, and it looks
as though
it is James Bracey.
So I wonder what that blow was that he took earlier on today that forced him to go off the field. Whatever it was, he clearly feels he's going to be okay to bat with it, and Bracey walks out with his captain waiting for him, and these two have an important role to play here. Very important role to play, in fact, particularly with Brathwaite, who can be the glue of an innings. Already gone, and it may sound a very obvious thing to say, but I was having a conversation with somebody at the close last night who said, if you were thinking about responding to a big score, you'd have to say that Gloucestershire's 1, 2, 3 are the most likely people to give you that really big innings.
Yep, exactly.
That would bedrock a decent response.
And Tom Lace may get to that point, but at the moment, in terms of what we know, the top three, exactly like you say, are the big wickets.
Right to Bracey, who plays inside that, and it's taken by Swindles. A little bit of a prod at it from Bracey, first ball up, but he remains, and Gloucestershire are 28 for 1. Quite a short ball actually from Wright. It wasn't really perhaps the length he wanted to bowl at Bracey first ball, but that's the position. 13 overs is the session until the tea interval, so 4 more to go, and Gloucestershire would have wanted to have got there with the openers still together, but they're not, and it will be Evans therefore to now attack Chris Dent.
Here comes Evans, bowls, and that's down the leg side, and once more Dent can't get it away down towards fine leg, but also doesn't get a touch through to the wicketkeeper. You'd think that Leicestershire are going to be attacking James Bracey's gloves as much as they can. That's hard-nosed cricket for you, and that was certainly the length that Wright bowled. Those first 2 balls were around about glove height. As here comes Alex Evans charging in, he's in, he bowls, and it's a full ball which Dent defends forward of point.
I wonder if, having got the wicket right now, might stay on until tea. Ben Mike was doing some limbering up. Maybe there was a thought of giving him a couple of overs in place of Wright, but I suspect that Wright would argue we certainly worth one more anyway, having got the wicket.
I think he's going to feel he's got a 7-over spell in him, particularly as important as this period might be, as Alex Evans bowls, and Dent will leave that one outside the off stump. So Chris Dent, the pressure on his shoulders has increased vastly with the departure of Brathwaite, and then whatever condition James Bracey might be in. I think we can probably surmise that it's something that's unlikely to significantly get better in terms of just giving it a bit more time, just by the fact that he's come out now as Evans bowls, and that's a really good ball, and it's moved a fair bit after it's gone through, and at the moment Leicestershire are getting much more out of this than the Gloucestershire bowlers were. And well, that's moved off the pitch, really, hasn't it? That's moved quite extravagantly off the pitch.
It's like a big off break.
It really was. We barely saw anything do that.
He's quite wide of the crease, mind you. So you might say, well, he's just straightened it up, but it's straightened from quite a wide angle.
He's in now as Evans bowls, and that's a little bit uppish, but well away from the fielder at square leg. They'll get 2 runs as the fielding is completed, and at the fielder there's Ben Mike. 30 for 1, Dent up to 16, but another shot which was not looking too controlled, in very stark contrast to what happened really in the first innings. And there was I don't think there was really any point where it felt like this, where the ball was really very much on top, and Dent tucks that one away at the last moment towards square leg, and it looked like another pretty late adjustment there from Chris Dent. More than enough to keep Leicestershire interested here. 30 for 1 after 10 overs. Dent has 16. Bracey has yet to get off the mark, and Wright will surely continue until tea now.
Certainly looking to do so for 1 more over at least, and then yes, I think I'm with you, Ed. I think it would be a surprise, having got the wicket, if he didn't continue, which will take his spell to 7 overs. Stays over the wicket to the left-handed Bracey, who's just come in at the fall of Brathwaite's wicket. That's untidy work from Swindles, and Gloucestershire can get another bye. Swindle's not that experienced in terms of first-class cricket, and at the moment his glove work is a bit untidy. Dent braces his knees as he often does, and again Swindles doesn't take that neatly either. That died on him a little bit, to be fair.
It looked as though, to me, I thought that he thought it was going to come through at a different height to what it did, and I don't know if he was almost anticipating the half volley there, but it's as though he's late on it somehow.
It was a bit jumpy, and as a result he was above the ball, and it dropped beneath him. Dent again pushes at another ball from right that's nicely angled across from the right armour, trying to get the left-hander out. If he got even closer to the stumps than he does, Chris Wright, this would be even more dangerous. Another 6 inches to his right, he could probably still deliver the ball from there, and his action is such as well that the push across the left-hander is what he's trying to do on the angle. There's not a lot of movement off the pitch, but certainly to Brathwaite there was one or two that were shaping quite nicely in the air to the right-hander.
Well, he is getting the ball to go across Chris Dent and James Bracey here with a decent amount of movement, and we know that he was able to swing that one away from the right-handed Brathwaite as well, so they've got to be careful for the one that comes back.
That one isn't doing so.
But when you've got somebody bowling from a height, swinging the ball both ways, and you've also seen a ball behave as it did in the last over where it moved extravagantly off the seam, this is just a vastly different proposition to batting on the pitch that it looked as though Leicestershire were batting on. And I wonder what has caused the change.
Is it just the ball they're bowling with? Right in again to Dent, who has a slash at that again, reaching for a wider one on that occasion. Doesn't get a touch taken on the dive by Swindles. There's the Leicestershire slip cordon, and Dent is quite open of stance, as you can see. That is wide. Look how Swindles is taking that way away in front of first slip, but that's really more on the angle than anything else.
Yeah, in that instance, and it's twice now that Dent's, well, one time he toe-ended it, and that time missing completely a short and wide ball that you would think at a different point in his innings he would be putting away, but I think it shows you that there is tentativeness out there really at the moment. Gloucestershire just 2 more overs to survive until tea, but I think it's going to be 2 probing overs.
Bracey hasn't faced Evans yet, but he's going to now.
Ben Mike is in fairly short at forward square as Evans bowls to Bracey, and Bracey will turn that one away down to fine leg, or more like long leg really, and they'll get a single. So Bracey off the mark, 32 for 1. Once more, a little less than totally convincing. It's more inside edge really than work down to long leg. Persisting with this fielder in quite short, just forward of square leg. Even to Chris Dent. So here comes Alex Evans. He's in and bowls, and that's a little more solid looking defensive shot. Having said that though, he's still got slightly squared up by it, Chris Dent, and there's a fair amount of pitch prodding going on, which I'm not sure will necessarily do anything other than confirm to the Leicestershire fielders that Gloucestershire are not entirely happy with what's going on out there.
Do you think Chris isn't just a habitual prodder of the pitch?
Here comes Alex Evans bowls. Dent tucks that one away. It takes off for a quick single wide of mid-on, and I think they probably picked their fielder there, with Chris Wright being the man at mid-on. I'm not sure they would have taken on one of the more fleet of foot Leicestershire fielders.
Or maybe Dieter Klein's left-handed throw, perhaps, if he'd have been in there.
17 for 1, 33 for 1 is the score. I don't know. Yes, habitual prodding of the pitch. You're probably right, but at the same time, it tends to be the actions of a batsman who's not entirely comfortable, as Alex Evans bowls and Bracey plays that one softly away out towards point and doesn't get a run for it. But he has not got his reward yet as Alex Evans, but it's been a really good opening spell from him too, and very much justifying the decision first of all to include him in the side, and then the decision to give him the new ball ahead of Dieter Klein. Short mid-wicket in place, or more like a short mid-on really. So 2 catches on the leg side for Bracey as Evans bowls. Oh, and that's on the bounce to that fielder. Callum Parkinson had just moved himself into that exact position, and it was in the air for some time, but just not quite enough. And I think Parkinson's going to take a couple of steps closer now to around about where that ball landed. I wish that he'd taken those couple of steps in the ball before.
Almost you got the impression that Bracey played that with very soft hands, and good job he did.
Certainly soft enough. Alex Evans bowls left alone, and this time it's a good half volley pick-up from Swindles, who's had a tricky time of it with those behind the stumps so far. That ends that particular over. 12 have been bowled, 33 for 1, Dent 17, Bracey 1, and there is just one more over remaining before tea, and Gloucestershire will probably not run to the dressing room, but I think figuratively speaking they'll run to the dressing room.
Yes, Leicestershire would have hoped for a breakthrough in this mini session, so to get rid of Craig Brathwaite they will feel is just reward. Gloucestershire might have expected pressure of the scoreboard and the enthusiasm of the new ball. It would be hard to survive. That's what Dent and Bracey now have to do.
I think the worry, though, is that it's not just the scoreboard pressure, it's because Leicestershire have genuinely got more out of this pitch so far than Gloucestershire did.
But is it the Worrell and Higgins v Wright and Alex Evans scenario? What is there behind this pair? That's what Gloucestershire will want to find out. And here's the replay of the Bracey shot. As you can see, it was literally one stride short of Parkinson.
Yes, it was even closer to him than
not much more than that.
I said 2 strides, but 1 stride really.
So he dived forward for it. Right again to Dent, who lets that go, and taken again by Swindles. We are in the last over before tea, so looks like possibly 6:20 is a finish tonight, you would think, that sort of time. If Leicestershire bowl their overs at a reasonable rate, we might see Parkinson tonight, I would have thought, at some point.
Yeah, I should think so, unless Leicestershire are running through Gloucestershire.
Right again, and once more. not interested in playing a shot. He's got a book in for a long stint here. There's the camera on the scoreboard side of the ground looking across towards Kennington Avenue. As we get to the end of the afternoon session here at the Bristol County Ground.
You said Kennington, it reminded me, because we've got this large group of pigeons pecking away at the turf, and I was reminded of the pigeons at the Oval, which always cause some amusement.
Right, again to Dent, who again is not interested in playing a shot. Brathwaite, the man out for Gloucestershire in this 13 over session that they faced after Leicestershire were all out for 421. Worrell finished with 5 for 79, 4 wickets yesterday, and then the last wicket today. That of the man who's bowling the last over before tea here, Chris Wright, last out for 22. Lewis Hill made 121 for Leicestershire. And right to Dent, who plays that into the ground and heads off for some refreshment. He and Bracey have seen Gloucestershire through to tea on 33 for 1. Remember, their target for parity is 421, but the follow-on target is the one they need to get to first of all, 272. Actually, Ed, at one level, we're glad to see Gloucestershire batting at this point, because there might have been a fear at one stage that Leicestershire will be batting all afternoon.
Yeah, they got a big score, Leicestershire. It, on the face of it, wasn't necessarily a score that prevents Gloucestershire from coming back in the game, but at the moment they're a long way off thinking about making 400 back, because that was a tough 13 overs rather, which they had to face there, and it's hard to see it getting massively easier in the evening session as well. So the first thought is survival, and Gloucestershire can't really afford to be 3 or 4 wickets down at the close of play, I wouldn't say.
No, it remains to be seen how well the two left-handers, Bracey and Dent, can adapt after tea. We'll go and put the kettle on here, so you will where you are, and we'll join you again just about after 20 past 4 for the resumption of the final session. Leicestershire 421 all out, and Gloucestershire 33 for 1 in reply. Dent has 17, Bracey has a single, and Craig Brathwaite, the man out. LBW to Chris Wright 4-9. Join us, if you will, for the final session of this second day. Be pleased to have your company again shortly after 20 past 4. Well, welcome back to the Bristol County Ground. Umpires Nigel Long and Richard Illingworth just about to arrive in the middle for this final session. It has got a bit greyer, to be fair, during the tea interval. The players went off in quite bright sunshine, but it has clouded over a bit. Needs to be seen what impact that may have, with Gloucestershire 33 for 1. That's how they'll resume. They're responding to Leicester's 421 all out, so the first target is 272 to avoid the follow-on. Interesting a view from our BBC colleague Richard Ray at tea. He said if you factor in the quality of the pitch and the quality of Leicestershire's backup bowling, that's how he referred to it, in behind the front pair, he wasn't convinced that there was going to be enough danger created to make Gloucestershire struggle in this response. That was his view.
Well, we shall see rather quickly, I think, how that's borne out, because Dieter Klein is going to bowl the first over of the evening session from the Bristol Pavilion end. So some left arm action straight away as Dieter Klein bowls, and there's a good start. Little bit of shape, not a huge amount, but Bracey was expecting that ball to continue straight, and it just left him a little bit. Good start from Dieter Klein, right on the good line and length. Just a bit of shape.
Yeah, just straightened quite nicely, actually.
Here he comes. Bustling action. Bowls to Bracey, clips that one away, but is not able to beat the fielder at... Well, he was fielding more like square leg, actually, but ended up moving towards mid-wicket. Ben Mike is the fielder.
If you didn't
he may well come on to bowl
from the other end.
Yeah,
if you didn't know, with a name like Dieter Klein, you didn't know where he was born, you could have a pretty good guess, couldn't you?
Well, seeing as he's playing cricket, you could, yes.
Yeah.
Here he comes. He bowls now, and that's left alone by James Bracey. He does actually play international cricket for Germany. Born in South Africa, of course. I think he played in the European qualifiers for the T20 qualifier for the World Cup, if that makes sense, as Klein bowls. And that's tucked away by James Bracey. Back at a square on the leg side. They'll push hard for the second run. Bracey wants it and will get it. As the throw came in from Lewis Hill down on the fine leg boundary. You don't normally see a former wicketkeeper down there, but Lewis Hill's doing the boundary patrolling. To throw across his body, though. And
that's the sort of competition that people like, dare I say, would someone like Jersey have been in that?
Yes, exactly.
That's the sort of level we're talking.
Here's Klein, bowls to Bracey, and Bracey leaves that one alone. So Jersey, Guernsey, Germany, of course, and Italy, I believe, were also in that. I'm trying to think if there was another side that I've missed. I think those may have been the four. And Germany also had Craig Meshiter, who recently retired. Glamorgan and Somerset as Klein bowls back of a length, and that's just pushed away up to mid-off, and there's no run. I think Dieter Klein played in that, or at least he was certainly down on the squad to play, but not everybody did play that was in the squad. But Craig Meshiter certainly did play, and I can't remember whether Dieter Klein actually played in that or not, but he is internationally eligible for Germany. 35 for 1 is the score. Dent 17, Bracey 3. And it was a rather I actually did watch some of that. It was a rather interesting watch, really, because Jersey and Guernsey, as you might expect, were all kind of a similar level in terms of being probably at what a good club side would be around here. Whereas Germany had some cricketers who would not be making top level club sides necessarily, not every top level club side anyway, and then Craig Mesheder, who was obviously at the time a county cricketer. So it was kind of an interesting one in terms of watching right in front of you the various different levels that exist in cricket alongside each other.
2 slips in a gully for Ben Mike, who's going to come on from the Ashley Down Road end. He's not bowling in a sweater, and I'll tell you what he's done with that sweater in a moment, because it's not the only area of the ground to which this applies. Right on over the wicket, Mike, and that's cut away for 4 by Dent. That's nice height for Dent, off the back foot, likes it there. There's the Gloucestershire captain, one of his big scoring areas, and that's chopped away past point for 4.
I was wondering whether Richard Ray might have to do some fielding over to our left, just across the divide, but I think the ball didn't actually make it beyond the boundary boards. If it did that over here, the boundary boards aren't quite to the bottom of the fence, so have in the past had to do some footwork, but obviously the boundary board's going down a little bit lower over there.
39 for 1, and Lewis Hill, who did the retrieving of the ball, now back in position at point. Dent waits for Mike once more, and this one defends it a bit straighter. Yes, Mike went to give his sweater to the umpire, and the umpire said to him, you can't do that. You'll have to put it in what looks like a little vault in the corner of the square. So he took an area of grass which clearly is cut across the top, lifted it up, dropped his sweater into the vault, and put the grass back on top of it again.
I've certainly never seen that done with a sweater before.
Mike in again to Dent. They think he's got him down the leg side, and Nigel Long is not moved. Dent stays, and how close was this, and what were they thinking it had flicked on the way through? To be fair, it looks like Dent was quite a long way from that.
Well, immediately Dent was making actions as if to say this is definitely not out, whilst at the same time Leicestershire were appealing like they definitely knew it was out.
Well, they may have heard a sound from somewhere. It may have been perhaps the bat clipped a strap of a pad or something. Mike again to Dent. Works that into the onside. He won't get a run for it though. Fielded at short mid-wicket. Looks like I'll say that was Alex Evans there. Yes, it is.
Yep.
Yeah. So have you seen a fielder put a sun hat or a cap in those vaults before?
No, I've not seen them used in that respect. I think the only instance I've seen was balls being stored there, that sort of thing.
Mike coming from the apartment end of the ground, the Ashley Down Road end. That's punched by Dent, not with any great timing. They'll get one, and that's all. Parkinson's on the retreat to pick it up, and Gloucestershire score advances to 40 for 1. Craig Brathwaite the man out. Yes, as Smith actually in his long spell today either side of lunch was putting his cap into it now, as I recall, but that was the most obvious one with a sweater. I thought he was going to hand it to a teammate or get one of the squad players to take it off. No, out came this little square, presumably of artificial turf, maybe natural turf. Drop the sweater into the voltage. You might see him if Mike actually is going to go and get the sweater in between overs. We'll see as he walks away. There's the Gloucestershire reply to the Leicestershire 421. Brathwaite out before tea. Pretty clear LBWW. There's the retrieval of the sweater.
I must say, I didn't actually know that they still had those. Well, I thought they'd taken them away. I think they've taken them away from some grounds, obviously not this one. And no. I didn't know even that was there.
And neither did I until Mike actually took the covering grass away and dropped his sweater in underneath it.
Here comes Dieter Klein. He's in, he bowls down the leg side, and they'll get at least one, I assume, bye here. And yes, it is. So another bye, another tricky take really for Swindles, who's having, I was going to say as tough a time as Bracey behind there, but that's not true, because he's not yet had to go off the field due to finger issues. But it is heartwarming as a Gloucestershire fan, I'm sure, to see that James Bracey is out there batting at the moment. Klein bowls to Bracey, and Bracey leaves. Once more, Swindles has to pick that one up off the turf. And one or two of those are going to get by you. It's just inevitable. Especially not knowing. Is he going to hit the seam of the pitch, or seam of the pitch, seam of the ball, or something?
Is he standing a yard too deep there, I wonder?
I had wondered about that earlier on, I must say. But I guess you start deep and then you can come a bit closer. Klein bowls, and Bracey will play that one quite firmly up to wide mid-off, not pick up a run for it. Either that, or it is just an indication that some of the pace is dying out of the surface, and Gloucestershire certainly so far, it may yet change as the ball gets older, but they haven't found playing their shots as easy as Leicestershire seem to. Well, that's a pleasant looking drive straight back to Dieter Klein, and Klein elects not to throw the ball towards James Bracey.
I mean, Klein, he doesn't have a lot of hair left, does he? Either that or it's cropped pretty short. And Shane asked us a great question at tea, was, you know, how many bald cricketers can you name on the current county circuit?
Bracey controlled outside edge down towards third man, and he will pick up one run, 42 for 1. Bracey up to 4.
I think the question is, are they bald or are they balding, or they just have very, very short haircuts? That's the thing.
Where do you define the cut-off? Ha.
When both Klein and Callum Parkinson, neither of those two have very much hair. I think you floated Darren Stevens' name.
Yes, I also floated Chris
Rushworth as well, yeah.
As Dieter Klein bowls, and it's left alone. This time taken on the full by Swindles, but very low down. Ends the over 42 for 1 after 16 overs, and perhaps you can enlighten us if you've got any more suggestions.
On email, please. Not on social media at the moment because of the ban widely being put in place across sport right over the weekend. But if you can suggest us any bald-headed cricketers of the current round of professionals on the county circuit, commentators at glosscc.co.uk. That's our email. Happy to hear your thoughts on that. Also thoughts on this game, where it's heading, and about the action you may have seen over the last 5 sessions. Here we are post tea on the second day, with Ben Mike coming in to start his second over to James Bracey. Gloucestershire's target, I'm sure, would be to get to the close with, well, if they get to the close with these two still together, that would be absolutely ideal. They probably wouldn't want to lose more than one more wicket tonight, and if they were, I don't know, with 29 overs to go, if they could get the deficit down to around about 300, that would be what they might be looking at. Not to get too bogged down in this situation. They don't want to allow Leicestershire just to bowl and bowl and only to defend.
I think they're just going to have to go about it in a similar fashion to how Leicestershire went about it, really.
44 for 1.
In terms of don't go searching for anything and just put away the bad ball when it comes.
Mike's got a very straight approach, and again that's played pleasantly by Bracey, but straight to the man at cover. We're down to 2 slips in a gully now, so Leicestershire clearly feeling that Wright and Alex Evans were the more attacking bowlers, should we say, of their seam quartet. I think Klein played in that game at Cheltenham where Gloucestershire were left to get, was it 48 in 5 overs or something, and not in that chase, but in the first innings he was quite expensive. Here's Mike, and Bracey turns that away nicely on the onside. He'll pick up 1 because there is a sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary in front of the scoreboard. That's the wide-angle view from one of the 6 cameras we have, bringing you this service on the Gloucestershire Cricket website. Very pleased to have your company on this Friday afternoon. If you've got home from work early, or you've been working at home today but have stopped for the day, Mike in and Dent forward. It could be quite a tense session, this, because it's just the situation of the game with Leicestershire having put 421 on the board. They can attack.
Yes, and you may be adding some potential light drama into the situation as well, because it's still fine at the moment, but it's certainly much gloomier than it's been, I'd say, really, in the match so far at the moment, and we're only at 20 to 5.
Mike in again, and once more bat and pad, well, say bat and pad close together. Dent eventually got the bat in the right place, but it was just a bit away from his pad when he actually made contact with the ball there. Leicestershire have got 4 main seam bowlers. We saw the opening pair before tea. We're now seeing Mike and Klein, what you might call their second string or backup attack, and then we've got the slow left arm of skipper Parkinson as well, which we may see at some stage tonight. Mike in, and that's gone streakily away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Not sure that was entirely convincing from the Gloucestershire captain. Here's the replay of that shot. It was quite wide, but perhaps the width gave Dent the flexibility to go at it pretty hard, and it raced away down to the boundary at 3rd man.
Yeah, that was, I think, really rather fortunate, because it was an uppish shot and no control at all from Dent, really. Yes, he got enough bat on it that it didn't go fine through to the slips, but I don't know how much credit you can necessarily give him for that. And at least at the moment, the change bowlers are bowling well for Leicestershire as Bracey faces Klein, and that's left once more. He does have a very busy action, does Dieter Klein, and as you mentioned, he's not always necessarily the most consistent, but he's never short of aggression, and he will be very much hunting those wicket-taking lines and lengths. As he bowls now to Bracey, and that's flashed away down towards 3rd man. This time it's all along the ground. There's a dive, and that's a good piece of fielding way down there at 3rd man, and they've managed to pick up 2 runs, so that is the 50 up for Gloucestershire, 51 for 1. Bracey playing with soft enough hands there, I think you would say.
Klein, they say that aggression sometimes means that he can be quite expensive. He's going at nearly 5 and over so far this season.
Here he is, bowls to Bracey full, and just comfortably played away up towards mid-on this time by James Bracey. There does tend to be a 4-ball somewhere along the line from Klein, and you've just got to wait about for that, really. He might bowl you a Jaffa, but equally he's probably going to give you some opportunity to score at some point as long as you stick around for those. He bowls, and Bracey drops the hands on that one down towards third man. Klein standing there staring back at where Bracey once was. 52 for 1. Bracey moves on to 8. I reckon that's probably where they're going to try and target. They know that Bracey's got finger issues, but that time he was good enough to make sure he got those out of the way and pick up a run even for it.
Yeah, here we are, in the 6th session of the match.
Then turns that one straight to Mike at mid-wicket. And
11 wickets have been taken at this point. You don't have to take 40 to win a game, but that pattern would suggest it could be pretty hard to force a result. And you come back to what you said about the pitch at Southampton last week. Even on the 3rd evening, even on the 4th morning, the commentary I was hearing was, the pitch is not going to deteriorate sufficiently here to get a result. But
down the leg
there was, because they have a leg spinner and a slow left armour, that, and the bounce was starting to get a bit uneven. Perhaps it deteriorated a bit quicker on that last day than everybody thought.
Well, I think there was certainly enough in terms of unevenness out there on that final day for the possibility anyway. I was certainly not of the school of thought. I know that I was not completely unanimously agreed with on that, but I was certainly of the thought that there was going to be the real chance for Hampshire to bowl Gloucestershire out on that final day, and even a few overs in, when he'd seen a few balls rise off a good length past the likes of Craig Brathwaite's head, I was thinking, I'm not sure that Gloucestershire are going to survive here.
Ben Mike to continue. James Bracey taking strike. He's on 8. And this is, from Gloucestershire's perspective, a time they would hope of quiet accumulation, as it was for Leicestershire for a good part of the first day. And our good friend Chris Coleman said, not a current cricketer but an infamous bald-headed, indeed shaved-headed cricketer, Chris Lewis, who of course did suffer with sunstroke as part as a result of that. And Gloucestershire have advanced their score further by 4. And a nice shot here from Bracey. Was quite wide, but he got it away square. There's got a big gap on the offside, with Leicestershire looking for another breakthrough in this early spell after tea.
Beautiful drive from Bracey. It was half volley, but
Richard
you
in
don't
Longwell
necessarily always see Bracey play it with that flourish. Sometimes he'll just punch it, but that was a really flourishing drive.
Richard in Longwell Green says Jack Leach.
Yes, that was somebody we should have thought of, definitely.
And Adam Smith says umpire Chris Balderston. Obviously that's going back a little bit, but obviously Balderston on the Leicestershire staff for a long period of time. Bracey once more, and that's another lovely shot. That's perhaps a better one than the one he played off the previous ball, and that's gone again racing away through quite a square cover for 4 more.
I'm not quite sure what that hit as it got close to the boundary, but it took a great big bounce and went well over the boundary in the air, and I had visions for one fraction of a second that it was somehow going to hit something which we can't see in the outfield and bounce straight up in the air and somehow stop. But another beautiful shot, like you said, and signs of encouragement for the Gloucestershire dressing room that actually you are still able to play those kinds of drives on this pitch.
probably seen Chris Dent signal. I think he wants some tape for his bat. So he didn't want to change the bat he's got out there, that's for sure. Judging by the instruction and signal that went off during the aftermath of that last Bracey boundary. Here's Mike to Bracey once more. He's clipped that through the onside this time. There's a chase on for Chris Wright. I'm not sure he's going to be able to haul that in. And that's 3 boundaries in the over to James Bracey. 2 cracked through the point region on the offside. And now he's got one away past wide mid-on for 4 more. That was just a bit overcompensation on the direction from Mike, a bit too straight, and from leg and middle. Bracey can clip those neatly away. Thanks to Chris and Adam and Richard for your suggestions on board cricketers. I think Chris Rushworth is a pretty decent shout too, but yeah, Jack Leach perhaps we should have thought of. 64 for 1. Bracey on to 20, and he's turned that down to long leg to Klein. 1 more to him.
Interesting that they're mostly bowlers. I don't know what that says.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's something about the repetitive running in. I don't know. Dissuading the vertical growth of the hair, and the onrushing wind perhaps has an effect. I don't know.
All mad theories are allowed. Still a big deficit for Gloucestershire here. So they've got to be watchful where necessary. And Dent gets hit on the pad, but again, umpire Long shakes his head straight away. Mike couldn't believe it, but he wanted something to lift him at the end of an over, which has cost him 3 boundaries. Here's the replay of that shout.
I think it has pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, that may be the biggest thing in Nigel Long's mind there. So that's the response to the departure of Brathwaite. I think it's a sanitisation break coming here, and some running repairs to the bat of Chris Dent. It's either a bat, it's either some tape, or he's wanted to put a new cover on the handle. So whichever it was, he's happy with what's been done, and Klein is just having a chat with Chris Wright and skipper Parkinson here in terms of what he might do to dislodge this second wicket pair. They put on 37 so far. Klein 3 overs for 6. Ben Mike has bowled 3 rather more expensive overs after getting pummeled by Bracey.
Here's Klein bowls to Bracey, and that has lifted, and Bracey has well, he's looked as if he was doing the limbo and then did a 360, so I think fair to say that delivery caught him a little bit by surprise, and it was not that short, and that has actually taken off. Admittedly, it's not taken off from an area that's particularly dangerous, but certainly something to cause a little bit of minor concern, as that's turned away and timed quite well, and they'll pick up probably 3 here as the ball heads out towards the very wide long on boundary, and Chris Wright after it. They do indeed pick up those 3 runs, 68 for 1, Bracey to 24, and that's the kind of ball you've just got to wait for, something that you can tuck into like that, because eventually it will come. Previous ball though, it really took off quite a short length, and it was wide.
It was short. That was the biggest thing, wasn't it?
But the fact that it also moved was interesting, as Dent leaves that one alone outside the off stump. You don't mind them taking off that kind of area because, well, very unlikely to be playing a shot that's going to get you in any kind of a trouble. Even if you're slashing at it, you're probably going to slash it over the top of the slips, but if it does that off a kind of straighter line, then potentially you've got a bit of trouble on your hands as Klein bowls. That sort of seemed to hit Dent's back quite hard, and he just pushed it to backward point for no run. But Dieter Klein certainly seems to have got his tail up, and speaking of things with their tails up, there's the group of unwelcome visitors who've camped out in front of our marquee here.
Tea time it is for them, just in front of the boundary rope. That's away at, well, wide mid wicket. You could argue a wide mid on for Dent.
Klein bowls to Dent. Dent clips away, and he's got that one away very fine, and it's gone for 4 runs. So Dent had a couple of those which he missed, and then there was another one which Ben Mike and Leicestershire went up very loudly for, but this time he's managed to execute the fine leg glance and roundabout on his thighs really, but it wasn't too much different to that one. So the couple that he missed is just, I think, possibly the boundaries from Bracey have just settled Chris Dent a little bit here, and the feet are moving and the eyes in a little bit better now than it was. Dent's up to 30, and that short pulled away. It's gone up in the air. Running back is Ben Mike, but he's not going to get there. It's going to plop a little way over his head in the end, and they're going to come back for 2 runs. Chris Dent does like to play that pull shot through mid-wicket in the air, and he just managed to get enough on it to go over the top. I don't think he ever intended to keep that down. He didn't manage to control it as well as you would have liked, but I think he was always looking to hit that in the air, but probably more off the bottom of the bat than anything else. Ben Mike wasn't particularly close to it in the end, but either way, Klein is probably thinking as he walks back to his position at fine leg that he might be wanting to try out another couple of those. Not sure Chris Dent will be too disappointed if he does, mind you, but either way, 74 for 1 after 20 overs, and this good contest between bat and ball continues.
Yeah, Mike, despite an expensive over last time around, is going to be given at least one more by Callum Parkinson. To Bracey. And lets that go outside the off stump.
I think Leicestershire will sort of run into the same issue Gloucestershire had at one point when Josh Shaw was having a couple of more expensive spells where they're almost forced to go to Callum Parkinson, or they might decide to go back to one of their openers, but they don't really want to be making that move now, so the onus is on Ben Mike to bowl a good over here.
Staying over the wicket and straight straight to Lewis Hill.
That missed his hands, and
yeah, he's caught that in a very painful place, and that will hurt for a moment.
No, don't look towards us while you're doing that.
Yes, Lewis Hill struck by James Bracey, who's probably having a little chuckle in a strange sort of way, bit of karma there from the pain that he suffered earlier on.
And nobody has absolutely any sympathy whatsoever. He's lying prostrate on the ground, banging the turf. And nobody else is even looking at him.
No, Hill might get up in a minute, but it's going to be a bit painful for a few moments. And there's a 12th man getting ready to come on down here. There should be, one would think.
Nobody wants to call for the physio in a situation like this.
And Hill, circulation is going to be restored in a moment.
If the next ball goes to him, it would be so typical.
Hill up now, but he's not looking very comfortable, to be fair, and that's a short ball from Ben Mike just to make sure that Hill's got another minute just to gather himself, and he's gone from crouching head first on the turf to lying on the turf to try and get the discomfort levels back to where it's a bit more manageable, shall we say. 74 for 1.
I think when they say get everything behind it, I'm not sure that they necessarily mean everything in that sense, no.
Mike to Bracey, nicely clipped away off his legs as he split the two fielders on the deep square leg boundary. The answer to that is no. Goes, relatively speaking, straight to Dieter Klein, and they'll just pick up a single. 25 overs left tonight, so Gloucestershire at the moment are ticking the runs along because of those occasional boundary balls that are being served up. Dent on 32, waits for Mike and gets just solidly behind that. Back up the pitch on the onside. So today we've seen 7 wickets fall, 157 added for the last 6 Leicestershire wickets. There's Lewis Hill. I still think he's not 100% at the moment, I think you'd say. A century earlier in the day, but you won't be thinking about that at the moment. 75 for 1, and Dent again works a ball he can go back into his crease to. Way onto the onside for one more. Our esteemed colleague Richard Ray might be right, Mighty, in terms of what he said at tea time. The greater threat appears to have come from Wright and Evans. How long do they give? The Hill's going to go off temporarily, I think. And I wouldn't blame him. Harry Dearden is going to come on as the sub-fielder for Hill.
But nobody ever has any sympathy in a situation like that, as I said, but at the same time you don't really want him out there struggling, constantly having to go down after every ball, and you'd rather have a fielder who is ready for the ball to come to him. In any case, he's off, and like you say, it is a sub-fielder, and Harry Dearden is that substitute fielder, and he's out at deep square leg now, which would suggest that Dieter Klein might want to bang in the odd ball short, and so Dent is really going to be forced to have to keep that pull shot down as he slashes that one over the top of the slips, and it's away for 4 runs. Well, Chris Dent played that shot to win the game against Surrey, but rather different scenario here. We'll see on the replay just how wide that ball was. I imagine it was fairly wide, but once again the feet don't move out towards the ball, but it was a fair distance over the head of second slip. And another boundary to Dent, who's up to 37 now, and Gloucestershire are 80 for 1 as Klein bowls, and Dent will leave this one alone and once more plays that. Can you really play a leave? Not sure you do, really, do you? You don't play at it. In any case, making sure he got everything way out of the way of that one to prevent any kind of repeat performances of the dismissals we talked about.
11
earlier.
Boundaries in the Gloucestershire innings so far.
Here comes Klein, bowls to Dent, who tucks that one away. It'll only be a single out to Dearden, the substitute on the deep square leg boundary. 81 for 1. Dent has 38 to his name, and he's scored most of those runs in the last 20 odd balls or so, really. And Bracey had a flurry of 3 consecutive boundaries and a single, which accounts for more than half his total. Here comes Klein, He's there, bowls short, and Bracey tried to help that one away fine, and it's a leg by, so wasn't able to get any bat on it, but another run goes to the Gloucestershire total, 82 for 1. This was always going to be the test, really. What happens when that ball gets old? Is it going to keep moving about or not? And then, you know, once you've seen off that new ball, are things going to get easier? At the moment that seems to be the case, but new ball bowlers can come back soon, as that short and crashed away over deep backward point, and it's gone all the way for 6. What a shot from Chris Dent. If he's looked in, bizarrely, in some difficulty, it's with deliveries which are very wide, but he certainly had no difficulty with this one, and this one was just maybe a little bit closer to him. Never had a thought of keeping that one down at all, and it's flown for 6 into the seats, and now they're going to have to go and find where the ball's ended up. Dent to 44, and it's 88 for 1.
Yeah, and just look at the run rate that Gloucestershire are now scoring at. It's almost up to 4 runs and over, and this is quite an aggressive response, you would argue, to the concept of having to respond to 421.
So Klein with the ball back in his hand. He's there and bowls. That's tucked away by Dent out towards deep square leg. A slight fumble from Dearden out there, but not a costly one. And that's the end of another very profitable over. 13 runs have come from that one. And the score 89 for 1 after 22 overs.
Richard in Longwell Green's been doing some real homework on bald cricketers, and I have to thank you for this. Jacob Lintott, who of course was at Jake Lintott at Gloucestershire, the left arm leg spinner or Chinaman bowler, now at Warwickshire full time, and Adam Lythe.
Oh, should have thought of him Yorkshire as well.
So.
That's disappointing.
Thank you, Rich, for your help on that.
From me, I've been embarrassed by Richard there.
But no, he's pulled a good list together. What about 45-year-old cricketers who've taken 5 wickets on their birthday? How long a list is that?
Just looking to see how many runs he's scored, because Kent are in dire straits at Cardiff at the moment. Oh no, that's not supposed to happen.
Out for a duck.
Out for a duck. Oh dear. 5-wicket haul, but out for a duck. Third bowler, bowled Lloyd.
Chris Wright is back into the attack, and that's worked away by Dent. Is a slight misfield by Ben Mike. They've taken 2, and they won't need to run any further, because that's going to go all the way to the rope for 4. And Dent goes to 49. Ben Mike out of the attack, having bowled 4 overs for 27. And Klein has bowled 5 overs for 27. So, Leicestershire definitely want to put the brakes on here. But Dent,
not a good piece of fielding, it must be said.
No, Dent up
really should have been stopped.
Dent up to 49. Right to bowl to him, and there is the half century for the Gloucestershire captain. 71 balls, 8 4s and a 6.
And quite some acceleration as well. It's looked far more like, since tea, the Chris Dent that we saw in the first match of the season against Surrey, than it looked as though we might be getting at one point, because he was in some difficulty with that new ball, but as openers do, get through that period and then cash in.
Right then to Bracey, who, if you weren't with us earlier in the day, as he pushes that out on the offside to Sam Evans. It was Alex Evans for a minute, but it isn't. Bracey went off the field after about 35 minutes play this morning, having taken a blow while keeping wicket to a ball from Ryan Higgins. We weren't sure whether he would bat or whether he would come in down the order, but clearly felt that whatever pain there was had subsided enough for him to come out when Brathwaite was dismissed, and the wicket fell at 28, and these two therefore have added 66 together so far.
Chris Dent has scored 33 runs off his last 26 balls.
Well, there's the pressing of the pedal then, metaphorically. Sun's back out again, pleased to say. Right in again. Oh, Bracey thought about a single there wasn't one. And in came Dearden, who's on the field for Lewis Hill at the moment. Hill taking a blow off an awkward bounce, which caused him some discomfort, and he off the field at the moment. Still 23 overs to go tonight. Well, Gloucestershire, they've cut the deficit to 327, and right over the wicket to Bracey, who lets that go. Well, you could be talking about getting it down to 250 by the close if they keep going at this sort of rate.
Yeah, the deceleration will happen if there is a wicket, but at the moment these two are going along swimmingly. But the best news of all really is that Bracey doesn't seem to be in any, at the moment, doesn't seem to be in any additional discomfort whilst he's batting. So hopefully that continues, and now we're going to get some spin. Yes. Callum Parkinson is into the attack.
I mean, so 9 overs for 54 from your backup seamers doesn't really give you the impression that they're going to cause a huge amount of devilment.
I think really a bit like when Tom Smith came on a couple of times really during the Leicestershire innings, that they've kind of had little choice but to go to Callum Parkinson, or in this instance Callum Parkinson bringing himself on. So left arm over the wicket it will be to Chris Dent. At the moment it's a pretty attacking field, and a slip and a leg slip in place. Dent will just touch that one away into the vacant square leg area, and they will pick up one run. 95 for one. Otherwise there's not too many gaps on the infield, although he said that there is a gap between point and extra cover, so they are inviting the drive through that region. And a deep backward square as I'm trying to lean round the marquee to see. Only fielder out on the rope at the moment as Callum Parkinson bowls, and Bracey almost gets a bit of a leading edge on that. Didn't go in the air for any length of time at all, but Bracey tried to turn that one into the gap just like Dent, but leading edge found. Going back is Bracey, and he's played that one down into the ground, and it's been stopped by leg slip. Hassan Azad is the man under the helmet there. A decent piece of work. That's Callum Parkinson bowls. Forward comes Bracey, and playing much more watchfully. It was a thrilling battle really, as much as you can say it was thrilling when Bracey was scoring at 2 runs and over, but it was a really exciting battle to see Jack Leach versus James Bracey in that match at Taunton, as Parkinson bowls, and that's turned away by Bracey through square leg, and there will be one more run to the total. 96 for 1, Bracey 26, and I did ask James Bracey at the end of the day that he scored the century whether he had enjoyed that battle with Jack Leach, and he certainly said that he did not want to get out to him, as Dent once more just turns that one away through square leg and sets off for that single. 52 to him, 97 for one, and it looks as though at the moment Gloucestershire are going to try and play Parkinson in a similar way to how Leicestershire played Tom Smith. Just milk whatever runs you can get and treat the good balls as such.
Yes, this is a positive, a very positive response actually since tea. Leicestershire hunting a second breakthrough. Brathwaite the only man out so far. LBW to Chris Wright in his opening spell. He's now back on with Ben Mike having been basically hit out of the attack with 3 boundaries in the same over, and in very pleasant late afternoon conditions now. Dent waits for Wright, he lets that go outside the off stump.
Gloucestershire certainly aren't at the stage where they're hoping for time to be taken out of the game. Although, were 2 wickets to fall rather quickly here, you might suddenly start to want a few dark clouds to come along.
I say the interesting thing for me is that the run rate is now up at 4 and over, which it never really was at any point in the Leicestershire innings. Right to Dent, again happy to let that go outside the off stump. I'm sure if you told him, he'd probably say he wasn't thinking about it, but when you have had a good record against a team in whatever sport it is, I can't believe that isn't a factor that gives you a percentage of positivity going into a game when you face them again. Right to Dent. Ooh, that was a bit of a tuck up kind of delivery. I think he expected that to go a little bit further across than it in fact did. There's the shot of Paul Nixon in the hat.
Well, he actually explicitly mentioned Chris Dent in that preview that I was part of for BBC Radio Leicester, and it was kind of interesting how sometimes some players get picked up on more than others by different counties. If you asked Somerset who the prize wicket was, they'd probably say James Bracey.
Yeah. 97 for 1. Right to Dent, who plays that's quietly up to Klein at mid-off.
I actually did crunch the numbers on Chris Dent versus Leicestershire because I knew how many big scores he'd got against them recently, and I was actually quite surprised to see that the average that he's got against them is only around about 52. So despite innings of 125, 176, 240 not out, 165.
There must have been some low scores earlier on in his career then.
Indeed, yeah. I think the first time he batted at Grace Road, he got a pair. But obviously he hasn't had too many problems of late. There has been such a turnover in, as you expect really, from counties like Leicestershire and, to be honest, Gloucestershire as well. Probably not too many others surviving from the first match that Dent would have played against Leicestershire, sort of 2011 or so. Ian Cobain maybe.
David Payne would have come through at the same time as Dent, whether he'd have been in the side at that point. But that's
probably not.
That specific match.
I'm just trying to remember, having looked at the scorecard. I don't know for definite, but anyway. Either way, I guess it's it's a case of different bowling attacks, isn't it? I'm sure that a lot of the same bowlers would have been part of those large innings that he's played recently, but it would have been a different attack at the start of his career. But in any case, he was certainly the marked man, let's put it that way, in terms of Leicestershire looking ahead to this match. That was the indication that I got anyway as Callum Parkinson continues. Bowls to Bracey. Bracey just touches that one away, fine on the leg side. He'll pick up one more. 98 now for one, and this was really how Bracey just went about things against Jack Leach. There were a lot of overs which only went for 1 run, 2 runs, but he just made sure that he didn't give his wicket away. Parkinson to Dent. Dent reaches forward and
the thing that
plays comfortably.
Struck, I think, me when Bracey got into the side was that I think we did an interview with him. He got a fairly big score early on.
Parkinson to Dent, comes down the pitch, flicks this one away. It's in the air, but it's going to fall well short of deep mid-wicket. I don't think he picked that one up terribly well, did Lewis Hill. It was always going to be short of him anyway, I think, but it's a single. So Dent deciding to use his feet and play in the air, which suggests that possibly is not particularly needed at this stage with Gloucestershire going along the run rate that they are, but in any case didn't lose his wicket to it.
Pick up the Bracey point again at the end of the over.
99 for one. Parkinson bowls, and going back is Bracey and playing that one rather edgily out into the backward point region, and there's no run. He doesn't give you an awful lot of time, does Callum Parkinson? He's probably a little bit quicker through his overs than Leach was. Leach was really trying to make a point of being very deliberate, often standing there staring down the batsman. Parkinson bowls, there's a shout for leg before wicket, and it's out. That is the end of Bracey, and he's furious. You can tell he's furious. I think he's more furious with the fact that he's out rather than the decision, but he tried to turn that one away into the leg side and has been given out LBW for 27. Gloucestershire 99 for 2, and was it leg side-ish? Well, make up your own minds at home, but the only opinion that counts said that that was out, and it's 99 for 2.
Might have been a bit leg side-ish for me, I think, and that may be why Bracey was so disappointed. I shan't make the point about his patience at the crease and batting time and not looking at the scoreboard, because the scoreboard now says that Bracey is LBW to Parkinson, and that means that Tom Lace will have to come out at number 4. And a bit of a bonus wicket that for Leicestershire, you would argue, because they hadn't looked particularly threatening with the seam bowlers since tea, and then the skipper has come on and beaten the defences of the Gloucestershire keeper. Bracey and Dent adding 71, which is an important standard itself, but the 2 in the wickets column now gives Leicestershire a new man to bowl at. You've got a right-hand, left-hand combination now, of course.
Probably means that the run rate will need to be checked a little as well, or will be checked a little. We'll see. Obviously, if you bowl bad deliveries, you're going to get hit. But now with Parkinson and Wright going, you'd think this is a chance for Leicestershire to put a strangle on things. And Tom Lace not necessarily the quickest of starters always, as Parkinson bowls to Lace, and Lace defends away out towards cover. So that ends a successful over. 2 runs off it and a wicket. Leicestershire get their second breakthrough. Gloucestershire 99 for 2. Dent 53 not out, very much holding the key for Gloucestershire, and an opportunity for Tom Lace to continue to make a name for himself with an innings here, because this is a position where you need your number 4 to come out and score a decent number of runs if you're Gloucestershire.
I wonder what Parkinson might do now. He's got the breakthrough. Would he have a thought about bringing Alex Evans back to partner Wright and have another go to see if they can nip out another one? Still got 19 overs to go on the day. Right into Dent. Pushes that quietly out on the offside. And there's no light. I find it hard to think we won't see Alex Evans again before the close. The question is, at what stage do we see him?
Well, if I were manoeuvring things about, I would probably keep myself on for a bit if I were Parkinson, and then if he bowls poorly, you can be taken off, but I would have the spinner and then one of your main strike bowlers bowling for as long as possible, basically.
Right into Dent, and Dent is edged that, and he's gone, and Swindles has taken the catch, and that is a big double breakthrough for Leicestershire. Dent goes, having reached his half century, and it's another wicket for Chris Wright. Dent, that was a good ball, actually. Fair play to him. He had to play at that. Got the feather to it, and Swindles was delighted with the catch, and suddenly, now 99 for 3, the board looks very different.
Yep, that's a big moment, and Leicestershire know it. Ball didn't move extravagantly, but it was just perfect line and length, which, as Dan Worrell said in his interview, that's what you've got to do. You've just got to hit that spot consistently, and Chris Dent, who had been looking very assured whilst he had James Bracey with him, I don't know whether, I mean, that ball could still have caused him problems even if Bracey had still been there. It was just a really very good ball from Wright, and Dent would have been hoping not to edge it, but he did, and he got quite a thick edge on it as well, so Swindles pouching the catch off that thick edge.
99 for 1 becomes 99 for 3.
Well, I was going to say, it's the old add the 2 wickets to the score, and that's exactly what's happened.
And it's the two men who were both set, so now Ian Cobain's come out to join Tom Lace. I made the point yesterday. Cobain is playing his second red ball game of this season. He didn't play one in 2020 or 2019. In 2018 he played only one. In 2017 he played only one. So it's not as if he can't do it. He just hasn't done it for a while. And if we said par was no more than 1 wicket before the close, Leicestershire are ahead of that. Cobain faces right, and let's that go back to 3 slips again now. And we have 2 bowlers with their confidence right up now, having taken a wicket each.
I just think that I would keep this combination going and then bring Alex Evans back on instead of Wright once Wright's finished his spell.
He's fizzing in at the moment. Chris Wright, nice shape again on that too. And just straightening a bit, going past the little prod of Ian Cobain here.
It's the shape again,
Yeah,
isn't it?
It's not express pace. It's just, I think you draw a good analogy with Dan Worrell. He's a very similar style of bowler.
It's looking far more like the bowler that won the championship in 2012 rather than the bowler who had 5 wickets at 54 coming into this match.
Got a 4th slip in now, Leicestershire. Right to Cobain, and he is hit on the pad, and the umpire has said that Cobain also has to go. LBW says umpire Nigel Long, Cobain goes, and it's 99 for 4. Was there any bat involved in this, is the question.
Well, there was a lot of bat involved. The question is, was it bat first? My initial impression from this angle was that it was pad first. I would say that. And bat and pad obviously very close together. I'm not exactly sure even whether Ian Cobain would know 100% whether it was bat or pad first, but he's been given his marching orders, and I reckon, like I say, my impression was that it was pad first.
Well, 10 minutes have changed the card in this match completely here. Gloucestershire apparently breezing along at 99 for 1, and now 3 wickets in 2 overs, and out will come Ryan Higgins at number 6.
At this point, Leicestershire aren't going to need change bowlers, really.
Well,
the change bowling is not going to be an issue if Chris Wright's going to run through Gloucestershire.
now the 272 does become a really important number. And a partnership, probably this one you would think, has got to get Gloucestershire pretty close to that figure.
Amazing. In the space of 7 balls, you've gone from thinking about draw / Gloucestershire maybe getting close to Leicestershire to can Gloucestershire avoid the follow-on?
Higgins lets that go, as Wright is, with the ball at 27 overs old, starting to really hoop it about. 99 for 4, and Wright now has 3 for 19 in 10 overs, and there's the nature of the damage, with the wickets of Dent and Cobain in quick succession after Parkinson had removed James Bracey.
Yep, Parkinson opening the door with that wicket, and yes, Wright was bowling well still before that, but he certainly didn't have his tail up to that extent, because that looked really like the Chris Wright that opened the bowling. When Wright came on initially, it wasn't too different to when the change bowlers were bowling. Here's Higgins, or rather it is Lace in fact on strike. The ball doesn't flicked over, but Higgins is at the non-striker's end, and Parkinson continuing as I expected he might. He's playing defensively off the first ball and then goes back and turns that one away to square leg. There is a short leg in place, so any time Lace flicks away through the leg side, there's going to be interest from all of those around the bat. A slip in the short leg, and there's a short extra cover as well, so Lace will feel the net closing in around him as Parkinson bowls, and that's clipped away through mid-wicket by Tom Lace, and it's timed well, heading towards the boundary rope, and it will make it onto the covers. So 4 runs to Tom Lace to get himself off the mark. Gloucestershire brought up their 100. Looked as though for all money it was going to be the 100 up for 1, but it is for 4. But a nice shot from Tom Lace. He was in a frame of mind where he was still able to put away a bit of a leg stump half volley from Callum Parkinson. Next ball is cut, and cut straight to backward point this time by Lace, and there's no run.
He's had a couple of games where he's had starts and not gone on, Tom Lace, so far this season.
Here is Parkinson. There bowls defensively, pushing forward. Tom Lace, Parkinson floating the ball right up to the bat. Can toss the ball up as much as he likes now as he moves into bowl. Lace drives hard into the ground, and Ben Mike does the fielding at short extra cover.
20 and 38 at Southampton, 7 and 20 not out, to be fair, in the win at Somerset. In the Surrey match he got a duck in the second innings, but did make 65 in the first, so really he would argue only one significant score probably so far. This is only one score that he'd feel he made a decent contribution.
Just going to get a look at the replay of the Ian Cobain wicket now, and it looks, I still am going to say that it looks like it was pad first, but I'm sure you at home will be able to slow it down and tell better than we can just by looking at that replay, but either way he was given out.
Right to continue. He's bowling to Higgins, who's yet to score, having taken 2 for 65 in the Leicestershire innings earlier today. If you've joined us in the last 20 minutes or so, you've had all the fun of the day in a way encapsulated in that time. It's been pretty hard work for the bowlers overall. Gloucestershire taking the last 6 wickets for 157. As Leicestershire got up to 421. Higgins lets that go outside the off stump.
Higgins' career best score of 199 came against Leicestershire. Gloucestershire need, perhaps not necessarily need 199, they'd love 199, but they need a significant contribution from him. They've got to stop the bleeding at the very least here.
Right back at the end of his run, and his second spell brought back really to try and split the second wicket stand that looked as if it was going to be really problematical to Leicestershire, and he's done more than that with 2 wickets in the over. Denton Cobain, after Bracey had been dismissed by Callum Parkinson the over before. And 99 for 1 was a good response with Gloucestershire, ticking over very healthily at 4 and over without playing very risky cricket, you would argue. And then a mini collapse right into Higgins, who lets that go. And a little bit of bounce for a right. If he can hit the seam, there is a little bit of movement there. You've got the ultra competitive Ryan Higgins, and Lace, who has been picked out in various areas of the media as somebody who Middlesex were surprised that the members of the media surprised that Middlesex let him go because of the potential that he'd shown in that loan at Derbyshire whilst on the payroll at Lords, but he's come here to Gloucestershire to try and get some more first team cricket, and he wouldn't be the first person to do that.
No, and of course with Middlesex next at Lords, should be a rather entertaining encounter, I would have thought.
103 for 4. The first target is 272 to avoid the follow on, and Higgins again lets that go. As Wright's natural movement for the ball is away from the right hander, but he has good figures at the moment.
They seem to be getting better and better as well.
And he has 3 for 19. There's the detail, the batting side of the card.
5 maidens in 11 overs as well. In addition to
It's
the
a little
3
bit
for
like
19.
a little bit like Hannon Dalby for Warwickshire in the game here last year. The question is whether Wright can carry the attack in terms of the quicker bowlers, kind of on his own.
And that's actually probably Hannon Dalby is the person that forced Chris Wright out of the side at Warwickshire and moving to Leicestershire. Sort of similar types of bowlers. They've got that height, but they look to swing the ball still. Well, Parkinson's out of the attack and Dieter Klein is back, and Tom Lace will leave that one alone outside the off stump. So, slightly surprised that Parkinson's out. Obviously, he's made the decision himself. Just looking to see if he is still on the field, because it's interesting that he gave himself one more over and that was it. Klein is there, bowls to Lace, and Lace leaves outside off stump, just angling across.
Well, to go back to your phrase from earlier on, he has the ability to bowl what you might call, quote, a Jaffa, and Lace and Higgins are not, you would feel, going to look to really go on the attack at this point. So it's a bit of a free hit for Klein, who does mix his bowling up quite a lot.
Klein bowls to Lace, and Lace fends at that one, angling across him, and that was exactly how he was out in the second innings against Surrey, with Rhys Topley just angling the ball across him, and he followed it. And whether it's left arm over or right arm over, just has a little bit of a habit, Tom Lace, to go slightly fishing away outside his off stump. So far this season that's the case. That's edged and it's been taken. Dieter Klein has struck for Leicestershire and Tom Lace has gone for 4. 5 wickets down are Gloucestershire. The Leicestershire bowlers are rampant all of a sudden, and it was Marcus Harris who took the catch just off the screen there in the replay. It was a fairly comfortable height. It was quite low down, but not so low down as to be a really difficult catch. But the move to go back to Dieter Klein has proved to be a very good one from Callum Parkinson. And Tom Lace is trudging off for 4. He is walking off as slowly as it's possible to walk, really.
He's dragging himself off, isn't he? And George Hankins comes out with 4 wickets having gone down for 4 runs. And this did not look 20 minutes ago as if it was possible, with Bracey and Dent scoring quite quickly actually, and then having to adjust to Parkinson's introduction into the attack. But Leicestershire having brought back Chris Wright, and now with Parkinson, 3 successive bowling changes, bringing himself on, bringing Wright back, bringing Klein back. Each of them have produced wickets.
It's just amazing really how 1 wicket and all of a sudden it was as though they were bowling with a new ball again. But admittedly Chris Wright is the main reason for that, because he produced the 2 wickets in the over, Parkinson kind of opening the door, Wright taking the 2 wickets in the over, and now Klein kind of profiting from Chris Wright having really blown things open. Hankins and Higgins, well, they've got to somehow come up with something, because at the very least Gloucestershire must avoid that follow-on to take some more time out of the game. Dieter Klein, left arm over the wicket, he's in, bowls to Hankins. Hankins clips that one away, he's going to get off the mark quite nicely off his first ball, and it's heading towards the deep square leg rope, and that's a really good piece of fielding. I thought that was 4 for all money off the bat, and 2 runs have been taken, 105 for 5. Hankins off the mark to his very first ball. It's a very, very long way over there. Not exactly sure who the fielder was who pulled off that tumbling stop, but either way, awful lot of ground to make up, and just managed to haul it in. Klein bowls and Hankins leaves. Side off stump to end another catastrophic over for Gloucestershire. 105 for 5 is the score, and still way short even of avoiding the follow-on.
Was it James Vince who said last week that he felt that the Gloucestershire top order was very important, and that there was an area in the middle order which, if you could get into it, there was a chance of ending up with a situation as we have here, with a little clutch of wickets falling together that might make a big difference in the momentum of the game. Well, Leicestershire have capitalised on that, or that sense anyway, and they've got 4 slips in for Chris Wright, who bowls to Higgins, and it's a no ball. And Higgins, I don't think he'd have changed the shot anyway. 107 for 5 in reply to 421. And Gloucestershire were 99 for 1 with Bracey and Dent in, and unsurprisingly, there is quite a bit of chat going on out in the middle.
Still almost an hour, well, at least 50 minutes remaining in the day as well.
Higgins is off the mark with a little push into the offside. He will get a single.
14 overs and 5 balls at the rate that they've been bowling them. It will be fairly close to an hour, given that I suspect Callum Parkinson may not be bowling for a little while now that Klein's got the breakthrough.
Yes, we've still got the concept of potentially Evans coming back. Wright has had 2 spells. It's down the leg side and very, very fine. It'll go all the way for 4. Hankins didn't get a bat on it. And 4 leg byes signalled by umpire Long. Total goes up to 112 for 5. And Leicestershire, because they've got plenty of runs in the bank, they can keep attacking here.
Yep, even against Ryan Higgins. Even if Higgins decides that he wants to counter-attack.
Right, and the sun's just gone in for a moment, and Bowles and Hankins in his white and blue boots plays that back up the pitch, and there are the 4 slips. Hassan Azad, Rishi Patel, Marcus Harris and Sam Evans at the 4th. Right, so Hankins who lets that go, quite extravagantly outside the off stump.
Probably think that Wright's got 1 more over maybe after this, or it might be
his
the last.
12th.
But then you would think probably Alex Evans to come back and maybe come on for the first time from the Ashley Down Road end.
Yes, Mike was certainly hit out of the attack by Denton Bracey when they were going well. Hankins again defends. Really could do with a score, George Hankins, to keep his place in the side. You're playing as a specialist batsman down at number 7. Scores this season 22, 4, 31 and 8. You could do with something bigger in this innings. And Hankins again gets solidly behind the last delivery of Chris Wright's over. 2 good stints from him. It's had some fun with the bat today too, to be fair. He got 22 earlier on, and Leicestershire's total of 421. He was last out, and now he's taken 3 for 22 in 12 overs. Hasn't taken his sweater yet, so there might be 1 more. Certainly want to convince his captain that he'd like to bowl another one.
Well, the thing is that he's not going to have another spell after this, so he can basically empty the tank now. Klein continues, bowls to Higgins, who drops and runs into the cover region. So decent cricket there from Ryan Higgins, with Leicestershire very much on the attack. There's often going to be that gap to be found. 113 for 5. Both Hankins and Higgins with 2 each. And I must say, when I looked at the Leicestershire bowling numbers for this season, to be honest, I was worried. And I was worried, as I think I've said before, Hankins to face here, and that's just nudged away through square leg, and they'll come through for 1 more run, 114 for 5. I was worried because, look, Wright, Klein, I was thinking Griffiths, if he played, could be put into this as well. They're experienced enough cricketers that you know how good they are really at this point, and they are certainly not bowlers who should be averaging 50 to 70 with the ball. So there's going to be some wickets at some point, and the worry was that it was going to be here, and so far that's proven to be the case, as Chris Wright's already taken 3 wickets in the match and had 5 coming into this total.
Bear in mind that I suspect the pitch at the Oval was pretty flat.
Klein bowls, and that's left alone by Higgins.
Didn't offer them a lot of help.
No.
And although, it must be said, there was, Richard Ray clearly thought this was a pretty flat pitch as well for Leicestershire's bowler.
I was going to say, that's the thing, isn't it?
That's what he said.
Leicestershire made 400 on this pitch, so, and we were certainly talking about it as a typical Bristol pitch. So, yes, I'm sure that the pitch at Surrey was a pitch like you can get at the Oval, which is just a beautiful batting surface. Klein bowls to Higgins, who drives and gets the toe of the bat on it, and it's stopped by Swindles. So I made a horrible thudding noise. See the replay now.
How wide that was.
In fact, no, it wasn't. I thought it sounded like there was a noise there. Did you just miss it? It looked like you just missed it from the replay. I could have sworn there was a noise there. Here comes Klein, he bowls, and that's clipped away wide of mid-wicket. They'll come through for a quick single as the fielder there has to go tumbling away. 115 for 5. Higgins up to 3. Hankins also has 3.
What's a new bat? That was the last shot he played. He was waving the bat in the air as if he knew that he'd split it. The selection is brought out.
Must have been on that clip away through square leg. Then it certainly didn't sound very good off the bat.
No.
But
And
then it doesn't necessarily break it every time that happens. But either way, a new piece of lumber for Hankins with just 3 runs to his name. I hope this one's a little bit better off. Klein bowls to him, and Hankins drives, and that's flashed away down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. There is no 3rd man in place, with Leicestershire very much on the attack, and a boundary to Hankins. He moves up to 7. 119 for 5. There was plenty of width on offer here from Dieter Klein, and Hankins actually looked as if he was trying to chop that one away quite fine, and gets a very welcome boundary for him. 119 for 5.
again, the front foot wasn't very far across though, and 119 for 5 from 99 for 1 tells you the tale of the last half hour or so. In fact, 99 for 1 to 103 for 5 Gloucestershire, and Wright's going to try and have one more burst here. Higgins punches that through the gap at extra cover. It's going out towards the boundary on the shorter side of the ground. Good stop by the fielder, just hauls it in, and they will come back for 2. It's probably the shortest boundary on the ground, actually, with the pitch quite a way over on the square towards the scoreboard side. Right, again to Higgins. Oh, hit on the pad, and Higgins can't believe it that Nigel Long has given him out. Another wicket to Wright, another LBW, and Leicestershire have taken a 6th wicket. 121 for 6. Inspired spell by Wright. Was it going down the leg side? The umpire didn't think so, and Higgins has to go. Gloucestershire 121 for 6.
Looked to me as though that straightened off the pitch, and Higgins was certainly turned around by it because of that. That's why he missed it. And once again, Wright is getting more swing. He's getting more seam movement than any bowler we've seen so far. And he is destroying Gloucestershire at the moment. 4 for 24. And you could probably say that he's going to be getting another over after this now. They're just going to be pushing him as far as he'll go, because Leicestershire don't necessarily have to enforce the follow-on. They could decide to bat for a little bit and bat Gloucestershire completely out of sight, give their bowlers an extra rest, and then come hard at Gloucestershire at some point tomorrow.
Well, with 6 wickets down, 5 of them taken in this session, and they've still got 13 overs to go. Leicestershire have wrestled control of this game. Tom Smith is out at number 8, and he'll have to use all his durability here to try and keep George Hankins company. Right to Smith, and that's played a little nervously, tentatively out on the onside, and a very good spell from Chris Wright. 3 wickets in it.
Well, good to hear that Lewis Hill has found his voice back.
He was hit earlier in the afternoon session. Had to go off temporarily. A very painful blow too. Right with his tail right up. Bowles and Smith just pushes that out on the offside. It's going to take a lot of concentration here to enable these two to get Gloucestershire through to the close, but they still need 151 to save the follow-on. As you can see, they trail by exactly 300. Right to Smith, and that might have kept a little bit low too. That was a fuller ball, and Leicestershire are probably in a frame of mind at the minute where they think that every ball's going to bring them a wicket.
Well, there certainly seems to be something happening every ball almost at the moment, even if it's only just a slightly nervous looking shot. Chris Wright is producing one of the better spells that we've seen in quite some time here.
Right to Smith, who is pushing at that hand beaten, and Wright in this spell, I think seven overs in this spell. He's taken 3 of the wickets, and he's bowled 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 24 overall, and there is the tale of the damage that he's done. Brathwaite before the tea interval, and then Bracey and Dent almost untroubled, you would say, taking Gloucestershire to 99 for 1 in the 26th over, and here we are after 33 overs, and they're 121 for 6.
With a stunning collapse like this, it's almost like what's happened to Hampshire and what's happened to Warwickshire in reverse. And you were talking about the fact that potentially that might happen as Klein bowls to Hankins, and Hankins is hit high up towards the top of the thigh pad and won't pick up a run for it. But in terms of a couple of incredibly one-sided games that we're seeing around the country, with Warwickshire 87 all out, Durham 271 for 4 in reply, Hampshire 92 all out, Surrey 503 for 3 as Dieter Klein bowls, and Hankins pushes firmly up towards mid-on and doesn't get a run.
Who's got the acceleration there then?
I would assume it's Ollie Pope again, but at the moment my scorecard doesn't want to load. Well, there we go. Pope 131 of 173. Hashim Amla has got to a double century, 209, And Jamie Smith 62 not out from 76 balls. And they've got a full strength attack really of Hampshire as Klein bowls and Hankins drives, doesn't time it, and it's stopped at extra cover by Lewis Hill. I think they've decided not to play Mason Crane by the looks of things. But Abbott, Abbas, Wheel, Dawson, none of them have really produced anything of any note at all. Surrey, I guess the only question now is Surrey going to take 10 wickets themselves, but they're going to have such a gigantic lead. So many runs to play with as Hankins will firmly press that one up to mid-off.
They had that against Leicestershire as well and couldn't do it.
True, but they're going to have an awful lot more time than they had against Leicestershire. And Glamorgan have already beaten Kent by 10 wickets.
On the second day.
On the second day. Extraordinary scenes around the country as Klein bowls, and there's a big shout for leg before, which is actually stifled. It's a loud yelp actually, really, rather than an appeal necessarily. But at the moment, every time it strikes Gloucestershire's pads, it feels like I'm going to see the finger raised. At the moment, it's that level of pressure and dominance that we're suddenly seeing from, and it's not just from Chris Wright either. Last ball of the over, be another maiden if it's a dot, as Klein is there, bowls, and Hankins defends comfortably to point. 1-2-1 for 6 the score remains. So Glamorgan winning by 10 wickets despite only scoring 197 in their first innings. Kent all out 138 and 74 in the second innings. Michael Hogan 5 for 28 for Glamorgan. And so add that to the list of double figure scores around the country.
And just to pick up the point about the LBWs, if you just are on the card there, Wright has 3 LBWs and there are 4 in all out of the 6 wickets to fall. And here is the change, Wright off, and Ben Mike is coming back under a lot less pressure than he was under earlier on, fair to say, with 6 wickets down. And Gloucestershire really, this is survival mode for the remaining 11 overs tonight, you feel. Tom Smith to face Mike, that's a short one, and goes past the shoulder of Smith and through to Swindles.
Perhaps should also mention the other game in this group, having talked about how massively far ahead Surrey are, leading by 412. In the other match, there's a 6 PM restart at Taunton, more rain involved there. Somerset 124 in reply to Middlesex's 357. So a good game in progress there, and well, this group gets tighter and tighter.
Mike into Smith, who lets that go. We've been fortunate in that sense then to get through today really with virtually no interruption. There was a brief thought there might be some rain around at lunchtime. It did just spit a little bit during the interval, but we weren't delayed in terms of coming back on again at 20 to 2.
Depends on your definition of fortunate, of course.
Well,
as I stare at the scoreboard,
it's been an explosive final session, an unlikely final session too. Smith out on the offside, fielded by Alex Evans. Half an hour has changed the game, hasn't it? In terms of, you would have thought the direction of travel in the, and I'm with you too about the fact that, you know, even if you've got a big lead, you might want to just give your bowlers a bit of a breather.
Having said that, though, they will have overnight to give themselves a breather, so maybe they might not be thinking that way.
Smith, let's go again as Mike bowls another no ball. No problem, no balls from that end of the ground today.
Yeah, it's sort of at that stage where you've really got the decision to make. It's not that the decision isn't obvious for you because of the amount of time there is left in the game, and it's not obvious for you because of the number of runs that potentially Leicestershire might be ahead by. Of course, it could change if there's some late order fight back from Gloucestershire, but it could be an interesting one for Leicestershire to mull over this as far as the follow-on goes.
Smith defends once more, plays a bit of a nervous shot at that, bit of a jumpy defensive shot taken by Swindles. We know that Richard Dawson had a lot of faith in Tom Smith as a batsman, played him up at number 4 in the order on a couple of occasions. He responded with an 80 in a game at Cheltenham. Different sort of pitch, of course, but certainly a very competitive cricketer. Doesn't give you anything cheap, Tom Smith, by and large, with the bat, does he? You know, you've got to get him out. He doesn't get himself out very often.
Tricky thing is that I suppose any time that's taken out of the game is a good thing, so Smith needs to bat for as long as he can. At the same time, what Gloucestershire really need is a few more runs at some point, but definitely at the moment it's just a question of, it doesn't matter if it's just a question of survival. Gloucestershire just need wickets to stop falling.
Mike again to Smith, who again doesn't play with a lot of backlift there, just concerned with defence. And it's a contrast really here, isn't it? You've got Smith, who is by and large a pretty disciplined player, and George Hankins, who you feel has got to show that discipline here in this innings. That's the real challenge for him. He's batting down at number 7, so he's not got the pressure of being higher up, but he's got the challenge here potentially of batting with the lower order and the tail. What can he do?
Klein to Hankins. Hankins with a drive with no timing out towards point. You know that Hankins can bat time. He's not the kind of, you know, he's not looking to play shot a ball out there. He's not that type of player. The difficulty is converting those 20s and 30s off, you know, quite a decent number of balls that he tends to face in those innings into longer innings. There's nothing wrong with the kind of, you know, he does have the ability to stick at the crease for a long time. It's just, you know, taking the next step in terms of number of runs in the innings. That's a short ball, and Hankins has stayed tall and crashed that one away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That short ball did not get up enough, certainly not enough for somebody of Hankins' height, and it's pulled away for 4 runs, 127 for 6, and that really a bit of a gentle half tracker from Klein, and Hankins tucking into that one, 127 for 6, and Hankins up to 11. I think they've fished the ball out this time without any issues from the covers. There's a deep square leg out now for Klein as he bowls to Hankins. Bat onto pad there, I think, and out into the offside, and no run. Klein has shown really exactly what we kind of thought of him as a bowler really in this spell so far. You've got that half tracker, and I don't know that there's really any reason for him to be bowling short too much, and yet a nice delivery to get rid of Tom Lace at the same time. Here he comes now. He bowls to Hankins, who comes forward and plays quite correctly out into the extra cover region and doesn't pick up a run. The late evening sunshine is not incredibly welcome here for Gloucestershire. What they would really like is some bad light to stop play at this point. There's not too much that can be gained by them in this situation. I suppose if they could reach 200 they might get a point, as Hankins reaches forward and plays that one to point off a full length from Dieter Klein.
Well, the target is still
Where's Dieter Klein going? I think did you think it was the end of the over? He's walking off towards mid-wicket, and has he done himself a bit of bother here, actually? There's a conversation going on, and maybe it's no, I think they are waving towards the dressing room.
Yeah, Klein.
And it looks as though Klein is just going straight off here.
Yeah, he's walking off. Wright was down on the boundary, but Klein is clearly not happy, and therefore he's done clearly something muscular, you would have thought, and Leicestershire therefore have got to ask somebody to complete the over, which is
as if it's going to be Parkinson. He's got the cap off.
Yeah, Klein's hobbling away, and he's going to go straight to the dressing room with the physio. He's pretty angry about whatever's happened out there.
Well, it's got to be just such a horrible feeling, hasn't it, as a professional cricketer, when you feel something go like that, because you know immediately that there's a problem, and if there's a problem that means missing time, and you know what that means as well. So yeah, I must say, when I first saw him walk off towards mid-wicket, I thought he's just forgotten that there's one ball remaining in the over, but there was never any question in his mind as soon as he felt whatever had happened that he was not going to be able to continue. And I think so often in these situations you see the bowler complete the over even if there's just one ball left, and you think, well, why not just go off? It's no trouble really. Parkinson will bowl the one ball that remains, and Hankins lunges forward and plays back to the bowler. So I hope, of course, that there's nothing too much in terms of damage for Dieter Klein, and that he's going to be able to take to the field again, but it's obviously never a good sign when the bowler stops mid-over and has to go off. 127 for 6, Hankins onto 11. I suspect that that would mean that surely Alex Evans deserves another spell this evening. Well, surely he's got to come back, doesn't he?
Well, unless Parkinson thinks that he might bring himself on. The light is okay at the moment. He's got Ben Mike bowling from the Ashley Down Road end, and Parkinson's just going to have a chat with him. Your thought about Evans might be right. He's down at long leg, limbering up. So Mike to Smith, and the light is okay at the minute, but it's when the sun goes in there is a noticeable difference, and considering we are beyond 6 o'clock, there's a possibility that the light may become an issue right at the end of the day. Certainly Leicestershire would do their chances of staying out there no harm by pitching the ball up, but they've done that pretty successfully so far. Wright in particular with 4 wickets, and Smith just gets one that climbs a little bit on him, and he does well to keep it down. It's not the last day of the game, but this little spell feels like it's almost like the last wicket pair trying to see matters out here with 9 overs to go in the day. It's not, but with 6 wickets down, they cannot afford to lose any more tonight, you would have thought, and at least keep one recognised batsman and one with some credibility to his career at the other end. And Smith is hit on the pad. Nothing doing on LBW on that occasion.
I think you usually know that there's not much of a chance of an LBW when the loudest appeal comes from square leg.
That's Lewis Hill out there. I think he was trying to convince Parkinson at the last over that he wanted to bowl the one ball, by the way. That was the...
Yes, well, I suppose we were talking about earlier on. I think he's bowled one over for 8.
In his career?
Yeah, well, certainly this season. I'm not sure about career.
Mike. Again to Smith, who yet to score, but they won't be bothered about that after the clatter of wickets that occurred in front of him.
3 overs in his career.
3 overs in his career.
3 overs for 14.
He's a net bowler then.
I wonder if it's one of those things, a bit like every bowler thinks that they can bat. Does every wicketkeeper think that they can bowl?
There we are. With his pads on, probably.
Has been done.
Here's Mike to Smith. Again, a little bit jumpy, but he survives. It's worth repeating. Leicestershire started the day 264 for 4. They finished up 421 all out. In mid-afternoon, a century from Lewis Hill, 121. And 5 wickets for Dan Worrell, 5 for 79. Gloucestershire got to tea at 28 for 1. Brathwaite out LBW to right. And Bracey and Dent appeared in very little trouble, taking the score to 99 for 1. And then all manner of fun and games. And Smith, again, a bit jumpy defensively. Mike again goes up, but I think I heard 2 sounds there. And umpire Long not interested in the appeal. Let's see if there were 2 sounds for Tom Smith.
I think height was also an issue if there weren't 2 noises, because as you said, he was jumping as he was struck, and was struck pretty high up.
8 overs to go, and so 99 for 1 became 108 for 5. Dent, Bracey, Cobain and Lace all out in quick succession, and then Higgins also LBW to right as well since then. And with 8 overs to go on the day and a chance of a 4 over burst, back comes Alex Evans.
Certainly not a bad time to be coming into the attack if you are him. He's there, bowls to Hankins, and Hankins offers no shot. And you say a 4 over burst, end of the day, 6 wickets already down, 2 batsmen who are just looking to survive for as long as they can, basically. Nice time to come back, and I must say I was a bit surprised he wasn't brought back sooner, given the fact that it was an impressive opening spell that he bowled. As he comes in once more, bowls, and Hankins little shoulder arms, and I think that was a no ball. It was indeed. So 2 more welcome runs to Gloucestershire. They will take them in no balls, they will take them in byes, take them in leg byes. I think at the very least, if Gloucestershire could at least get up to 200 and come away with something from the game other than just that 1 bowling point that they managed. Here's Alex Evans bowls, and once more Hankins does not have to play at that. Not a huge amount of movement for Evans, at least at the start of his spell here.
Just to recap the Leicestershire bowling figures at this point, right, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 24, the main wrecker of trouble. Evans 6 overs for 17 before this over started. Ben Mike 6 overs for 29.
Evans bowls back of the length, and Hankins drops that one down in front of him.
Klein has 1 for 40 now off the field, 8 overs and 5 balls he'd bowled, and Parkinson 1 for 9 completed that over that Klein was unable to do. Like a muscular injury of some sort. I don't think we'll see Parkinson again today.
Suspect not, unless somehow something strange happens and some boundaries start getting hit as Evans bowls, and once more Hankins with a rather different leave this time. He's going through a repertoire of leaves here. Not sure whether this is a plan from Alex Evans or not. I suspect that he would probably wish to bowl just a little bit straighter at George Hankins, unless he's trying to set him up for the straighter one later on in the over. He's there now, bowls, and that's full and straight, and Hankins is comfortably onto the front foot, playing up towards mid-off, and it really is just pure survival, like you say. I think it was a good analogy, really likening it to the sort of 10th wicket stand. Just ticking off the overs remaining in the day, and then, well, see what happens tomorrow morning. Although tomorrow morning, you know who's going to be opening the bowling. Chris Wright's going to be right back at you in the morning. Here comes Alex Evans. He's there, bowls. That's a little too straight, clipped away by George Hankins, and it's 4 runs through mid-wicket. 133 for 6. Hankins moving up to 15 with a confident clip there. I guess from the shot that it was too straight. Obviously we're not at a great angle to see, but the replay shows that, well, it wasn't actually. You can see why Alex Evans has his hands on his head, because it was not right on leg stump. It was clipped off around about middle and leg at the very most. But Hankins was confident enough in his shot, and he executed it well. 133 for 6.
There's the shot from the pavilion camera, showing how dry the ground here is at the Bristol County Ground. I know there are worn wickets out there, but we've had very little rain in April. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage of this second day. Certainly nothing very unexpected until about an hour after tea, and then it really has changed direction. Smith defending to Ben Mike, and again applause for Chris Wright's tumbling stop. And just getting up a little bit again. So if there were spectators in at the ground today, you would have to be well wrapped up.
Well, yes. And there are probably even more exposed spots than we are here in the marquee,
yeah,
which would be a bit of a challenge on a day like this.
Certainly.
An evening like this at any rate.
Smith waits for Mike, and he's off the mark eventually. Pleasant shot away through, wide mid-on. It may go all the way to the rope for 4, and it will do. Despite the chase of Lewis Hill, Tom Smith's finally got off the mark, waited for the right ball to pick, and Ben Mike's given him one that's just about on his pads. He can just help it away, and Smith gets himself finally off naught. First class average overall. Tom Smith is 24, so he does have ability with the bat. Mike to bowl to him. I suspect, I can't recall this in terms of an example, but express pace is probably the thing that I think tends to undo him.
Yeah, well, I think it's in general also just shorter stuff,
yeah,
but it needs to be shorter stuff at pace, because it's got a good enough eye to deal with a ball that is back of a length off a 75 mile an hour type bowler.
137 for 6. Smith waits for Mike once more again. A little bit jumpy on the defence. That had lobbed into the air, but there is a man at square leg. He turns round. You probably see that is Lewis Hill, I think, by the umpire Richard Illingworth.
Yeah, I think it is, just from the look, even though he won't turn round for us.
3, it is Hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 slips still in for Mike, who had a bit of tap from Bracey and Dent earlier on, but has come back here, and Smith takes the bat extravagantly out of the way and taken by Harry Swindles.
But it's actually kind of interesting to compare the two out there at the moment, really. You've got Smith and Hankins. In Smith, you've got somebody who doesn't necessarily, when you look at him, strike you as somebody who would have the higher career average. 51 matches for Smith, 37 matches for Hankins. There's not a massive amount of difference. The difference obviously in the age, but one has the higher average than the other. You wouldn't necessarily say that just by looking at them, which one's which.
And Smith, again, quietly up to Chris Wright at mid-on, ends the over. There are 6 overs to go, light permitting. They probably just about get through them, I should think. And Gloucestershire, well, they were set out initially to get 272 to avoid the follow-on. They might still do it, but it's going to take a big effort from these two and the tail to effectively double the score, because they're only halfway there at the moment, and these two have got to certainly stay there tonight, you would think, and then really slowly build a stand tomorrow.
Yeah, really, you've almost got to take the follow-on out of view for now and just think about scoring as many runs as you can, so that potentially it takes more time out of the game later on if Leicestershire, for example, had to chase a total, or if Leicestershire have to take some time out of the game themselves by batting on a little bit further. At the very least, they've got to do that, Gloucestershire. If not the follow-on, if not 200, they've just got to score as many as they can to get as close as possible. And then when you think, you know, there might be the chance if Gloucestershire get it right the second time around, if they were to score, you know, 450 odd back, they could at least give themselves something to bowl at, even if you didn't necessarily fancy their chances of doing so. Alex Evans continues, bowls to Hankins, and that's down the leg side, and well down the leg side. Hankins doesn't want to have anything to do with that one. It's just another ball that he can negotiate successfully. As
the greater likelihood, I would think, Ed, is that if Leicestershire do enforce the follow-on, Gloucestershire have just got to bat to a stage where Leicestershire don't bat again, as they got to with Hampshire last week.
Here comes Alex Evans, he's there, bowls, and Hankins once more leaving that one alone outside the off stump. I think...
Is that unrealistic?
Well, I just don't know. It all depends on how much time there is left in the game, really, because they're going to have to bat for an awfully long time to do that, and then the question is, would... Well, I don't know. No, it's all too far ahead. I can't speculate. Here comes Evans, bowls to Hankins, and Hankins is beaten by that one, and he went reaching for it, and possibly this plan from Evans, if it is indeed a plan or if it's just something that's happened, he's bowling a lot of balls wide of off stump, and then all of a sudden he bowls one just that little bit closer, could have been left, came towards Hankins on the angle. He felt he had to play at it, but played with the bat away from the body and past the outside edge. Evans to Hankins, clipped away, mid-wicket will do the fielding, and there's no run. I think if it gets to around about a 200 run lead, the question is, what would Leicestershire decide to do? It is a very interesting one, because the pitch isn't going to get. You wouldn't think the pitch is going to change too much. In some ways, you're opening yourself up for an equal amount of risk. If you bat again and get suddenly rolled over somehow, doesn't seem very likely, but it could happen. Evans bowls and Hankins goes forward and defends back to the bowler. Equally, if you don't enforce the follow-on and you end up with a very tired attack, and Gloucestershire having batted well the second time around, you open yourself up to problems that way around as well. So whatever decision you make, you've got to do it well. I think that's often the way with these follow-on decisions, because at the end of the day, somebody's always going to look back and say, you got it wrong, you should have done this rather than that. But whichever decision you take, you've got to execute it. As Hankins clips that one away, it's heading towards the wide mid-on boundary, but it's not going to make it, and they will pick up 2 runs. There were some oohs there. I didn't think it was in the air for too long. Certainly wasn't timed perfectly by Hankins, but he picks up another couple of runs. 139 for 6. Hankins on to 17.
I would have thought that if Leicestershire give themselves, say, at least an hour tomorrow, if they were not to enforce the follow-on, let's just say that Gloucestershire come up short, and it's close enough, they've got a tricky decision to make. Surely you bat, give your bowlers a bit of a breather, so long as you've got the concept of a second new ball late on the last afternoon. And if you can't bowl a side out in, say, 100 overs, then it's probably the wrong decision to enforce the follow-on anyway.
Yeah, well, I think, thinking it through, well, come back to that after the ball.
Here's Mike into Smith, who that was really a very odd shot. He's got the ball away, almost between his pads, it seemed, down behind square, and Swindles has chased away to field. They've got one more to the total, 140 for 6. Remember, the follow-on target is 272.
I think you have to think, what's more likely, us getting bowled out for 100, or us not bowling Gloucestershire out for less than 400 or 500. I think the far less likely of those two things to happen is Leicestershire getting bowled out for 100. So I think, like you say, yes, probably at the moment don't enforce the follow-on, bat on and back Gloucestershire out of the game.
Mike to Hankins, who ducks. It's very short, and in fact Swindles can't even take that ball. It's gone all the way for down to the pavilion balcony, to the pavilion boards. Not the tallest Harry Swindles, but this was very short tennis ball bounce, and 4 byes added to the total. It wasn't the sharpest bit of thinking from Ben Mike there, I would suggest.
Well, if you're going to bang it in on this surface, then that's certainly what can happen sometimes. If you just pitch it too short, like you say, it will just tennis ball bounce and it will absolutely take off, and that's going to happen. If he's going to bowl it short, you've got to make it more that kind of rib height type short ball, really.
Hankins has 17, and he lets that go. So at the off stump, that was a floated half volley after response of the short ball. Just to say, if you are with us tomorrow, as usual, our coverage will start just before 11 o'clock. Forecast, I think, is a bit similar to today in the sense that there might be a shower around, but generally forecast is pretty decent, not awfully warm again, and then I think dry again on drier on Sunday for the final day. Here is Mike into Hankins, and he does push at that, and it's taken by Swindles but without a touch, so Hankins survives. These two came together in the 33rd over, so this is the 8th of them being together, and the stickability of Smith is just what Gloucestershire need at this moment.
Yep, just a handful of overs remaining in the day, and Yeah, okay, if there's a bad ball, put it away, but certainly should not be playing at anything you don't have to play at.
Mike again to Hankins. That's driven nicely through extra cover for 4. Nothing wrong with that shot. We were speculating earlier on that, you know, Gloucestershire might get down to a trailing by somewhere close to 250 at the close, but that was when Dent and Bracey were together. We didn't think that they'd get there. Oh, that's a hard, it's a full toss.
Yeah.
No wonder Hankins' eyes lit up when he saw that.
What you don't want is to cloth a ball like that straight to cover and not get a run for it. You want to make sure you cash in, and Hankins has done that and moved into the 20s.
Well, that hazy evening sunshine now is Mike in, and Hankins again ducks underneath that one, and that's 4 more buys. Well, it's been a pretty wild over this from Ben Mike. In fact, his whole spell has been a very, very mixed bag.
I think that was even shorter than his last one that he bowled like that. In fact, it's been called a no ball as a result of that, so that's 6 runs that go to the total there. And of course they all go down as no balls nowadays, so they all go to him.
I'm sure that the coaches would perhaps say to him, what was the thought process that took you to think that that was a good decision? That's the general question they would ask, and it'd be interesting to see what the response would be. Here is Mike once more into Hankins, who gets that away right off his toes. He'll get a couple. There's a chase down on the boundary for Alex Evans, and they'll come back 4-2. 1-5-6 for 6, and there is Hankins with 23, Smith with 5, but the LBWs totting up earlier in the afternoon. Ian Coburn, I think, thought it was bat before pad, but umpire Long didn't agree. It's the old merit, isn't it, of, you know, of bowling straight, and just a small amount of movement can make all the difference. That's what Chris Wright has done today from that Ashley Down road end, and I think Parkins is going to bring himself back on again for the last couple of overs from the pavilion end.
I wonder if Alex Evans might bowl the other 2 from the Ashley Down road end. Possibly. Parkinson seems to have preferred this end, and I have to say in general the number 1 seamer tends to prefer the Ashley Down road end, so possibly Alex Evans is going to get a go from that particular end. The temperature is very much dropping here when the sun goes in at 6:25 to 7. It's a chilly evening here as Smith defends off the front foot. He's got plenty of company there. There's Azad under the helmet at point, and
Mike's bowled 8 overs for 42, by the way.
the next delivery's defended away out towards point, and there's no run. I think it may be Sam Evans under the helmet at short leg, and then a slip in place as well, and a catching.
It's Lewis Hill actually.
Was it Lewis Hill?
Lewis Hill at short leg.
Parkinson bowls, driven and misfielded by Parkinson, and that's going to allow Tom Smith to get through for a single, because mid-off and mid-on were a little bit deeper than I think necessarily they might have needed to be.
Normally put the
57 for 6.
Probably put the long barrow down there, but that's what Parkinson needed to do.
As long as he didn't do it like Lewis Hill did earlier. Hankins on strike on 23 as Callum Parkinson bowls, and there's a drive, a flashing drive from Hankins, and he's got it past backward point, and backward point's already given up the chase as it rolls towards the boundary rope for 4. 161 for 6. Hankins 27, didn't hold back there, and he's sort of reaching for that drive really, but kept it down, which was the most important thing. 161 for 6, and all of a sudden, having looked as though we were just drifting towards the close at 1.5, 2 runs and over, there's been 21 runs in the last 10 balls as Parkinson bowls to Hankins, who comes forward and defends out to mid-wicket. There's no run. This
30 extras already in this innings. Leicestershire's out cricket a bit up and down, shall we say.
Parkinson bowls, Hankins goes back and drives, punchy shot through the covers. They should be able to come back for 2. There's hesitation from Smith, not exactly sure why, because there was always 2 runs there, and despite the hesitation they've made it through pretty comfortably. 163 for 6. The flurry of runs continues. Hankins up to 29.
11 byes, well, there have been 2 boundary byes in that, 5 leg byes and 14 no balls. 14 runs from no balls.
Yes, of course 6 of those were all in one go. So even take out what happened in that last over with the 6 no balls and the 4 byes, extras is a pretty big contributor even without what happened in that last over.
It is going to be Ben Mike. Just a thought of perhaps just giving them something different to think about in these last 3 overs of the day with the slow left arm spinner on. Mike has lost his run up though, as he...
I think Smith was unhappy about something on the balcony above the sight screen. He was pointing accusatorially at the balcony up there, but I must say I can't see anything that's changed, but perhaps somebody just moved at the wrong moment.
Smith waits once more, he's on 6, and Ben Mike to bowl 2, and that's clipped again neatly away. That's going to go all the way for 4 as well. Chris Wright's on the chase, but he won't haul that in, and that's gone up to the rope at wide mid-on. So Leicestershire hemorrhaging runs at one end with Mike in the attack and keeping it pretty tight at the other against another full toss. He's bowled 2 of those in the last 2 deliveries. That was overcompensation of it. So he's 2 short of 2 full, and Mike just gets a word from Chris Wright as he goes back to the end of his run. 167 for 6. Gloucestershire, can they get the runs needed tomorrow? Down below 100 tonight. Was another nice shot from Smith. That's a better stop from Parkinson, the captain. D declines off the field at the moment, having pulled up while bowling from the pavilion end mid-over. Whether he'll bowl tomorrow remains to be seen, and that may influence Leicester too. If they're a bowler short, do they enforce the follow-on, or would they see if Klein could get some treatment to be able to come out on the final day and take an active part as a bowler. Mike in and pleasantly driven by Hankins, but not timed, and fielded over on the far side of the ground on the scoreboard side from where we're watching.
At one stage we were doing a bit of a comparison with Higgins and Worrell versus all the other bowlers. Of course Smith and Shaw took a few wickets to change that, but there's a similar thing going on here really, where you've got Chris Wright 4 for 24, everybody else not so much.
Hankins defensively back to Ben Mike, throws the ball disdainfully away.
In terms of the other seamers, Evans, Klein, Mike, it's 1 for 112.
And Wright has 4 for 24.
Yeah. So there you go.
Says something about the, and actually in both Worrell and Worrell less so perhaps, but Wright's bowled exclusively from the Ashley Down Road end. Worrell bowled quite a bit from that end. He did take 2 wickets from the pavilion end though. Mike again into Hankins. It is if it's not gloomy now, then it's certainly heading that way. We've got only 2 overs to go after this one, so we should just about get those 2 overs in. Parkinson will bowl one of them.
But it sort of continues the thought, really, of actually the top quality bowlers can make things happen still on this pitch. It's not such a flat track that, you know,
the more
admittedly you can see it's not a totally flat track because Gloucestershire 168 for 6, but you see what I mean.
Its ability to bowl with control, and that's what some of the bowlers have not done. Here's that's the short form position in the game, and there is the Gloucestershire card. 4 LBWs in there, as you can see, and 4 wickets in all for Chris Wright. Denton Bracey with a good stand for the second wicket. They put on 71 together in good time, but when they were split, the Gloucestershire innings had a gaping hole in the middle order, and Chris Wright it was who caused it.
2 overs remain in the day as Parkinson bowls and Smith plays back to the bowler. So I guess it would be a case of seeing out Parkinson, really, and the field would suggest that that's what he's expecting, as Smith just turns that one to mid-wicket and there's no run. I think the one thing that you know from Tom Smith is that he's not going to get out, for example, needlessly charging down the pitch or playing a needless shot at this stage. He gets a short wide one though, so he'll play a shot at that and he'll cut it away towards the backward point boundary and we'll get 4 runs for it. So Leicestershire have just leaked a few runs here at the end of the day. It may not necessarily turn out to be that important in the grand scheme of things, but at the very least Gloucestershire getting the scoreboard moving, short and wide, and Smith cutting it away to the boundary.
So the total that Gloucestershire need to save the follow-on is down below 100.
Parkinson bowls to Smith, who comes forward and
you say it like that
defensively,
and it sounds possible, doesn't it?
Yeah, possible. What happens tomorrow morning with Chris Wright? That's the issue. Parkinson bowls to Smith, and is there a half chance at short leg there? Or did it just maybe fall short of him or wide of him? There are plenty of hands on heads. They'll get a single as the ball rolled away towards square leg, but it looked as though that was not too far away from short leg there.
The one that Lace took was a lot higher. That was a real quick one, wasn't it?
It was quick and low, but it looked like it went straight through him.
Yeah, it's Hassan Azad.
Parkinson to Hankins and played up the pitch. That ends the over. So out of nowhere, a half chance maybe there has gone a begging for Leicestershire. Obviously, it's always going to be very sharp off the face of the bat for short leg there, but did look as though there might have been a chance of a catch there. 173 for 6, Hankins 29 and Smith 16. 52 runs this partnership is worth now.
Valuable runs they are too. Ben Michael bowl the last over of the day, and if you looked at the bottom of that card, at the moment Hankins on 29 and not on strike. Extras are the second top score in this Gloucestershire response to Leicestershire's 421. Mike to bowl the last over of the day. Richard Illingworth looking round at the light, but we're going to be okay. Mike to Smith, he would want to pitch this ball up, and he does, and Smith doesn't time that and just plays it quietly out to mid-off. It was a troublesome position at 121 for 6 when these two were brought together by the dismissal of Ryan Higgins, but doughty competitor that he is, Smith has given George Hankins good support thus far. Can he see the day out? Mike to bowl to him. That is very short, and Smith did well to get out of the way of that. That really was pretty sharp and a much better bouncer than he'd bowled previously. It was pretty short, mind you.
It was still quite short, but it was just, you know, that
straighter
centimetre or two that makes the difference, and it reared up towards Tom Smith's head. Fortunately, he was just able to see it in time and get everything out of the way.
Mike again to Smith. The ground staff just starting up their buggy that will be used to put the playing area to bed once this over is out of the way. There's Gavin Griffiths on as 12th man for Leicestershire at the moment, with Klein off the field. Remains to be seen how much more bowling he can do in this game. Mike to Smith in the last over of the day, and Smith clips that neatly away too. That's quite well timed. It may not go all the way to the rope. There's a chase for right up towards the boundary at wide long on, and they'll come back for 3. Wright didn't hurry in the chase, it must be said. He's had a busy time with the ball today. That isn't his job in the team, he would argue. And 176 for 6. Smith has got to 19.
I say, I think he might have been hoping that that one was going to go to the boundary, really. But just pulled up short. It never really looked as if it was quite well timed enough to go, and it just didn't quite.
Hankins on strike, and he left that outside the off stump.
Mike was bringing that one back in. That was the type of leave that will leave you going, ooh, as a fielding side, because it's angled in and it's just continued, and that can't have missed by masses. Certainly tight enough to warrant some interest from behind the stumps, that's for sure.
Last ball of the day. Hankins on 29. Mike to bowl to him, and he's blocked it away, and that, gentlemen, is the conclusion of the second day, says Nigel Long. And Leicestershire have really taken a grip on the game in this last session of play with 5 wickets. Chris Wright had 3 of them, 1 each to Parkinson and Klein, and Gloucestershire depending heavily now on this 7th wicket pair of Hankins and Smith, who so far have added 55 together. The first target they've got to try and get to is 272. Gloucestershire, if they can. They still have Dan Worrell, Josh Shaw and Dominic Goodman to come, but Leicestershire's day on points, Ed.
Yeah, certainly. It just shows you really the beauty of 4-day cricket, because you can assume that you know which way the game might be heading. You can look at sides on paper, you can look at what's happening out in the middle even at times and see that Denton Brazier knocking the ball all over the place and scoring runs freely, and then suddenly a mad period of just a handful of balls in a space of 1 over, 3 wickets falling, and then of course Tom Lace followed just a couple of overs after that as well, and things can just completely turn on their head, and that's exactly what's happened here, which is why you should never take your eye off a game of 4-day cricket.
Yes, it was Leicestershire's morning, really. They advanced from 264 for 4 to a position where Lewis Hill completed his century. In the end, their last 6 wickets today added 157. Worrell finishing with 5 for 79, Higgins 2 for 65, Shaw 2 for 87, a couple of late wickets for him, and Smith 1 for 97. And then Gloucestershire 28 for 1 in the mini session up until tea. Craig Brathwaite out to Chris Wright, and then from 99 for 1 in the 26th over they lost Bracey in the 26th over, Dent and Cobain in the 27th, and Lace in the 30th. So 99 for 1 became 103 for 5. Higgins also followed a couple of overs later, another LBW decision answered in the affirmative by umpire Nigel Long, and then it was down to Hankins and Smith to try and basically stop the boat from taking on too much water, and they've just about done that, and they've given Gloucestershire a chance tomorrow to avoid the follow-on.
They have at the very least given Gloucestershire something not to feel completely down in the doldrums about, and they batted very well together actually. Neither of them looked in massive amounts of trouble, and they're going to have to pick up where they left off tomorrow morning, but at the very least they've given Gloucestershire, as you say, some sort of hope that they might, well, follow on maybe, but pick up a batting point at the very least.
They need 96 more to avoid the follow-on, and they've got 35 overs against an old ball. What will that mean? That's basically one session of batting up until lunch. How will it fare? The only way to find out is to join us tomorrow from just before 11 o'clock. Thanks to Shane and to Cameron on the cameras today. From Ed, good evening.
Good evening.
And from me, Ian Randall, good evening to you as well. Enjoy whatever you're doing for the rest of today, and join us tomorrow for what should be a very tense and fascinating morning session. Gloucestershire closing 176 for 6. They trail Leicestershire overall by 245 from quite a chilly Bristol. Until tomorrow at 10 to 11. Goodbye.